Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast, episode 85, for the 11th of February 2023. I am, as always, your host, Bezic, and I am joined today by... Let's change it up. Jonathan Crow.
Hello.
Ardent Party.
Good morning.
And the one, the only, Bleach Demon.
Ahoy hoy, peasants.
A reminder to Bezic, sorry to interrupt, Bleach. Can you share your screen so we know what we're talking about?
No, not at all.
You filthy peasant, why do you ask?
You're not allowed to see what we're doing today. You have to just comment without message and info and...
Well, I don't
was,
see why you need to see the screen. Crow knows as much about this as I do.
Wait, what?
It's your YouTube channel.
Okay. For fuck's sake. I'm like, what have I done? What have I done now?
At least 7 episodes.
I see. I'm still Batman.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes, you are.
Hello, Moose Bat. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That reminds me, I still need to update on.
I just realized I can't read anything because I haven't got my glasses on.
I knew there was something off.
Yeah. Being blind is, one of those things you forget about occasionally.
Been there, done that. Got up after sitting down reading for a couple of hours. Walked outside to do something. Why the fuck can't I see anything? What the hell's going on? Oh!
Well, I can see. I just can't read or identify what objects are, so...
But what if the object identifies something that
you can tell the difference between the big green object over there towards the sky, the big beige object that I'm pretty sure is the house, and that rapidly approaching white object that, oh shit, that's a car.
Yeah, it's not that bad yet, but it's getting there. I've got like a really minor astigmatism, so everything is blurry at every distance, which is really frustrating.
I can imagine.
Anyway.
Yeah. I have minor astigmatisms in both eyes, and it makes it...
I'm just fucked.
The only thing I need glasses for is driving, though.
I'm just fucked outside of arm's reach.
I actually just found out through some testing, I don't even need glasses for driving legally anymore.
Nice.
Oh.
Very nice.
Did they change the law, or did your eyes get better?
Apparently my eyes got better somehow. Either that, or they figured I'm going to move to Maryland at some point in my life, so if I kill somebody, it's just extra points for me getting good conduct.
Oh, on the talk of my YouTube channel,
Yes.
did you notice that my shorts have got really loads of views now?
Yes, I did.
Like 2K. I was really surprised.
Wow.
Seems gaming shorts are quite popular.
This is what I get for encouraging Crow to make content. He's going to end up outpacing my sub count.
I don't think so. But we'll see. If I can grow my channel quickly, it'd be nice, but we'll see.
Oh, don't worry. It's coming up later in Non-Swatch, but Craig got into a bitch fight with the guy who reckons he's big and because he's got 20 subs.
You use the term guy a little too strongly.
Sorry,
here.
pedophile.
Yeah.
He looked more like the living embodiment of Mr. Potato Head.
That's
worse
completely that's completely unfair to Mr. Potato Head.
I was going to say, Arden's like, I take this personally, having looked like a pedo for years. I'm kidding. Yes, I do deserve that.
Actually, sorry, you're British. You get one of those.
Yeah, I was going to say, Arden's just like, I resemble that remark.
How dare you? Takes eyes off, replaces with angry eyes.
Oh dear.
Oh, we love you, Arden, don't worry.
You see,
Oh, I know.
here's
It's
the
okay. I
thing.
love myself more.
I'm
Not
just...
on stream.
No, that's what I've got Stormy for.
Stormy's not allowed to do that to you on stream either. There we go.
What do you think the smoke breaks are for?
Well, fortunately, she's not here today, and you'll discover that I take just as many smoke breaks.
Uh-huh, yes.
She's sending you photos, then.
Why not?
Good on you, Stormy.
There we go. I've improved Ardent. drastically.
Oh dear God, what have you done now?
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
I
I
don't
see.
Moose
yeah.
Man.
And the new picture as well.
Yep, new picture.
Yeah.
That's far superior.
Also, hello to everybody in chat. I don't think I said hello properly, but hi.
Well, you
Yes.
could say hello improperly too.
Yeah, but I'm British. We don't do that.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
There you go. That's
gentlemen.
improper.
Good pleasure to see you, and so on.
Indubitably, my
I
good
smoked
fellow.
far too much crack in my life. Very, very drunk.
I don't
We
know.
haven't got to
It's
that
opium.
segment yet.
You could pull a Tommy Wiseau and go, oh hi chat.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi,
I did
chat.
not post that meme. I did not. It's bullshit.
I did not compare him to Epstein. I did not.
Just remember, Sherlock Holmes endorses opium.
He does, doesn't he?
Yes.
It's like,
This
it
is
helps
true.
me think.
To be fair, it probably does. Because the words, the opium he's talking about is actually straight off the bloody plant. So it's probably just enough to
Oh.
get you enjoyably high.
Speaking of the gentleman I had that lovely argument with, did you see his response about the Rumble account with only 35 subscribers?
Oh yeah, you and your 10 mates who's live with their mothers.
You know, I've
Oh
got
my
to
God.
fumigate for mums again.
Yeah.
They keep crawling into the crawl space.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
because of the
Bleach
strong
has
beard,
a-
man. They like strong beards.
Bleach has a MILF infestation.
Yeah.
He was going to try using Duconna to chase them out, but that just replaced them with a priest infestation.
Indeed.
Oh my
Um,
God.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to my little segment because it's provided quite a lot of lolcow. I've milked it for a little bit. The guy is a complete nut job. He keeps calling me a nut job, but I'm like, okay, that's partially true. So whatever.
Yeah, just because I'm insane doesn't mean I'm not right.
Yeah.
True.
Just like that paranoid nutter who thought the FBI was after him. Then they released the documents and the FBI was after him. Do you remember the details of that Bleach?
Oh, I can't. I've heard of
Oh, the Trump staffer.
No,
Yeah,
actually, I think this is
Well,
even
much older.
older than that. This is from like the 70s or
Yeah.
80s. But yeah, so
Yeah.
it's also a Trump staffer.
yeah. There's so many incidents of that. I honestly, I've kind of lost track.
Usually a good sign. Dearie me. So let's see. We are successfully live on Rumble with 3 people watching.
Excellent.
YouTube is, of course, up for now. Fuck you, Susan, you manipulative whore.
Well, we'll see how long when we hit non-swatch, really.
Well, I'm thinking we
Yeah.
might need to move Non-Swatch to a Rumble exclusive so we can speak more freely.
Seems fair.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be easy for me to censor myself for this one.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I invited the guy to watch that Rumble section, so he can see for himself what we think of him, basically.
Yeah, all 30 of our friends who live in their mum's basement.
That was such a weak argument, but it made me laugh.
Yeah, meanwhile, at Sultans on YouTube, 350 plus subscribers.
Hoorah.
I can't wait till that's like 3 million. We're just like, oh shit. We have to actually be careful. This guy could get mobbed.
You mean the
Look,
when we
When we get
eclipse Timmy Pool?
if we get to 3 million subs, I'm hiring Callum. Because at this rate, he may need a new company. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm curious as to that one.
So, up next on the shilling... Ardent, are you up to anything interesting?
No, I have some things in the works, but otherwise it's just business as usual for the next little while.
Leech, have you done... I believe you did something the other week on your channel. The Stir the Potato?
I did. No, well, actually, it was earlier this week. I did State of the Union with Ardent,
Yeah, quite enjoyable.
and we had a rollicking good time, and I got rather intoxicated because that's the only way I could make it through Joe Tato's insane ramblings.
Impressive that even the left is calling out some of the shit he said as complete lies.
Oh yeah, well, I'm surprised that he didn't just plagiarize like 4 or 5 other State of the Unions from previous presidents.
Well, I'm surprised.
That's all
He,
he's ever done.
Was, to be honest.
I'm surprised he didn't tell us more about how the AR-15 fires around 5 times faster than any other gun. Which is wrong
Well,
either
that
way you look at the word fast, fires faster.
That would have to have his staff writers know math, and well, they don't.
Also, when they say fires faster, does that mean from click of the trigger to ignition of the actual cartridge, or from bullet leaving, like to the point where the bullet actually has left the rifle?
They either mean the
cyclic rate, or
cyclic rate or muzzle velocity.
That's typically
the
what
one.
they mean.
Yeah, they either meant muzzle velocity or cyclic rate. And that's just wrong on both levels. I mean, Jerry Mikulek can fire the fucking thing at machine gun rates, but doesn't mean he knows anything about gun safety.
Well, I mean, you have to remember, Biden's the same man who's like, oh, just go outside and fire shotgun blasts into the air if somebody's skulking around your house.
Yeah, 2 blasts into the air from your double barrel, which then leaves you unarmed and breaking the law.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If because you can't fire the gun if you're not in fear of death or grievous bodily harm. Exceptions apply.
Yeah, I was gonna say only in a self-defense situation are you speaking.
Yes.
In general,
obviously.
if I wanted to go out some of the places I've lived and just shoot off into the woods because there's nothing there for miles, that's one thing. But
Oh yeah.
I don't think we need to talk about you playing with your gun in the middle of the woods, man.
well, I play with that gun out in public all the time.
Yes. Speaking of guns, did you want to mention briefly your pending project, Ardent, or leave that for later?
Sure. No, we can talk about that. So the project, the tentative title, which is probably going to be the title, is 3 gun guys walk into a live stream. And I've invited Bleach and Bezic, the 2 people on Sultans that I know far more about guns than I do, to join me just for kind of an impromptu chat about guns and various gun things.
We like guns.
Oh,
And we're just
Yes.
we're just
I
working out the
guess-
final details at the moment.
I guess because I'm British and, I've only
Yes.
fired a few different runs, I'm told to fuck off,
It's entirely because you're
That's
British.
because you have a crossbow.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I have gone rifle shooting. We've
Yeah.
got shotguns and I've fired a few things. So,
I still think it's daft that I can have handguns, long guns, not crossbow.
yeah.
'Cause
I'm only pulling your leg out. I'm just teasing.
No worries. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm at the situation where I'm not owning a gun, haven't fired a gun in decades, and because Trudeau is basically being anti-gun, it makes me go, okay, well, now I just want one for spite.
No, I mean, you should always.
Funnily enough, I had to leave Disco's. Actually, let's just move on to that level of the ceiling. I had to leave Disco's That Wizard Game stream at a certain time because I had an appointment at the range.
Oh, no.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, good fun.
Yes. Sadly, I'm a poor bastard, so I was just playing with 22, but 22 at any distance that a handgun's worth talking about will still fuck a guy. It would still change a guy's attitude.
What is Disco doing right now? She's playing Valheim instead of coming in here to shill herself. Oh, there we go. She's in chat. We were perfect timing there.
Yes.
Speak of the devil, I mean the disco, and it shall appear.
Yes.
Hello, disco.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
Oh, bye.
What is great is the thumbnail. That Wizard Game. Well, someone kind of made it for her. So some weird degenerate pervert introduced, have they streamed that wizardgame.com, which is now down.
That's fucking amazing. Oh, I didn't realize that was the context. Oh, I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah, that was brilliantly clever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just flogged.
It just reminds me of an excellent post. I retweeted it on Twitter where it's just like, we're going to boycott your stuff, J.K. Rowling, because we don't like the fact you bully people. Now we're going to go bully people that are liking playing the game.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, right. That's exactly it.
Mm-hmm.
I love how they're doing the Nike thing again, where they're buying the product and then destroying it, thereby teaching the company a lesson.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
You say that.
It's like, do they not realize that a lot of the sales are digital?
Also,
No, they don't. They genuinely don't.
Also, I will give you $300 so I can break 5 pieces of paper, 2 pieces of plastic, and look like a twat for all eternity.
Now everybody will know how virtuous I am.
Yes.
My real concern here is the fact that they used that hammer on a tile floor to destroy this. So,
it looks more like
it looks like it looks like one of those shitty floating wood tile things. So fuck them, they deserve
Yeah,
it.
it looks like fake laminate, actually.
What I find more concerning,
like, some wood tile, fake wood tiles though that I've.
What I
seen.
find more concerning is it took them a hammer to destroy a cardboard box. You had to have a whole fucking hammer. You couldn't do it with your own hands. How weak are you? You couldn't even snap a disc without having a hammer. I mean, come on.
I mean, they are. I mean, they're a soy boy.
The soy kind. This is the problem.
Unless they're suggesting the £300 box comes with a free hammer.
I mean,
now I would buy that if it was a good hammer.
But it's not even a good hammer.
I have a problem with carrying a ball peen wand.
Look at the bloody hammer. It's covered in rust already.
Oh, God. It's the cheap dollar rust. Store special.
Just like everything they touch, it turns to shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
but yeah,
I do not. That you are in fact her puppet, Bez, whether she's here or not.
I mean, I was on the stream, so promoting it does help me.
That's true.
And Monkey, who thinks that you close windows on a keyboard by pressing Control F4.
What?
What?
At the end of the stream, I rewatched.
An iOS slave.
Yes, I rewatched the end of the stream because I had to dip early. And Disco's like, "How the fuck do I get out of this game?" Monkey's like, "Control F4." Oh, Monkey.
It's Alt. It's Alt, you idiot. Jesus. You're a coder. What the fuck? Okay, no, I don't think I'm going to let that one go. Jesus.
The Mac supremacy must be suppressed.
Then again, a lot of people were confused when they changed it from Control Alt Delete to Control Shift Escape.
That's why I'm having problems with that now.
When did they do this? Because Control Alt Delete still works.
Control Alt Delete works, but it doesn't do the same function. Control Alt Delete used to open Task Manager. Now it's Control Shift Escape. Now it opens the logging and log out dialog.
Yeah, which is annoying.
Oh, so that's
whatever. I don't use Bill Gates soft OS according to Baystape.
Yeah, instead he uses. What?
I bet he uses Linux.
No,
no.
He uses Crapple soft.
Oh, right.
He uses a
so
Crapple.
He's not
Mac.
shilling for Bill Gates, but he's shilling for the other billionaire that's an awful person. So.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily,
at least one of them's dead. Yeah. We can only hope for the other.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Actually, I think that pervert might come up again in the show. No, not Monkey. Bill Gates.
Oh.
He's not a pervert.
I'm glad you clarified.
He's an evil megalomaniacal freak.
Yes, and a pervert. These things are not exclusive.
Oh wait, that's right. He was on the island too. Or at least he was on film with the non-suicidal suicide.
Well, just remember, Alec Baldwin was on the island in question. And now look at him, going to jail for killing someone.
I don't know if Total Blackout Painting remembers older operating systems, but it used to be that the hotkey used to be Control Alt Delete. It had been that for a long, long time, and they changed it.
Mm.
But then again, I grew up with DOS, so
I was eating noodles, Cal.
wow, he got it. Soup, porridge, or noodles. It's always one of those, apparently.
I assume he got
Or
it
when
from the
we,
sound of the bowl. It's still a good guess.
or
And the slapping.
maybe it's a combination of all three: soup, porridge, and noodles, and we're basically calling it Australian gruel.
We can't afford gruel.
Australian gruel. You just put like what are the Vegemite in it, stir it in. Got all my nutrients for 1 year.
I think that would literally explode your heart. Noodles already have enough sodium in them. Oh, we have dinged. Let's have a look. Alta has popped in and has donated $10. Thank you very much, sir.
Yay.
And says, thank you for teaching me something useful, though I have to point out that Task Manager is accessible from the screen that Control-Alt-Delete brings up. Still, you've saved me a step, thank you. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I do...
Also, Todd.
I do wonder which one does the soft breakpoint. Because it used to be that, specifically, you did Control-Alt-Delete for the soft breakpoint, or whatever it's actually called.
Mm.
And also, here's a pro tip, Alt and X. Or Windows key and X, one of them. Windows key and X.
What is Alt X then?
Windows X. It just brings up your shortcut menu for assorted shenanigans. So like your command prompts, your power options, event viewers, device managers. Basically anything you'd want to use to beat your computer into compliance.
Okay. Yeah, no, Crow mentioned how he had kind of grown up with DOS, and I was thinking, what was the first language I programmed anything in? And it turns out it was BASIC on the Commodore 64.
Yeah, BASIC was... I never got a chance to try BASIC.
Fortran, you bastard!
Oh, just count yourself lucky I didn't say Spanish, guys. Yeah. Oh, speaking of crazy bastards coding in all in weird languages, the original Roller Coaster Tycoon, fucking assembly. Jesus Christ.
What?
The original Roller Coaster Tycoon was written entirely in assembly.
What? Really?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Fucking mad, lad. It's one step away from just writing in ones and zeros.
Yeah. Fucking hell. I mean, well, they did a good job. It was a successful game.
And I think that's partially why it was successful. They were able to fit so much in because it was writing without even a concept of compile.
Back when I was a kid, my dad was a computer programmer. And back then, they had no choice but to be super efficient with how coding was written because they didn't have the bit space to be able to waste the data with badly coded stuff. So
Ubisoft,
a lot of the code was a lot lighter than we have now. Yeah. But nowadays you get very, very bloated code because we've got so much capacity in computers nowadays that you don't need to worry about so much of this shit.
But like, look at Arc. It's fucking 250 gig. Like, fuck off. Like, a large part of the reason that things are so large is the texture model and textures and things, but again, fuck off. You don't need 250 gig. If you're worse,
there's a lot that needs to improve.
If you're worse at optimization than fucking Ubisoft, you've got problems.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it like you get all your textures, you get all the detail stuff, but then if you're leaving in a bunch of features that your game design program, for example, leaves in for all games that you're not actively using, that don't actually add anything to the game, but are just there as background code because they're part of the game design.
That is one of the differences between, say, C++ and C#. Yeah. Monkey can probably tell me the difference, but one of them requires you to ship with all the Windows bollocks, crap. What is it?
Mm,
Visual Studio runtime
yeah.
bastardization.
I did try using, I think it was a game design system that used either C Sharp or C++. I can't remember which one it was, but I ended up just being like, fuck this, I'm just going to use Unreal Engine because it's much easier for me to work with because I unfortunately don't have the mind to code. Coding to me just, yeah, I could do it, but I do it so much slower than I can do with like pictures. Like I really liked the coding system with Unreal where you just had like basically a flow diagram of what you wanted to happen.
Yeah.
And that worked really well. The only problem with Unreal is that it's such a bloated amount of coding to make any of that work.
Yeah. Like, I want to get back into coding because I actually learnt coding in school. And then I took, like, 8 years of not doing that. And it's not like fucking Visual Basic is a language worth writing home about. Monkey's going to laugh at Visual Basic. But, hey, at least it means I can molest things in Access databases.
Fair.
What else do we have? I don't know, but yes. Coding is interesting. My biggest problem with... Sorry, go on.
My dad gave me a book to try and read, which is all about pseudocode and how to write with that. I still need to like actually give it a proper sit down and read, but the idea is that with pseudocode, you can learn pseudocode and convert it into any other kind of coding language because it's not real code, but it gives you the logical instructions for what you're doing. So you just replace all the logical instructions with whichever code's version of that instruction.
Yeah.
That you'd use.
I
don't know how valid it is nowadays.
I mean, there's probably a system where they'll take pseudocode and just spit it into any language you want. It can't be that fucking difficult. And Monkey's like, lol, I remember VB from high school. Yep.
Like, the most coding I would really do was probably CSS and HTML, really. We went to school and stuff. I never got beyond that, really.
Which aren't even technically coding, but yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still worth knowing.
I did create a few little JavaScript programs. Like, I made a little play button that played a certain music track I had for my website at one point, but it was completely fucking... I think it was based on Flash JavaScript as well, so it was kind of shit.
Fuck Flash. I'm glad it's dead.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, like, the biggest problem I find with getting back into coding is you start going into a coding tutorial and it's like if loop, for loop. Okay, I'm bored now. And I need to find a can of bug spray. I'll be back shortly.
I have no mind for code whatsoever. It's just like, no, not interested. Now you put an engine block in front of me, and I can tear it down and rebuild it in probably a couple hours, depending on the complexity. But
I'd be too obsessed with cleaning everything with engine blocks.
Well, but that's the point. You clean everything.
Yeah, but I mean clean it with a polisher.
Okay.
Well, you don't want to do that.
I'd literally like polish everything to a shine, like it must be shiny and clean. I cannot leave it dirt.
I could see you doing that to some of the engine cylinders. Somebody coming in, why is this so clean and shiny? Oh, well, I just had an obsession because I'm a crow.
I couldn't help myself. It glue in the dark and it cold to me, and I had to make it lighter and brighter. Ah, it's so perfect now. You're not allowed to start the engine to test if it works. It must remain perfect.
But it won't work now because you've polished it.
Like, well, it can just remain on my table, or like make a glass table, like a coffee table with a giant fucking V8 engine underneath it. Like, yes, I could make a car out of this, but I'd rather just look at the shiny engine.
God, I do have that spare engine block.
Wait, Callum said he's heard that voice from somewhere before. I'm like, I just came up with that, so I don't know.
Maybe Callum is actually from the future.
Yeah.
That would explain a few things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually a really famous voice actor in the future. That's what it is. Yeah. Except I had to change my name again. So I'm no longer Jonathan Crow. I'm probably like David Siegel.
Albert Raven.
Albert Raven, yeah.
Mickey Loon.
Simon Phoenix.
Mike. I was going to say Mike Litterus, but there we go.
I think you mean Mike Cloaca.
Oh,
It reminds me of bloody what's his face, Gilbert Gottfried reading fucking 50 Shades of Grey.
oh
I don't know if you've ever seen it. That's
Gilbert
just
Godfrey
amazing.
reading anything was absolutely hilarious.
My clitoris! It's like the way it comes out is just amazing.
Gilbert Godfrey reading just about anything that's supposed to be like, the bodice ripper novels would be fucking amazing.
Imagine Gilbert
Oh,
Gottfried playing Batman.
I'm Batman!
Where are the drugs going?
In me?
Oh fuck.
This is odd because Bezik's rushed off. I don't know what for. Oh no, he's back now, and like we're outside just rambling because we don't know what the topics are because he doesn't tell us.
You had to get
Well,
like
apparently
Jerry
it's
Seinfeld
Matt
for
Wizard.
Robin if you did that.
Bezic had to get some bug spray and chase a cockroach that was sitting above his computer chair on the roof.
Oh, He's
So you
just,
had a mum infestation.
Yes.
yeah.
One of those preemptive
Like,
murderings.
the topic is clearly Disco's channel.
Only if Disco gets in here.
Well, her channel is doing pretty well. She's getting quite a lot of views for each episode. They've got like 300 on the RimWorld stuff, which is really cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Actually, what got lots and lots of good views was Factorio when it first started. Because people enjoyed watching Bezic and Monkey cry.
Oh yeah, 650.
There we go, 1,000
Really good.
views
Oh,
on
1K,
the modded
damn.
one.
Wow.
Yes.
Disco should do more shorts because they will help her channel like get out there
Yes.
more. They seem to be really, really pushing shorts.
Well, they're fighting TikTok, so.
Yeah, but that means like for the monetization stuff, you need up to 10 million views on shorts. That's the minimum required because they push them so hard
Oh god, that poor
that you get just a ton of views on them.
Hold on. Let me, yeah, that's the short.
Swamp Hub, Swamp.
Swamp Hub is just glorious.
That's by far.
Should we play
How
Swamp Hub?
How many views did the short get?
Swamp Hub's got 219. The short has 223. That's not Swamp Hub, though.
You should definitely do a Swamp Hub short as well. But I found that it's really difficult to get all the tags right for because you got to add loads of fucking tags, and then you can add the game and all stuff. Like YouTube have made it really difficult to upload game videos.
Oh yeah, like look at this shit. But they just don't pay attention to shorts, like Trim's channel. He gets really good engagement when I upload shorts for him. If YouTube shows them to anybody.
Yes, when Disco isn't working 40 hours a week and traveling every weekend, Disco might have time to edit more shorts. You should hire an editor, maybe. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Oh dear.
I'm sure Bezic would love to do that job. Yeah, I'm surprised how many views
Bezic isn't a good
my shorts
editor
have got.
yet. Well, let's play Swamp Hub. Fuck it, it's worth it.
Yeah, I'm surprised how many views my shorts have got, but I think it's because Dead Space is such a new game.
There was 30 seconds there where I couldn't tell if it was good content or a straight up porn scene. Arctic says, "Lol, sounds like a bad day on the porn set." Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no. Take it in the face.
Oh
my Lord. Clipper time.
Yes, take as much wood as you can.
No. No, 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 no.
Oh,
no, no, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no.
Maybe.
Yes.
Oh, no,
No, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no.
Don't do it.
Try to take all.
Yes.
No, fuck you in the face.
Hang on. Friend.
Yeah.
Protect my butt.
Uh-oh. Is that an abomination up my asshole?
Oh god.
Yes. You're not my real dad.
Don't make me come.
Leave me alone. Still haven't got any clothes on. Leave me alone.
Does
Somebody
anyone
picked it
have
up.
wood for Disco?
Smashy, smashy.
Yeah.
All right. So we're.
I have some wood here. Even more reason to smash. Oh, well, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Oh god!
Yeah, somebody was definitely getting fucked.
We died.
Sorry, I'm just massive compared to the rest of you.
That was just a porn scene. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did I bleach this hole for nothing?
Take it to Bleach's hole.
Oh, the abomination's stuck. It's actually great. He's stuck in my hole.
Bro says he must get back into this at some time. I had a lot of fun with it. If we weren't already at capacity, I talked to Disco and about inviting you, Gry. If we knew you were interested and we didn't already have people, you might get one, because why not?
I hope he's
Fine.
not coming for me, because I haven't got any clothes on.
Exactly. But if Trim dies in a boating accident, we'll keep you in mind.
Oh. God. Also, Disco says, only if the editor works for head pats, wink wink, nod nod.
And it's like, how
So
about
she
bags of
wants-
shiny marbles?
She's basically got to train her cat to do the video editing for her channel now.
I was going to say,
I
does
would
Jack
not
work for
trust
head pats?
George.
I don't know. I mean, head pats and probably some kibble now and then.
I don't know. Maybe we should just invite George to the podcast. He has a lot to say.
He is very vocal, so.
And since we've sat
He's
through
like
that,
Isn't George meant to be the official mascot? Really? Let's be honest.
yes, definitely of Disco's channel. Since we've done that video, mandatory making fun of Trim time. So
Let me be back in the dungeon. The dungeon is nice. The dungeon is. Oh,
The dungeon
never
is
mind.
love.
Oh god, another one! Why is there so much shit outside? I'm running circles with an ever-increasing fucking tail of fucking animals and creatures! Dear Lord! Not again! Oh god! Fuck my life! Oh, what are you laughing at?
The way Trim's just completely oblivious.
You couldn't pay for it.
Chasing the woods by a big trail or something at the time.
I think it was an abomination chasing him.
Yeah, it was an abomination.
yeah,
That's crazy.
and just Disco and I dying of laughter. And now, of course, yeah, it's a Yankee from the Connecticut,
Oh god,
and
not
he ends
this
up
one
in
again.
King Arthur's court. Do you understand how different those are supposed to be in time, Trim?
A little bit.
Damn it, I
But
guys.
is it the BBC version of King Arthur where everyone is culturally diverse, or is it like actual? King Arthur?
No, it's Mark Twain, the guy who wrote books that included the N-word with a hard R.
Who the hell is Mark Twain?
Oh, right, fuck.
You can't be that ignorant, Grim.
For fuck's sake, doesn't know who Mark
I've never heard of this Mark Twain fella.
Huckleberry Finn.
I've seen
Back
a
when we
movie
discovered
with the
Trim
guy.
was completely,
Oh, for
Illiterate.
Movie.
illiterate.
That was really-
Oh,
That
dear.
was Mark
Yeah.
Twain.
And after that, in the considerably lengthened live stream, that just was somewhere, I think. Actually, I broke it into a video because what we were doing died. Yes. 2 hours and 20 minutes, of which an hour and 20 minutes of that is our brains failing and yelling at Trim.
Yes.
Oh, not a Robert Cat. I bet Greta knows who Mark Twain is.
Oh.
Callum is suggesting that we remind some of them who may not be here who Mark Twain is. That sounds like a deflection, my friend.
That might get a boot from the channel.
Hmm.
Or a
I'm
boot to the
hovering
head.
over the timeout button for that, I swear.
Yes, he does look a little bit like Einstein. Let's
Well,
play.
Einstein looks a little bit like Mark Twain.
Since we're doing some shorts, let's
Would be the fair
play
way to put it, yeah.
a crow
Put
short.
the brute one. Ah, the brute one's better, but
No, the brute one's better.
slightly, yeah.
Is that the one? What am I meant to do with this?
Hazardous anomaly detected.
Nowhere this thing for a while. What am I supposed to do about this? Woo! Run, Isaac! What are you doing? Woo!
That's the run of a man who doesn't care if he lives or die.
I'm like, this is the first time ever fighting a bruise, so I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
I didn't even know if I was killing it or not. I was like, oh god.
Isaac runs from death like a married man.
Yeah. I've seen some brilliant shorts where people they do the intro of the game and they just walk, they don't run, and it just looks like he's just like, I've played this game so many times, I'm not scared of anything anymore. Just an necromorph, whatever. It looks so chilled out.
Yeah, when you started running, I just flashed to like, is he over encumbered? Because that's what it's like in Skyrim.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you're in space in a heavy suit. I guess you would probably run slowly, but I'm like, no, move! He's trying to fucking punch you.
I mean, the station clearly has artificial gravity, so what? Come on, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh dear. So, where were we?
Anyway.
So we got onto this talking about. Well, I was hoping to segue. I was intending to segue from chilling disco to looking at some of the other dumb shit about that game.
Oh yes, let's do that. I've been meaning to play
actually,
it, but,
before we do, a question for Crow: have you seen the trans toilet signs yet?
Yes,
God.
I have. I specifically just ignored them because it doesn't really affect the game. It's just like subtle things that they've changed.
B, you want your
in
child
the
to
game.
stand any chance in hell?
The problem is, I don't really give a shit. That's the thing. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not going to be offended by it because I don't care more than anything. I think if it was real life, sure, but it's just a game and it's just a virtue signal. So I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not the worst virtue signal I've seen. Like with every game, even like fucking Hogwarts with the whole, oh, you can have a trans character. Like, I don't care.
How about this for a character name?
Ema Bigot.
I'm a bigot. That's actually pretty fucking great. It's really fucking funny.
Yes. Disco's character name is special. It's so good they can't remember what it
Disco's
is.
character is special, let's not lie.
Hey. Disco's character is exactly like the bartender.
I'm surprised this game hasn't got multiplayer, to be fair.
You know, that
They
or co-op.
clearly intended it to have some kind of multiplayer.
Yeah. Because it's such a vast open world, it makes no sense that you can't be there with other people. Like,
open world. Maybe
that's what I've been
Disco.
told.
It's not a vast open world, at least so far as we've seen.
I've been told that it's a massively open world game, one of the biggest, bigger than GTA. At least that's what I've read online. I could be wrong because I haven't played it.
Yeah, it's probably going to be
I've seen,
completely
it's all
empty
on
though.
rails.
Yeah.
No, the first 3 hours were literally all on rails.
Oh, well, I'll see. Well, it might be that they're trying to guide you somewhat.
Yeah, but my god, it's such a bad story. It is so horrendously boring. And
I've seen lots of repetitions of this stupid spell where you keep a person spinning in the air by hitting them over and over again, and it looks really kind of
Yeah.
I'm a wizard and I can make you spin in the air. Woo!
let
I'm like,
me
okay.
see, because
Rip his fucking arms off. Come on. Like, I want violence.
like
Yeah, I was watching Shade Master's
I-
stream last night, and he was having fun with it, but it's like, you could tell he was like, yeah, this is getting grindy fast.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what it looks, repetitive.
as Marku points out, size of the open world map doesn't mean anything if it's empty. Yes, correct. So I'm going to spoil the opening part of the plot. Not that anyone really cares, but
No. Oh, God, what will I do?
if you do intend to play it yourself for the memes and want to be surprised by this, plug your ears now for like the next 2 minutes. So the game starts out essentially with a letter saying how but you're special, that they've just found out your magic powers and they're sending a teacher to instruct you. Then, of course, you have to go to Hogwarts to start your 5th year. Because, and then magically, while you're waiting with your professor for your carriage or something, some other magic dude shows up, and he's got a box. But it's a box from the professor's wife, who was investigating something magical involving super special power magic. And then...
Professor's wife's box?
Yes. So then
testicle lockbox.
So then you end up flying along and you get attacked by a dragon, and then your character touches the box and, oh, what a coinkydink! You have access to ancient magic power! Conveniently, the exact thing that your professor's wife was researching. And then you detour through some weird magic place, and then you get teleported to fucking Gringotts. And it's just boring.
You know, this sounds like J.J. Abrams wrote the plot.
Yeah, probably. And then, of course, immediately when you get to Hogwarts, one of the characters you meet in your first class... Oh, God, actually, let me see if I can get them up, because they're a fucking joke.
You mean the Wakanda Forever student?
Yes,
Totally not racist caricature from Uagudu?
Yes, that's who I mean. I mean the totally not out of place transfer student from Uganda.
Which
Not a single gourd to be seen. I feel ripped off.
Yes.
you know, the thing that bothered me with that character is, weren't they doing wandless magic?
Yes. Oh, apparently everyone can do wandless magic in this time period.
Oh, so yeah. Wakanda for whatever.
Let's see. It's in here somewhere.
And then the professor that's going to ask you about your car's extended warranty.
Yep. So you rock up in class, and one of the first things you see is a black chick. Yeah.
There's an open seat here.
That's not stereotypical accent at all.
Site 09.
Hello,
Again,
I'm
how
Nettie.
the hell
So you
did
are the
you
new
get to
student.
Hogwarts in the 1800s?
Have you met
You've got your
Professor
own
Ronan?
schools.
Yes, they do have their own goddamn schools, and where does she talk about it? She is the transfer student, quite literally from Ugadu. Oh yeah, and the loading times are horrendous, and there is a loading time on nearly every fucking door in Hogwarts. Frame rate is atrocious, and in one of the
Load war.
and in one of the
This
cuts,
goes back to the poor coding.
and in one of the cutscenes, the draw distance is so shit that, because it's one of those weird cutscenes where they just lock a camera to your head, and then in the game, as your head moves, the back wall comes in and out of focus.
And that was not
My
just
computer, if it's
on
this bad,
Disco.
I
I've
know
seen
it
it with others playing that.
Yes.
Maybe
Specifically the
turning
Shade
it down would get me
Gather your things on the way out.
a slightly shorter loading screen.
Well done,
cut.
Baxter.
Another
You
cut.
took the loss in stride. Didn't want to go too easy on you. Took me weeks to
What
become
poor
proficient
writing.
with Accio. Took weeks for me to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier, I promise.
Great.
That's an option for us. Go.
Thank you,
No,
but
no.
I've been holding
That
my
might be
own.
too far.
I appreciate your confidence. I transferred here from Wagadu just
Yeah,
before my
literally transferred from
I might have
Ugadu.
received an offer to teach divination here.
At least at least they come up with a slightly legitimate reason. But apparently this Ugadu has a school that's much bigger than Hogwarts, literally carved into the rock. So the magical kingdom of Ugadu that lives in rocks. Yes, she does know the way.
Mhm.
Yeah, Ugadu School of Magic is the largest wizarding school in the world, so yes, bigger than Hogwarts. Really? Really, bitch? I
Then it
really
was
don't think so.
colonized by the Germans.
It's hard to tell if who colonized
French.
Ugadu.
Actually, the Belgians win. That's why
Oh.
they
That's what the Belgians are the reason there are no wizards in Africa today.
That's right. Yeah, their hand magic went away. They were cut to half power.
Wait, wasn't there? Hang on. Wasn't there a policy something to do with hands in Belgian
In
Africa?
the Belgian Congo, yes.
Yeah. Oh, so now we know what happened to the wizards.
Give Arden a hand, everybody.
Yeah. Okay, Silent Pavlov in chat. I'm not going to repeat what you said. I'm going to actually. I am going to say it, but I assume what you said was the chick with the deep voice.
Alternatively, it is the Chinese person
Yeah.
with the deep voice. Speaking of deep voices, so Disco obviously chose voice 1 for her body type 2 character. So that's expected, but wait till you hear the voice of the bartender.
Now, what can I... Oh, there's a face I haven't seen before.
Hear any problems there?
Yeah, you know, I really want to go with this AI bot that I've been messing around with and just re-record the dialogue and see if there's a way to mod it in.
Oh God! Every other character says, "Father, don't."
Oh, dearie me. So what else do we have?
Hogwarts Catholic College of Wizarding and Witchcraft.
Oh, God.
Hogwarts Seminary.
Speaking of,
Or Seminary.
so this fucking weirdo
Oh yes.
says, you call yourself a trans ally just because you're harassing streamers playing Hogwarts Legacy? I'm literally pulling the plugs of Make-A-Wish kids' life support who are wishing to go to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter at Universal Studios. I hope that's
sick as fuck.
I hope that's a joke, but I don't think so.
Well, he does call himself a comedian in this
Comedian.
profile, but he also calls himself a proud crack addict. So
Yeah, I'd believe he's a crack addict.
Yep.
God, Razor Ramon. I haven't seen Razor Ramon in fucking forever.
Protected group.
This'll do.
There
Oh.
you go. Is anything about misgendering?
Ooh, sexual orientation. That'll do. Yes, it's definitely because of their sexual orientation.
Wait, you can't be prejudicial to somebody on Twitter because of what caste they're in? That's unfair.
Yeah.
Screw those untouchables.
We'll see what happens with that.
I think we all know what will happen with that, but
Well,
it's worth using their own tools against them.
well, apparently rather than just disbanding it entirely, Elon gave the trust and safety cunts a new leader who is exactly the kind of idiot that was there before.
Of course.
And we'll come back and touch on that later when we look at some other shenanigans. Up next.
There's some shenanigans I do hope we touch on at some point, but we'll cross that bridge later.
So, up next, let's go have a look at a little bit of American politics. Obama refuses to let the FBI search his homes. Why does he get a choice?
That's a very good question.
Now,
Indian privilege.
Yes. Now, I fully support Obama telling the FBI to go screw themselves. I think that all the
Considering we
American...
support everybody telling the FBI to go screw themselves, yeah.
Correct. And Obama definitely
Yeah.
counts as a body. And an every.
Yep. Or a psalm.
Yeah.
And a sub. What?
Okay, we could go there. More of a somebody, yeah.
Yes.
I'm, and this is one of those things where
Most famous for being married to the first male first lady.
Don't pick on Big Mike.
and this is one of those. There's a part of me, that's like, I think there should be some things where executive privilege is extended for those out of office, Obama and Trump included.
Yes. If you're an ex-president and you've still got classified shit, I think we can stick that under the executive privilege banner for both of them.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'd be willing to go back with any president, because sometimes discussions need to be made that don't need to be publicly known or just swept under the rug and destroyed, because the executive is a position that needs a little bit more flexibility and subterfuge at times than personally I'm generally comfortable with, but I understand things need to be done.
Correct. If, however, a former vice president is found with documents from their vice presidency that they aren't supposed to have, well, that's a different story, because they don't have the ultimate declassification authority.
No, they don't. And really, a lot of that, unless it was something that they were tasked with and it's explicitly written that they should have these documents, that retention should not be had. I don't care if it's Potato Head Biden or Mike Pence or any other VP. They should not have that protection, because they're just an assistant.
Correct.
A man in waiting.
Yes. I was going to say Kamala Harris, but then I remembered that Kamala Harris is actually the president. So I think the next few articles are not terribly connected, but speaking of men married to men, Ilhan Omar's husband vows to fight to get her back on committees, because that's what big brothers do.
What the? He has no authority to fight anything.
Correct. Is he even a citizen?
Yes, he married his sister to get there.
Well, no, that was to get permanent residency.
A green card.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he actually is a citizen, is he?
I don't honestly know. I haven't really given enough of a fuck to find out.
Besides, if he did get in through a green card, well, that's fraud. That's immigration fraud. Because in order to get in on a spouse visa, you need to be legally married. And in America, you can't legally marry your sister.
Exactly.
Sad Alabama noises.
Actually, apparently it's more of a problem in California these days. And then in New York State, fuck New York, they were pushing incest laws between, I think it was a father and daughter. Some court case a couple months back that I was reading about and promptly blocked from my memory because fuck New York.
Yep. Chuck Cobb has an interesting point. I know this is a joke, but what we really need to do is just expel her from Congress altogether. I'm for having her deported, but no country will take her.
Oh, she could go to Ireland.
I hear they'll take anyone black. I agree with him in memery, but I believe technically that bitch did lie her way into citizenship.
Oh, Swan's in chat.
Yep,
hey, Swan.
So. Hey, Swan. So, what I find ridiculous is just, the SVOD, which is Russian for squad, is throwing such a hissy fit over this. And you're not in power. You're not able to make these decisions, and sure as hell her brother husband has no ability to do any of this anyway. So these people just need to shut the hell up and take the L.
Absolutely.
Yep. That poor guy, but hey, at least he probably got paid for being in that movie.
And he's now president.
You know, the resemblance is uncanny, though.
Indeed.
Personally, I want there to be like just they come out that this is Joe Biden's bastard child.
I mean, Joe Biden has been policing politics since the 1600s.
True. He really inspired Guy Fawkes, actually.
Well, just remember that Biden was a royalist.
Yes. Yes, he was. Monkey. Hunter Biden looks better before all the crack. And Parmesan.
Oh, base. So, up next. There's a fraud ring in the Portland area where people use food benefits to buy bottled water that is then redeemed as cash through bottle return. That money is then spent on drugs.
Nice. Playing the system.
Yep. I think this is yet another prime example of how food stamps, cashless debit cards, and all the ilk are just a waste of time and fucking money. It's cheaper to the taxpayer to just give the crackhead money.
Yep. They actually, I think they did interesting tests that with homelessness, where instead of giving them certain benefits and stuff, they just gave them a lump of like 35 grand, and that actually meant these people could get themselves a place to stay, get themselves a job, get themselves cleaned up, and we're off the streets a lot quicker.
Well, that's one of the big problems that you have with welfare, because it's stuck to either subsistence level or lower. Yeah. Because they're being punitive. It's not even enough to survive, so people get nowhere. What people on welfare need is an influx of cash to better their situation.
And because they get that they did that test, like I said, and they get that influx, they can suddenly afford to actually get a place. That having a place means they can shower. Getting a place means they can have their own clothes and have the security. Means they have the ability to pay their rent while they're looking for a job.
Now,
and they're all things you just fucking can't do when you're on a subsistence allowance.
Yeah, like car and license, boom, done.
Yep. Well, the thing that always gets me with the way the current welfare system is, and I know I've banged on about this quite a bit in the past, it's all about just maintaining people where they are, not bettering them, not advancing them in any way.
Mm.
And they're we can give them education and training and blah blah blah. There's a lot of people who have made this a choice of lifestyle.
Yeah. Also, this whole we'll give them education and training thing is nice, but they can't afford the bus fare to get there.
Exactly. Now, see, my idea is an old idea, with the poor farms and stuff like that. And you take these people, you put them, in a place where they're growing their own food, they're learning additional skills, you give them an education, you give them like a year to 6 months, or a year and 6 months, sorry, to, be there. And if they don't become more productive and basically buy their way out of the system, which is basically you do the work, you help with the poor farm, so you're growing food, you're learning manual labor skills, and you're also learning some higher skills.
So essentially, you're talking about the old Victorian poorhouses that we had in England.
Yes, and in the United States, we had actual poor farms where they would take them to these specific spots. You could live there, rent free, but you had to help with the farming tasks. And they did basic education. At that time was, reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Mm-hmm.
And these people, because it was not glamorous, and they were required to do things, eventually went, I think the longest thing I've ever read was like 2 years. And it was a wife with like, widow with like 4 or 5 kids. And basically, till the kids were old enough to start learning. And then they moved, bought a piece of property like 10 miles away and opened up their own farm. And the family's been on that piece of land ever since. And that was, 1880s, 1890s. So is it perfect? Absolutely not. But I think it's a hell of a lot better than.
There were a lot of children in poor houses in Victorian times, but then again, in the
at least they were
Victorian times,
inside, which is better than a lot of kids these days fucking get.
Well, typically what you had in the Victorian era is you had the poor and you had the working class. The people were working, they were earning enough to live usually. But now we have an odd situation where we have people who are working and still poor and can't afford basics, which is it's really screwing the economy massively because people can't just get things done. There's not that upward mobility, I guess.
Monkey, I think, misunderstood what you said slightly, Craig, because he says if you pay homeless people 35k and make myself homeless tomorrow, you can't incentivize becoming homeless because what fucking idiot won't do that? I don't think that's...
Yeah, he completely misunderstood the point, but yeah, I get what he's coming from. I didn't describe it very well.
He's correct, but his statement is correct, but that's not what Crow was talking about. Crow was talking about a specific... What would you call it? Experiment.
It was essentially, it was a study that was done where they took different groups of homeless people, the confirmed homeless people that they had been working with. Some they gave a set amount of income each month, and some they gave a lump sum, or I think it was 35 grand off the top of my head. And basically they tested the results and tracked these people for a year to see how they progressed. And the first group that were given a lower regular amount were actually still homeless in some cases, whereas the other people who'd been given the lump sum had managed to get jobs and stuff. And statistically speaking, it showed that the lump sum allowed much more of that social mobility to actually progress and get somewhere rather than being stuck. I'm not suggesting that the government should be like, you're homeless, we'll give you 35 grand, like willy-nilly, because that would be fucking ridiculous. But it did prove the point that social welfare as it is as a system isn't functioning the way it could do to help people. People sort of stuck.
It's straight up a trap. It's often called that the welfare trap because you can't get out. Because the reason the lump sum would work in this case is because it gives you options with the money. If you were receiving a fixed monthly benefit and that benefit is so low that it doesn't cover all the necessities, well, every month you spend what you've got and then you sit there for a month hoping to either get lucky or die.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it was basically what I was doing when I first started my business. On Universal Credit, I was getting maybe 250 initially to £300 a month. And I had to pay all of my bills, as well as any bill that the company had while I was setting up, including startup costs. And that was really fucking difficult. I really invested a lot. I had to buy vacuum cleaners, I had to buy mops, buying uniforms, paying for a website, hosting all of that, and all the rigmarole of the legal expenses, like getting an accountant. We were very fortunate that we had an accountant. They were costing like 150 a month, and they did it for us free for nearly a year until we got into a better position. And yeah, it was a very, very difficult thing to do. But had I been given 35 grand, I could have been like, okay, I can just, boom, done, business started. I can start working. I could do all sorts with that. Like the biggest problem is the slow trickle in means you have to take a long time to get anything done before you can actually really see some progress in what you're doing. Yeah. Whereas when you have a lump sum, you can just, I've got everything I need. I bought myself a nice van. I've got myself a professional van mounted carpet cleaning system. I can now offer a service where I go in and clean carpets professionally. I can buy myself that 2 or 3 grand fucking rotary counter brush machine for cleaning the carpet. Yeah, it's like, it's such a fucking nightmare to try and do that trickle by trickle by trickle so you can do the good job that people will then hire you for more. Because if you go in with like a cheap £600 carpet cleaning machine, people will be like, well, you're not a professional, you're just some cheapo. You go in with a proper professional kit, people will want to hire you again. And it was a long time before things really got going. because of the way that worked. And thankfully, I got to a point where I'm now off of those benefits and I'm living off of self-employment entirely now. So, but yeah, I really feel for people who are struggling to get work because we've got a really fucked up economy and they're living off benefits that can barely pay for them to, for example, get driving lessons. Like the driving lessons are so expensive. If you want to become a truck driver just to deliver Amazon packages or something, just to get a basic fucking income, it's so much money. You have to get like a paper round, and even then you're not earning enough money. So it's like there is not a lot of upward social mobility that's happening in the country at the moment because
of course, and
the
God
way it's
forbid
set
you want a regular car license, which you need.
up. I don't even have one.
Because
I don't even have one still.
I've
never been able to afford to do all the lessons. I ride a motorbike because I can have an L plate and carry on riding around without having to have any training. That's it. Once every 2 years, I have to do a compulsory basic training course, and then I just do that. It's like, what, 80 quid at most?
Yeah, in Australia, it's fucked up because Australia being the size it is, a car is pretty much essential, especially if you live somewhere you can afford. Like all these idiots will go like, "Oh, move to the big city. It'll be easy to get work that way." Fuck off! Why not? There's no way in hell I could afford that if I took my whole family with me. Two, living out in the country, I can have fancy things like grass. Well, not even in the country. Living in suburbia,
several
like
acre large fucking gardens and stuff when we were living in places.
Yeah, I've got a massive fucking yard. I've got a garage and a shed for less than I'd pay for a fucking 1-bedroom piece of shit apartment.
And again, as Arden points out, there's no mass transit in rural areas either. I live in the middle of nowhere. The bus system, it takes me 45 minutes to get to my local city, or an hour to the other city, which is Bristol. If I'm on a bike, I can get there in 20 minutes on a good day.
Yeah.
And that makes a big fucking difference to your everyday commute.
Yeah.
I remember I had to take 2 buses at one point to get to a job I was working in Bristol. And it was 4 hours on the buses every day just to get to and from that job because I couldn't ride anything. I couldn't go on the motorways to get to the job because of the way the L-plate works. But I couldn't earn enough in that job to then go ahead and expand my license. It was just like, it was ridiculous. I was losing battle at all points.
At my last job, I was commuting between 3 and 4 hours a day. And people are like, "Oh, why don't you move to the city so you can commute those?" Why? So I can spend more money on less? Like, because the way the transit system works is it costs me no extra to travel the extra distance to where I am that it would take me to travel a reasonable distance to somewhere I could theoretically afford in the big city. Like, an extra $2 a day, or an extra several hundred a week.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was going to do when if I had been offered a job at the Lotus Eaters, for example. I was planning to move to somewhere like Corsham or Chippenham, and then I'd just get a train in because I can literally get to the train for Swindon, and the office is pretty much outside the train station. So I could live in a cheaper location without having to pay all the fucking prices of being in Swindon itself. Some of the places in Swindon aren't too bad, but in the centre it's quite pricey for basically shitty properties as far as I've found. But also because I still run my cleaning company in Bath, it's like a perfect commute between both cities, right in between the both. But like there's no way of doing that without actually, like, I run my company and I would be working a full-time job just to be able to afford to do all of that properly. You know, that like it's a complete ridiculous system where people are working 2 or 3 different jobs just to survive these days.
Yeah. Let's do some quick comment reading. Firstly, from 23 minutes ago, Real Holt Snow donated $5. Sorry for not reading it out then, man. Got a bit distracted, as you no doubt noticed. This is when we were looking at the Ooga School of Rock Magic. And said, Holt Snow said, "What was that? The Ooga Booga School of Magic?" Yes, it was. And now, there's quite a few people who've been sharing their experiences in chat, including Holt Snyder, who said, "I used to be a seasonal worker. Yeah. I got 60% of my best quarters and my calculated unemployment benefits, but if I worked, the amount would be reduced accordingly, literally incentivizing me not to work."
Yeah, They do the same in the benefits. If you earn over a certain amount, they reduce the amount of benefits you get, so they don't incentivize you getting a full-time job.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they
same thing here.
start it too low. Like, obviously you need a cutoff, but they taper it down starting too early, and it's just a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Holt said, also, it's hard to get rent first month, last month, and security deposit. You need thousands saved up to get a home.
Yeah.
Correct?
It's like 1,800 was the deposit I've seen for some places just to actually go out. I'm like, I'm not going to sit on £1,800 doing fuck all just to rent a place. At that point, I'm going to buy other things that are more beneficial. Like I'll spend that on stuff for my business, for example.
$1,800 would probably get me my car license. I'm not fucking sitting on that in case I want to decide that, oh, I want to live in a worse property with worse conditions and I can't bring the cat.
And the worst thing of all is, like, yes, I could go and rent a property and have this alternative location where I can be in all these lovely things. It'll all be my own. Great. But now I'm also tying myself to a massive expense on a regular basis. And what do I get out of that expense? I get something, but it's that independence rather than am I going to be having better access to work? Am I going to have better access to doing more with my business? Well, not really. No, it's not actually benefiting me in that way at all. I'm not closer to my clients. I'm not gaining any more money from my clients because I can move closer. So being in the city doesn't make any fucking sense to me. So why would I spend the money on it? I might as well stay in the rural areas away from everything and commute in. It's just there's no incentive for me to go and spend lots of money to live in a big city and then not earn enough for it.
Yeah, not to mention, I did the math at the time because living with people sucks, but also I like the cat. Even if I was to leave the cat behind, it would still cost me more in rent than I'd save on commute. So I'd be spending more money to live worse, closer.
And then in the UK, it's probably the same across the world at the moment, but you get the rent trap where it's currently the same cost to pay a mortgage monthly than that it is to rent a place. So if you're renting a place, you can never save up to actually fucking get a mortgage on a place and have your own fucking home.
Yep.
So you'll never fucking get one.
And of course, the crucial part to that is, like, how do you put it? Nope, the idea's gone.
Of course.
Well, with some of my friends, that they're one. Well, she was.
Oh yeah,
in
that's
Boston,
what I was
now
saying.
she's in
Sorry,
Atlanta.
what I was thinking came back. The bastards don't consider the fact that you've paid rent for 20 fucking years when they can assess your ability to pay a mortgage.
Oh, and Disco brings up a good point. She's like, let's talk about moving costs. Fucking hell. I have moved 8 times in my life, Disco, and every time we've moved twice with movers when we moved to and from Australia. The one time I didn't exist, the other time I did. Ever since then, we have had to do all the moving ourselves, including renting the vans, including packing everything up ourselves. We would go to local food shops, like groceries and stuff, and ask them for their leftover boxes, so we didn't have to pay for boxes. So there are ways you can do it cheaper, but it is fucking expensive to do it in where you get professionals in to do everything and put everything there. And then, as you say, there's the deposit issues because you get because I do a lot of cleaning in the local bath area. We get a lot of student places, and they treat the places like shit. But these places are scumlord properties that you'll never get the fucking deposit back on because they are so bad, and the landlord will literally just say, no, I didn't leave it, I didn't give it to you this way, and they will do everything in their power to take that deposit from you to try and pay for repairing their entire thing to make it look nicer. And that's how they keep they do the minimum work they can on the property, keep it a shithole, and then they try and do everything to screw you over because there's no incentive for them not to, essentially.
On that point,
I agree with you, Disco.
It is well worth remembering that to take advantage of modern technology when you move in, get your phone out, walk around the house, preferably while the real estate person's still there, film every fucking thing, and keep that film. Because when you have to go to whatever ombudsman you have for dealing with cunthole scumlords and beat them to death with evidence, It's a lot easier when you can just go, here's the video, there's the landlord in the video.
Yeah, and Callum Dayton makes a good point. He said, if I wasn't living with my parents, living in a tent would be affordable for me. And that's the case
You
for
can
a lot
afford
of
a
people at the moment.
tent.
Yep.
Like, my parents are both in basically council house properties, paying about half the monthly rent that you normally would. I currently stay with my dad, living with him, and I pay no rent because I'm not earning enough to justify that. I'm like probably living on about 350, maybe £400 a month, just being able to pay my bills roughly and, make sure I'm fed. But there's no way for me to get ahead unless I either become a super fucking famous YouTuber, which, let's be honest, that's a pipe dream, or if somehow my business suddenly takes off, which is even harder now because the government managed to fuck over the economy and screw over most of the business over the last 3 years. So,
Yep.
yeah, rock and a hard place. So I completely empathize.
Yeah.
Yeah, between
Let's.
COVID and Ukraine, everybody's fucked.
Yeah.
And the government's just been cunts and going, you want a business? You want to do a business? Let's add more regulation. But anyway,
add more tax.
Yeah.
Well, and don't forget you've got all of your filing fees. You've got your fees to basically get the company set up. So when you're doing an initial setup on a company, you're basically paying thousands of dollars that you'll never see a return on. And you're hoping that you have enough left after all of the legal fees, because in the United States, you've got state, sometimes local, and federal governments, all with their hands out, expecting you to come out and pay all this money up front, just so you can get off the ground to start the business. And then you've got all the other hard work to actually grow the business. And
yeah.
It's really putting people behind the eight ball in entrepreneurship.
Yes.
Because
Holtzinator says, let's not be too doomer about it. It is possible to... Sorry, Holtzinator donated $5. Thank you again, sir. And said, let's not be too doomer about it. It is possible to get out of the rent trap, but it does take multiple good dedicated incomes and sacrifices. Not saying it's very easy, but it is possible. See, it's that multiple good dedicated income parts that's the problem.
Well, so a friend of mine, as I was saying earlier, she lived in Boston now and Atlanta. And she keeps falling into the rent trap, not because she can't make good money, but because we're living in these large urban areas. She's making what, 70 grand a year, but she's paying at least, I think it was $1,200 in rent every month.
Yeah.
And I'm paying not even, I throw in some extra principal, $800 a month for a 3-bedroom house.
Jesus.
And it's just me and the silverfish, and occasionally the cat. And I'm like, I got lucky. I'm not gonna say I didn't, but I got into the market when it was down. But all the rent trap stuff is true, because unless you basically live a very austere life for a very long time, it's very difficult to get out of that cycle. And unless you're willing to move out in a little ways out where it's not convenient, and that's the other problem people have now, is they want convenience.
And on the flip side, this isn't so much about the short-term gratification versus long-term success thing. The long-term success in that argument generally isn't 30 years. Yeah. If you've got to make dedicated sacrifice for 30 fucking years, screw that shit. Bring on the hedonism. People expect to work hard on something for like a couple of years, maybe sacrifice for a couple of years. If you need 30 of them, it's ridiculous. I'd like to read some more comments from chat because we missed some really insightful stuff. Maureen says she's been on benefits herself for a while, very hard to leave. If you do manage to get a better paying job, the state usually screws you over hard because you need to start paying them back. And you suddenly have several more expenses, ride to work, lunch, you only get paid after the first month. Some of them end up even poorer than before they left benefits, at least for the first year and a half, and some people will never be able to get out.
Yeah. And this is something I've noticed because of the way things have shifted since, I would say, the late 70s with the corporate culture. It has been, and I'm not going to say, oh, it was this grand ideal, but the impression I've always gotten from talking to people who worked in those times, the companies were more interested in employee loyalty and were willing to pay out extra benefits and in health insurance and stuff like that. And then the government started taxing those benefits. And suddenly the companies are like, well, I can just get this cheaper because I can. And there's no incentive for these companies to basically look out after their employees.
Oh yeah, that's a thing. In Australia, your welfare is also taxable income. So, yay.
Christ.
Fortunately, we don't pay tax. I say fortunately, but let's put it this way. You don't pay tax under $18,000. People who only receive unemployment for the year don't pay tax. But if you do have any other income, your unemployment still counts. So if you get a job halfway through the year, they're going to tax every fucking cent of that over 18 grand. But your fucking unemployment's already put you halfway there.
And Marku actually has a pretty good thread going on here. One problem about finding a job in a big city around here, they usually require several years worth of experience before they'll even consider you. I got turned away several times because I didn't have 5 years of experience as a recent graduate. My current job is in the countryside simply when I was ready to start. And, he works as a welder. And I don't care what you do, because welders should make pretty damn good money if you're good at it. But I've noticed this weird, creeping requirements because university education is just worth absolute dog shit.
I remember seeing a similar thing that you're talking about. There was a job that required 5 years of a certain coding language, but that coding language had only existed for 2 years at that point, and they hadn't realized for some reason.
Yeah. Because a lot of these companies, I think, if they did two things: start apprentice programs, because we really need the apprenticeship system to return, because let's be honest, there's a lot of jobs out there where you don't necessarily need a university education to be able to do the job very competently, very well.
And there is a serious problem with the whole apprenticeship thing. In any country that does this stupid shit where you don't have to pay teenagers enough. No. Like any job that a teenager's allowed to do, they do as well as an adult. All that paying them less tells you is that everyone's getting ripped off. The adults because they can't get a fucking job, and the teenagers because they're not getting paid properly. And that applies to apprenticeships. I know. I've checked. Bezic would Bezic would love to do an apprenticeship in locksmithing or electrical or
apprenticeship. I tried doing an apprenticeship in IT once, and I did complete my apprenticeship. But I also found that it ended up on TV, the apprenticeship company I went to, because it actually turned out to be a scam apprenticeship company. Yay!
Yay!
Oh God, Changeling, who I don't think I've seen in chat before, so hello and welcome. They had the same problem coming out of training as a phlebotomist. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the job is. The system is set up so they only want to pay people with exorbitant amount of experience, and they're not willing to, on paper, train anybody, and then you have to go through some bullshit training of, oh wow, you gotta go through this health and safety and sensitivity training, but actual on-the-job practical training where they give you 6 months to get up to speed and succeed, it does not seem to have happened very often.
Kurt Morser, who I don't think we've seen before either, says, I taught myself to pick locks over the lockdown bears. You can be a self-taught locksmith. Welcome to the hell that is the nanny state and government regulation. You need to be licensed.
No.
How do you
And
get licensed?
has been around, but names have changed. Yeah.
Ah, fair.
And Disco does have a point in chat. Networking is one of the best skills you can learn because that gets you known.
Yes.
The problem is if you're in a rural area where there isn't a lot of work, it doesn't matter how well known you are.
It
the
also
job's simply
it
not
also
there.
depends on your industry and things like. Obviously, if you are going into something specific that is its own industry, hell yeah, networking's great. But when your industry of interest is shut up and pay me,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm really bad at networking. I normally make people hate me before I've even had a chance to try and network.
and I'm just autistic, so welcome to.
And I will say, for myself, networking is a big hurdle because I'm extremely private, with a lot of that sort of stuff. So I don't go out to conferences and shit like that because I don't want to be known by people.
Yeah, I think conferences and things like that would probably make me slightly mental. as well.
Not to mention that I think partly because of the autism and partly because I'm just not a weirdo, small talk makes me want to hurt people.
Yeah.
Yes.
And throughout my entire life, because I have a fairly unique name, everybody's like, "Oh, well, you're so and so." I'm like, "Yes, I am Bleach Demon, thank you."
Yes.
And it's like stories are told about me by people I've never even met, like 3 iterations from someone who I know, and so I'm always like, "Why do people in these circles always seem to know me?"
Yeah.
This is disturbing. This is bothersome. I do not like it. So that's why I tend to go extremely private with just about everything.
Holt Snyder has donated another $5. Thank you kindly, sir. And says, my guess for the coding language experience thing is that people who are doing the hiring don't consult with the developers. They might not even be part of the company. Could be external vendor, which is one of the downsides of decentralization. Ah, yes. That's the other problem with getting a job. HR sucks. Whether it's a private, with just a company doing HR or an internal HR department, they're all scum. Why, yes. Write us a 6-page essay on why we're fantastic. Write another 6-page essay on why you want to work here. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Now re-enter into our stupid, shitty, questionably secured website the entire contents of the resume we had you upload at the start. Now select from this drop-down box whether or not you have given in to the demands of Fauci or not. And as if we don't know as if the contents of that box won't automatically reject everybody fucking here.
That would technically be illegal in the UK. They're not allowed to ask for any medical information whatsoever.
Yeah, not allowed to do that here either. Didn't stop them.
Like, I'm not answering that question.
But at the same time, it's like the question, especially with the stab, is one that hangs over everyone in a very unnecessary and awkward way.
There's even a website called Jobless Jobs in order to connect employers who don't give a shit to employees who actively want to avoid that.
Good. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, this whole weird push to try and tell people what to put in their bodies is just immoral. Fucking completely immoral. As an employer myself, I wouldn't expect to know anything about that kind of stuff. I know that the employees I had, 2 of them got vaccinated. One of them got 1 vaccine and then thought, actually, no, fuck the rest of this because it's all bullshit. And I didn't get vaccinated at all.
Watch the truth there, Cry. We're still on YouTube.
Sorry.
Just to clarify, Mr. Crow was talking about one of his employees' YouTube monitor.
Yes, not any personally held opinions.
And basically, we've had maybe 1 client ask about that, our health status, and we've just said, we're not allowed to tell you that. That's illegal. And they've been like, oh, didn't know that. And that there's no pushback because, we have legal standards we have to uphold. And if you try and push these things, it's just
Yep.
Honestly, what the fuck are you doing as an employer? You shouldn't be an employer if you can't follow simple fucking rules like that. I mean, come on.
And the thing
And
with it
Maureen,
is, where it has a box for "I prefer not to say," we all know that with how the things, the social and political environment has been set, we all know that if you say "prefer not to say," they're going to assume that the answer is, "Of course not, you fucking lunatics," and they're going to ditch you anyway.
So, Maureen, I hate networking, but I can be very charming and talkative if I want to. Not from the things you've sent me, Maureen. But I, usually hide behind furniture when I see people. Yeah, I definitely feel that way. And Based Ape, the big problem for me in my career, back when I was lobbying in the EU for nonstop networking, for fake fucking smiles, dinners, yada yada yada. Yeah, that's a big part of it. I realized a long time ago.
Punch people in the throat.
I realized a long time ago I was only going to get so far in my career because I was violent. My violent reluctancy to network. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I think
I'm guessing, Bleach, when you're talking about Maureen in your DMs, you're talking about sharing weird fucking like states of undress with weird looking people.
Amongst other things.
Yeah.
Certain recordings.
Oh god. Oh dear. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I have a similar problem, Based Ape, because there's a certain point where I will suffer fools no longer, and if someone's there's a limit to how much I will brown nose a person before I think this person's a fucking idiot, and brown nosing him isn't worth my time,
Yeah, and welcome to the swoop.
Yeah, and it's not even about brown nosing for me. For me, it's if someone like Monkey's talking about the fake fucking smile bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean by brown nosing, really.
Yeah, if someone is completely ingenuous, I have no interest whatsoever in talking to them. If I was at, say, a woodworking conference and everybody was good to talk to, I could spend days on the floor just talking to people and networking. Wouldn't be a problem. But the moment I run into fake people, it's almost soul-sucking.
And the big problem is, especially for people with my type of personality, is you're not allowed to tell disingenuous fucks or idiots to piss off. You're not allowed to turn around and go, just quit, you're a retard, you'll never be good at this. Apparently that gets you called into HR. Well, you're the boss. And you can just go, you're an idiot, get out.
When I've done other jobs, and some of them were dealing with the public, and it's partly it's really my personality. It's like when I encounter someone that I want nothing to do with, I just shut down those interactions, and I have no problem saying, I'm done with this conversation, I'm moving on, you better too, because it will end very poorly for both of us if you keep pestering me on this shit.
Yeah, unfortunately, HR departments and middle managers are fuckwits, and if you say, sorry, I'm busy, with the wrong tone of voice, that gets you called into HR.
I fucking hate HR.
They
tried that with me once when I was about 19 working at a museum. And they're like, well, you can't talk to the public like that. It's like, here's the scenario. Here's why it went down this way. When they come back threatening, I'll come back with more stupid questions tomorrow. That's when I said, no, thank you. You don't have to return. Have a great day. And they were kind of freaking out. It's like, look, they were going to get the same. They weren't going to pay you more money to return tomorrow. They already had the late admission. You can come back free tomorrow. You're not losing any money here.
One of the things I've refused to do is try and start my own HR department, because I find them to be the most power-thirsty wankers in existence. I have never had a good experience with an HR department. And usually it boils down to them saying some shit about, oh, well, we might have to look into your job prospects and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, I quit. And they're like, what? Like, what do you mean you quit? I'm like, you're going to start threatening me. I'm just going to get the threat and show you how little power it has over me. Go fuck yourself. Mm-hmm. And they fucking freak out the moment you do that. They try and apologize and try and get you back on side, because they realize that when you have that kind of I don't give a fuck of what you're going to do to me kind of attitude to them, they actually have no power whatsoever. and they only ever really have power over people who are terrified to lose their job. And unfortunately, more and more people are cottoning onto this because so many employers are treating their staff badly. And like it really pisses me off because I run my company. I really like what's his name, Richard Branson's attitude. If you treat your employees well, they will treat your clients well. And I have used that as one of the founding principles of my own company, and it has worked a fucking treat. I do my best for my staff, and I have seen that my clients are really happy. They love the staff they get to work with because they come in with a smile. They're always chatting and happy, and saying how much they like working for the company and everything like that. It makes a fucking huge difference. And so many companies just don't give a shit, and it's sad.
Yep.
They're all about that bottom line.
Well, and even some of the bigger companies I've dealt with, it's like once that middle management gets power hungry, and this is all fed from the top, where I can go in. I've had the benefit of going in to multiple businesses over the years and getting to observe the work environments. And there's three distinct types: the ones that give zero fucks about anything as long as the job gets done, the ones that look after their employees, and the ones that treat everybody like dog shit, think they can get away with it, and then when they get the consequences, they freak out.
Yeah.
And there was a factory that I did a project in where it was like the big North American headquarters of this multinational. The guy comes in swaggering, is speaking poorly to my employees, and I just pack up and leave. He's freaking out. He's calling my customer, and I've already talked to my customers, basically their president, explain everything to them. And it's like, look, I'm not tolerating verbal abuse to my employees. And come to find out, when this factory exec calls my customer's president to complain and try to get us to return and dress us down and get us basically kicked off, and my customer's like, this company's worked for us for 10 years. We've never had any complaints. And all I'm hearing is that you're being abusive to our subcontractors, which means we're going to pull this, hundreds of $1,000s contract and make you renegotiate this unless, you leave our subcontractors alone. Got the job done in a week. That guy took a vacation early.
Yeah. Be right back. Bleach, I need you to sponsor me for a green card.
Me too.
Well, I mean, maybe, but yeah. Are you willing to travel long distances and work 13-hour days?
Yes.
Are you willing to pay me?
Maybe, as long as the work comes in, sure.
Well, there you go. Heck, I can even bring Stormy with me. There you go, 2 employees for the price of 1.
If you don't mind standing on ladders for hours on you.
As long as I'm not painting, I suppose.
No painting. It's worse than that.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to doing my work 150 feet above the ground.
We don't typically go that high, but take it down 50 feet and then you're there.
A ladder? Woohoo!
Sometimes you get a climbing harness.
Well, here's the thing, Ardent. A cell phone tower is a kind of ladder.
Good point.
Yeah.
If I could get into the field, apparently there's good money in just replacing the light bulbs on tops of towers.
Oh, it's fantastic money. I mean, it absolutely is. But I will also tell you from adjacent experience, the amount of insurance that you have to cover for carry for that is astronomical.
Oh fuck!
I can imagine. Yeah. I was considering trying to get my helicopter pilot's license for a little while, and there's just no logistical way I can swing it at this point. But
I was going to say, if you're using a helicopter to try and change those light bulbs, you're probably making a mistake.
No, I was actually looking into the flamethrower windmill de-icing, and you talk about insane insurance premiums. Some of those companies carry like $100,000 insurance premiums per hour per employee sort of deal.
Oh yeah, I've seen with some of that stuff. It's like the baseline is $10 million insurance.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because if you happen to swing that fucking chopper slightly too far to the left and hack into one of those blades.
Yeah, and it's even higher with the power companies where they're doing line work with helicopters.
Oh wow!
Like the big saws on helicopters. I mean, I think I saw one policy where it was like almost $1 billion for, I think it was out in California, which makes sense, but it was just like, wait, the helicopter is like, say $1 million. I can't remember what it actually was. And then you have to get all this additional insurance.
Yeah. And like, it's vaguely understandable, but still stupid. Because, yeah, you put a helicopter through a power line. It's going to be expensive.
Yeah. It's going to be a little hard on the helicopter's paint job.
Oh, you want to, you say that, but you want to see some crazy videos. You should go look at some of the ones where the lineman is accessing the line from the helicopter.
Oof.
Yep. I actually know a guy who had a failed ground.
Ooh.
He has his left arm. Yeah, it's his left arm. It ends at the elbow because that's where it broke contact with the ground through his arm.
Yeah. No surgery required.
No, I mean it was perfectly cauterized.
Yeah.
Quite fortunate, really.
That's not an amputation, it's more of a vaporization when you're dealing with those voltages.
Yeah. I mean that basically the way he explained it was because something went wrong in the ground system on the helicopter, and he was maybe 3 feet away when it arced into his arm and gone. And it was just one of those, well, I had an arm, and then it smelled funny, and I didn't.
It tasted like iron. Oh, dear.
I smell bacon.
Long pig.
Long pig.
One of these days, I need to get my proper flight certifications. I've got some, but they're less commercially viable.
Yeah. See, this is where I run into the I think government should get the hell out of the way thing, because if you have a business where you're dealing with people at height, working at heights, and people fall and hurt themselves, well, then you're going to have fewer people who want to get up there, and the ones who get up there are the ones who are going to be careful about it. So you really don't need the regulation because the problem will self-correct.
Yeah, one of those self-correcting problems.
Yeah. And, I another thing on like the regulation side of it, it's like I see so many times where it's just a stupid impediment that the unions abuse. And I've encountered that a few times where, oh well, these guys are. It's like, no, here's the OSHA regulation. Shut the fuck up. We're not union. Fuck off.
Yeah.
And I have no compunction about complaining to the highest executive I can get my hands on with these situations. And I usually will do it preemptively. I see union goons wandering around.
The amount of times I've refused to go to certain job sites, like I've refused to go to job sites based on the description of the incident, where it's like, we're going to have to do what now? That's a no from me, dog. But there are many times I've gone to the job site and gone, yeah, that's not possible. Had other people and even had friggin' crew leaders who are like, oh yeah, we can just do this, this, and this. And I'm sitting here going, no, that's dangerous. And even worse than being dangerous, it's stupid. Because as everyone here knows, because I think most of us have at least toyed with blue-collar stuff, just because something dangerous doesn't mean it's going to hurt you. Unless you're stupid.
Yeah. Honestly, the dumbest thing I've ever had to do was CAD welding with having to be above it where the actual ignition source is near my groin. And it's like, yeah, no, I'm moving the ladder so I am as far away as humanly possible.
Yeah, people get really upset.
I don't know.
People get really upset when I'm like, no, I'm not going to fuck with your damaged tin roof that is approximately 3 feet from where, not even 3 feet, more like half a foot from where the power line enters the house. I don't know what idiot dumb fuck electrician you had here who fucking terminated a wire into the roof. Also, the roof is clearly damaged. And it's tin. And it's right next to the power line. No, I'm not playing. Call me back if you get the fucking power company to isolate that power line.
Yeah.
Never make yourself part of a high voltage circuit.
No.
Unless you're planning on death. I mean, at which point it's a fairly efficient way of getting rid of yourself.
Yeah,
but you need to you need to plan it really carefully because you gotta make sure you get enough voltage and currents in the right places. Otherwise, you die really, really painfully.
I'd like to see it in slow motion, like the slow-mo guys, because I've seen like normal footage of it. Someone reaches up, and you'll get like a single frame where their entire body is on fire, as if they've literally conflagrated. But then, like, I'd be curious to see how quickly actually such a high voltage burns something. I don't necessarily mean a whole person, of course, but like, because it's such a intense reaction, I'd love to see how quickly it actually causes something to cook through.
It's like those things from the cartoons where a cartoon character gets shocked and they're sitting there flashing, their whole body flashing. Yeah, if you get electrocuted, you basically do that, but it's at 60 cycles a second, or 50, depending on your country.
Yeah, it's very, 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 very fast. But it's like in a normal camera, like you see CCTV of someone who's threatening to, off themselves, and they're on top of a train, and they reach up, and suddenly the electricity.
Yeah, there's one flame that's just bright white and then gone.
Then it's just they fall over. Like they literally go stiff, just like in the cartoons. It's quite amazing, really. That the cartoons, how they actually replicate real life. It's not just something that they made up.
But someone get the slow-mo guys and like a butchered pig or something.
Yeah, I'd be very, very curious just to see how quickly it cycles, whether there is that on and off flashing of 60 hertz or whatever it is, and how quickly, like whether it actually is constantly on fire or whether it's like flickering on fire, or that would be really fascinating to see in super slow motion.
Yes. Basically, go watch Electro Boom.
I'm going to be right back a second.
Let's see. What the hell were we talking about? Oh yeah, this was a diversion from how bullshit welfare is and the economy's fucked for getting work.
Yeah. Oh, back on that route just for a moment, though. Because I think it's worth pointing out in the United States, there's a place called McDowell County, West Virginia. One of the poorest places in the entire United States. And I've driven through it, and it's like you'll see basically like, I want to call them row houses, but basically, multiple houses that are wedged together. They were built like, the 20s and 30s. And you'll see one where the entire house is collapsed, but there are people living in the houses on either side because they're so addicted to the system that they can't get out. And it's heartbreaking going through there, but at the same time, it's like maybe these people are just too damn comfortable in poverty. And it's just it's a dichotomy. It's like I want to feel sorry for them, but I'm not sure how to help them.
Either way, there are two things that I can tell you for a fact that won't help them. An unemployment benefit that's larger than the minimum wage, And an unemployment benefit that is so low, they can't even survive in a fucking trailer park. By the way, I've checked. I couldn't, if I was living on my own, I couldn't afford to live in a trailer park.
Mm.
That's how pitifully low the unemployment is. I literally couldn't afford to live in a trailer park.
Oh, you just need to pop out a couple kids.
Yeah, see, that's my problem.
No uterus?
Yeah.
It's current year. That shouldn't be a problem.
Just grab a couple of kids randomly off the street and go to the authorities and say, no, I identify as the parent of these children. Doesn't matter what they say.
Or you could go do the monkey way and just give birth to some butt babies, and how dare them deny your child the ability to identify as a child?
This is Major is reading in the chat about men not being able to have babies.
Hold on. Disco sent me a tweet that's perfect for this.
Uh-oh.
Dad slammed for trying to change his son's date of birth by claiming he has authority.
Okay, that was he trying to change it by just a few weeks, a couple of months, or was he trying to basically make his toddler a minor of age so that he could drive him home from the bar, kind of thing?
Oh. The son was born at 11:05 p.m. Nurse handed him a form to fill out the child's details, but when he got onto the date of birth, he chose to put 12:05 a.m. on January 1st instead, because 1 hour difference wasn't really a problem. Whoops.
Oh, fuck off, nurse.
Yeah, no, I think there's a potential ulterior motive here, because a lot of the times jurisdictions will have some sort of a prize or award for the baby born closest to New Year's.
Yeah, maybe. But his answer would have achieved that.
Yes.
But he is trying to adjust a fact by now. And I can understand why they're like, no, it has to be the actual time it happened. And one of the arguments that, hold on, what was I talking about with Disco? Because it was far funny. His Disco had a quote being like, "You're the arsehole, as apparently you don't have authority over space and time. His date and time of birth is fact, not opinion." Oh, his date and time of birth is a fact. Ooh, do gender next.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just what I was thinking.
And then, of course, this is like, why stop there? Why not pick the hospital, country, planet? And I'm immediately like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do that. Be right back, changing my country of birth to the United States.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. I think, I don't know, maybe this is me where I'm just like, I'm okay with, unless he's doing it to, like, get some money or something like that, then, fuck him. But it's like, it's basically within the same 24-hour window. It doesn't matter. The kid will never care.
Yeah, but I can see why, on the flip side, the nurse would go, no, you can't do that. I'll lose my job.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
And guess what? He could have done that if he'd had the kid at home.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hell, I had to call about, some birth records of my own, and it's like, I don't even know what fucking county I was born in. So I had to do a lot of calling, but it's one of those, it doesn't really matter. I mean, if they want the kid to celebrate their birthday at, January 1st, fine. And don't make it difficult for the kid. Yeah, but I don't know. It just seems kind of stupid.
Base types like, what do you mean I can change my child's sex on its birth certificate? By imagining I have power to change reality by thinking it, but can't change its time of birth by thinking it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that's it. There'd be an awful lot of Mexican parents with kids born in the United States if you could just change shit on birth certificates willy-nilly.
No, I think it's the sort of thing we should all kind of challenge our governments on. Okay, if I could change my sex on my birth certificate, why can't I change location?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why can't I change my date of birth? I'm going to change my date of birth so that I can get the pension. Where's my old age pension, you bastards? In fact, not only that, I'll change my date of birth to be in the fucking the 1800s, so you bastards owe me back pay.
If I had the ability to change my date of birth, I'd set it about 60 years earlier, claim UK
citizenship and fuck off.
Immediately use that to immigrate to the US.
Yeah, Disco says, I'm not immigrating, I'm just changing my place of birth. I identify as being born in America, and who are you to tell me I'm wrong?
It's basically happening now anyway with the way the immigration systems are so broken. So, yeah. Why not?
Oh,
I don't think the immigration systems are broken. They're just made that way on purpose.
Well, they're unenforced.
Yeah, when I was bouncing in Alberta, I can't tell you the number of Sudanese driver's licenses or ID cards I looked at that had the birth date January 1st, whatever the date was that would get them into the bar.
I don't believe this is real. Go away.
No. These were actually legit government. We had like a UV light.
Oh, right. It's one of those stupid things where you're an inbred fucking immigrant who doesn't know what your date of birth was because your parents are stupid and your country's psychotic.
I immigrated.
Or someone told you not to tell the immigration official.
Yeah, aren't you feeling fucking good about that now?
Yeah.
I'm only a 13-year-old child. Please.
I'm just sat here like, as an actual immigrant from Australia, just like, yay, everybody hates me.
Honestly, that's the stupid.
That's being Australian, bro. We hate you because you escaped.
No, it's funny because I remember seeing Connor going on about
come back here and suffer, you bastard.
Something like 1 out of 4 to 1 out of 5 people isn't even English that lives in England. I'm like, yeah, I'm one of those people. I'm not English. I'm Australian, and I don't identify as English either. I mean, I've got Anglo-Saxon blood, but that doesn't make me English because I'm born abroad. But yeah, he didn't respond to that, not surprisingly enough.
That's
the same thing for me. I mean, I'm basically Anglo-Saxon, 100% English in my.
I don't identify as English, but I do identify as a member of the British Empire.
I mean, when you start looking at
sorry, let me rephrase that. I identify as a commander of the British Empire. No, fuck the Commonwealth. I'm part of the Empire. But that means because that means that I want to bring back the Raj. Damn it.
Well, I mean, we would get significantly fewer calls about our car's extended warranty.
Oh fuck! What we have.
But
honestly, there's a moment where I've gotten those calls and I've just like, Churchill didn't go far enough and hang up on them.
I think it's kind of interesting with citizenship because obviously we don't look at what your blood says about your ancestry at all, but we look at, oh, you're born in Australia, oh, you're clearly Australian then, even if you haven't got Australian parents at all.
It's like, no, first generation immigrants are not whatever nationality until they choose to adopt it.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, if you lived somewhere long enough that you were invaded by the Romans, you count as indigenous. And I think we'll actually come to that. That's actually a story we're covering eventually.
Is this only the Sami are the only indigenous people in Europe?
Yes.
Oh god, this fucking bullshit.
Well, before we get to that,
more bullshit.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
And yeah, Disco, that's exactly it. Technically, that makes you a quarter Australian by that definition as well. Because I'm a dual national. I'm a British citizen born abroad. So I am the least Australian you could possibly have, despite the fact I have an Australian birth certificate. It's like, I find it kind of an odd system where citizenship
you're
is
just
based
lucky
on
you get to
birth.
leave.
Yeah, well, it's the location rather than based on your actual family history or any of that that ancestry. I think that's an important factor that's being missed on very, very heavily in our current sort of systems.
Well,
Oh, there
know,
you go.
what was
Disco
interesting-
says that she could actually get citizenship if she claims her passport.
Yeah,
But
yeah, she
why?
could. Yeah.
But why?
Why would you want to? Yeah. No, you only
Why
want
would you
your
ever want
passport
such
so
a
you
thing?
can fly out. That's all you want. Just fly out, enjoy the ski slopes, enjoy the nice sunny beach, and then bugger off back home when you're done.
Never
One
admit to being
interesting-
an Australian citizen because they'll try and keep you.
Yeah.
Well, one interesting
Unless
thing
you
is
get sick,
I
and they
was
won't let you come back. Oh no, wait, that's New Zealand.
I was doing some just genealogical research for shits and giggles, and I think from like the 30s through the 60s, you had Ireland, France, I think maybe Hungary, and one other country, where if you were an American but were of that ancestry, you could get dual citizenship in those countries up until I think like the late 70s, early 80s.
Interesting.
To this day, I still reckon you should be able to claim at least any parent's citizenship, and possibly even any
Yeah.
grandparents.
I think it's kind of interesting though, because it's kind of like the argument of how many drops of blood make you black. The same sort of thing.
The
How many
answer,
drops of
the
blood
answer is
make you
apparently
British?
none for black. How many?
Yeah.
And British should be considered an identity, especially when you consider the empire, because there are far more. There are far more men born in Tibet who are British than there are necessarily white people born in England who are British. There are a lot of white people born in England who don't have any fucking who aren't British. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of guys from Tibet who are British as hell.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And the thing is, the British culture, it's actually all around the world, and we've had massive influence on other cultures and spread it elsewhere. Like least of all, not least of all places like Australia, which have obviously developed their own culture now, but we seem to forget that the British Empire had a massive influence, especially when we were still actively trading with the world, still had a lot of influence and power before we gave it up, you know?
Yeah. Well, at least one thing with an Australian passport is I either don't need a visa or get an automatic visa for basically anywhere in the Commonwealth. So theoretically, actually this one isn't theoretic. Technically, if I had a passport, I could grab it and jump on a plane to New Zealand, no preparation, and they'd let me in. Don't even need to ask questions, and I'm pretty sure the same applies to England and Canada. Though the only way you'll find me in Canada is if we are leading an invasion to free Ardent.
The only reason I would want to go to New Zealand is to have a look at the lovely the Lord of the Rings scenery and sets and stuff, and that would be about it.
Yeah, that's the only reason. And after the
Maybe
horse,
take a helmet and break my toes.
After what the horse-faced she-witch got up to, fuck New Zealand. Why would I want?
Fair.
If I had my choice of anywhere in the Commonwealth, why would I pick the place that's worse than Australia? Sorry, that doesn't narrow it down either. Why would I pick the two places worse than Australia?
What do you think is worse
There
than
you go.
Worse, Australia or India?
They're just both shit in different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what would you pick? Would you stay in Australia as it is now, or would you pick going off to India for a while?
Interesting
Well, the
question.
difference, at least for me, would be if I was in India, I could walk the fuck out.
That's true. That is very true.
It's kind of like being on
yeah,
the
good
island of
point.
Newfoundland and wanting to be in the U.S. I can't just walk the fuck out.
To be fair though, Ardent, from where you are, you could take a boat. You could take a little fucking. You could take a canoe.
This is well, not a canoe, but I could certainly commandeer a sailboat or a longliner, for example, and yeah, I could probably be in Boston in 3 days.
Yeah, Boston.
I like.
Start right. Come on.
I like this is Medjr in the chat. Britain had the best empire. It was a big empire. so big, huge. In fact, it was so big and so beautiful.
Yeah. Then you've got
Yeah.
Monkey, who's being a good little spicy monkey. And it says, so the Sami didn't originate in East Africa like the rest of us and travel up to Europe the same way the rest of us did. So what you're saying is Sami aren't human. Very progressive of you.
Yes, indeed.
Oh God, that's
Well,
a beautiful interpretation.
that's what I've been saying about the Native Americans for years. It's like, wait, you're saying they're a different species?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
They occasionally say that about themselves. I had a lady in Alberta tell me that natives sprang from the ground. Yeah. Unlike the white people who, I don't know, apparently fell from the sky.
Return from whence you came!
That's why we're gods!
I was going to say, if they sprang from the ground, they probably crawled out of hell.
Well,
Well, you listen to
come
some of
from
the
the Chinese
creation
area.
myths, and
Why do you think?
it kind of does sound that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether we should look at this piece of shit now or later, but I think now.
I was just going to say, I've just seen a video come up on my YouTube where apparently Hogwarts Legacy has been review bombed now with 1 out of 10 star kind of reviews.
Of course it is. To be fair, the game's a steaming pile of crap, but...
Yeah, I mean... Oh,
so,
yeah.
Tim Pool's being a pathetic little cuck again. And he
Yeah,
made the fatal
Spoon covered this.
Yeah, he made the fatal mistake of putting a poll on the internet.
I was wanting to do a video comment for like days, and I was just like, I'm gonna hold off, maybe I shouldn't, and then it just kept getting worse and more retarded, just like his beanie.
Yes. Now,
Because-
the reason I was thinking about covering this later rather than separately is Tim's not the only person who's shitting on his audience. But we'll cover those other organisations later in another second. Well, this one is basically Tim going, I'm a little bitch. Should I just give up and quit? Yes.
So, to Swan's comment, about it being a troll, just rebranded a channel. I get that. I get that's Tim's MO. But what really just absolutely pisses me off is Tim's wandering around pretending, I'm a real journalist. I've got the biggest journalist dick ever because I worked on Vice. And then he pulls this shit, and it's like, I can't take you fucking seriously because you're not a serious journalist. You're a little cuck who thinks he's got a big audience. That makes you someone important. I'm sorry. I'm tired of this middle school drama bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's like, you attack your audience. You go out and you troll everybody. It's like, oh, look at this, ha ha ha. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not 12 years old. This isn't funny.
Yeah.
I'm done. And his so-called journalism. If anybody's read that little article, the Eliza Blue clit lick piece, it's like, this isn't journalism. Gonzo journalism is Hunter H. Thompson having a go at and having fun. This is, oh, look at me. I'm going to not actually do reporting, but I'm going to report in an article. It's like, fuck off. This isn't journalism. This is a bunch of little boys and girls running around pretending that there's something that they're not. It's just, I'm done with supporting people like this.
Yeah, and that's kind of ties into something that Shad was pointing out on Night's Watch in his 3.5 hour takedown on the thing. That Tim Pool sits there banging on about how he's a journalist and he's really into free speech and censorship and
Tim Pool's
reporting.
not a fucking journalist.
No, he's not, but he claims to be. And he's like, oh, I'm really into free speech and censorship. Well, where the fuck are you talking about the people getting censored for calling out your pet whore? Oh, that's right. I just answered that question, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's because Mediger's telling Pavlov the TLDR seemed to be running cover for Eliza Blue, got called out for not talking about her lies, spazzed out, blocked people, attacked his fans, then calmed down a bit. Not really.
I don't think he's actually
about to calm down.
I haven't seen anything about him calming down or anything about him apologizing for attacking his fans. And this has got a running theme that we are seeing through especially the right, but just in general, we're seeing at the moment with organizations betraying their core principles and attacking their fans. But we'll come back to that particular topic later. possibly once we go over to Rumble exclusively, because, or depending on how I run it.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I've followed conservative. Well, I won't say always conservative, but right of center, commenters and whatnot for decades now. I mean, I started paying attention to this when I was 9 years old. So,
oh, wow.
I mean, I've been politically involved since I was like 6, because it was like, oh look, I want Ronald Reagan to be president again. He can't be president again. What the hell? And started learning at a young age because it fascinated me. And then, but I've noticed there are kind of variations on a theme. There are the people who are flash in the pan successful, like Tim Pool, who they make a big splash because they do certain things in a certain manner, but they overextend themselves. They don't respect their audience. That's the biggest problem. They're going out, they're milking their audience for all they're worth, and then they keep talking about themselves.
Yeah.
So
and then they essentially betray their audiences.
Yes. I mean, I in some ways, I would call Tim Pool a dollar store version of Sean Hannity, with the amount of time that they talk about themselves, the fact that they don't really do any in-depth actual reporting. I'm not calling it journalism, because that's two separate things. And we'll, talk about how many people they know and how they're doing this, that, and the other without actually affecting anything other than their bottom line. So, but, at the other end, I see, people who are more like, Steven Crowder and Rush Limbaugh, that are more about entertaining their audience. It doesn't have to be all politics all the time. And they actually seem to interact and respect their audience. They treat their audience as people who maybe don't have the same voice and opportunities that they have had, but aren't dumber than they are. And then you get kind of the Daily Wire, Lotus Eater types who are erudite, who are coming down from on high to enlighten the little people. And they're just as bad as the first class.
Yeah, and not to mention, one of the biggest parts of the whole thing is, especially in the right of center media, is the complete lack of understanding of where their audience came from and what trying to pander to the wider audience achieves. And that's just a massive thing. Your audience, it was built on a specific kind of content, and they want more of that. If you're not producing it, they feel betrayed. Especially if you then let several of your presenters insult them repeatedly. Carl!
Yes. It's kind of funny, because Callum was like, yeah. I was wondering whether you were going to comment on that.
About to. Callum says, how about the Lotus? Where do you think they are all on this? Well, fuck it. Let's bring that segment for earlier. Let's go have a look at where the Lotus Eaters are on all this, shall we?
And, this is one of those, I don't like throwing people on roughly my side under the bus, but at times it's like, I just need to make it very clear that there are times when these people are milking the audience because they see a profit, not because they actually care about what they're talking about. Because the good ones, the really good ones, the people that have decades-long career in this sphere,
will throw away billions of dollars to stick to principles like Crowder?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what they do is they have their core audience. They know how to engage with that core audience. But they also have this wonderful ability to go and talk to a wider audience, and they don't change their message. They don't change how they speak, but they make the ideas that they're expressing palatable to a wider audience. And that's something I see as very missing in the right of center media.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, it's, and this is, I know people have varying opinions of Rush Limbaugh if you know him, but the one thing he always was able to do was break down very complex things, present them in a fun and entertaining way to his audience, and make sure that he didn't insult the audience at the same time, and was able to win people from the other side over to his point of view by having a bit of humor and expressing things in a way that's like, hey, I know you don't agree, but we're going to have a laugh at this because it's funny.
Yeah.
And I see Crowder doing that now. There's a few other people like Styx, Hex, and Hammer. He's very good at breaking things down in digestible ways for a broader audience. And then I look at Tiny Tim Pool, and he's just reading the news. He's insulting his audience at every turn because, oh, well, we're doing real journalism and we're changing culture. It's like you're milking your audience. And that's just
wait, go back a second. You said he's reading the news and then he calls himself a journalist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's not being a journalist.
There are three entities in news media. You have journalists, reporters, and presenters.
Yeah.
Idiots sitting in front of a camera talking about other people's work are presenters.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you don't...
Journalists are the one who are going out finding stories. Usually
No.
they are writing them.
Avi Yamini is a journalist. Tim Pool is a presenter.
Yeah. So I have gone through a lot of media definitions of this with various schools of journalism.
Okay.
So I've been preparing for this video and I've just not made it because life. But it's so a reporter, definitionally, according to journalism schools, are people who go out and do the research, do the investigations.
Okay.
And sometimes, and journalists are people who either compile the reports, or sometimes the reporters write the news articles themselves, and then presenters are just jibber jabbering talking heads that add absolutely no value other than maybe having a pleasant voice.
Essentially, a journalist is a presenter, but for the form of media of written text. Let's say.
Correct.
Yes. And to compare that to us, we occasionally do a bit of reporting. In fact, Crow's going to do a bit of reporting later. But this is, in essence, a panel show.
Yeah.
We're not claiming to be doing journalism or reporting all the time. This is a panel show.
God, no.
We might do some reporting
things...
from time to time, but it's primarily a panel show.
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to point out, too, like we're talking about Tim Pool and like some of the other presenters and commentators and things like that. And one of the notes that I wanted to bring in is we talk about Styx, we talk about Crowder, we talk about... well, those two, especially Styx and Crowder, they will tell you what they think of the news. They will give you their opinion. They will break it down for you. But yet never once do they seem like they're talking down to you.
Yes, absolutely.
Styx kind of comes to that edge sometimes, but I think it's just his manner and how I interpret it. But Poole and some of the others, I mean...
Well, Poole always acts like he knows
atrocious.
everything about everything, and he's just reading someone else's work. Granted,
and
we're just reading other people's work as well, but this is primarily an opinion show, not a news show.
Yeah.
Well, here's the difference. We seem to, I'm going to compliment everybody here, we know what we don't know. And we're willing to admit that. So we're not these... bloated, hubris-driven assholes, and we'll go in, we'll talk about it. I mean, I know I'm a demigod, but still.
Yes, and
but
we'll go to it in more detail later. But what Ardent just described is the difference between Sargon of Akkad and Carl Benjamin.
Yeah, that was actually in my head a little bit, and I wasn't quite...
So I'll just address a comment from chat, and then we'll start moving into the segment that was originally going to be about them. So Changeling says, the passive entity of the masses / the audience are what Tim identifies as the aggressive entity of the mob. There's some validity to that, but what Tim doesn't understand, and what it seems that nobody on the right, except maybe Crowder, understands, is the masses / the audience is different to your audience. When you are a content creator, you make implicit promises to your audience. For example, in Tim Pool's case, there's an implicit promise that he is going to report on censorship and free speech. You know, the things he grew his audience built on, talking about. So the audience, when the audience is going, dude, why are you intentionally ignoring the censorship? And then he starts insulting them because he's a pathetic little man baby.
You know, I want to bang on about the fact that he made it about the personality of Eliza Blue. Nobody gives a fuck about that. It's the censorship.
Well, it's exactly like fucking Gamergate. The individuals in question aren't the problem. It's the establishment that's offending them. It was when Twitter listened to Eliza Blue and struck people off. It was when YouTube took down dozens of videos. It was when Tim Pool ignored it and started attacking people for talking about it. And then he went off and waffled about, oh, people keep bringing up that I didn't talk about the Cuck Murphy issue. Yeah, of course people are bringing that up. Because you just fucking swept it under the rug being a disingenuous little bitch.
Yep. And that's the thing that Pool does not understand. That people aren't necessarily upset with him until he crosses that bridge of, oh, well, you're just a mob. I'm not going to talk about this. You're stupid. And it's like, what? I'm sorry. We're talking about you addressing censorship, the thing that you claim to be against. And no, it's just
Poor Silent Pavlov is not aware of the Cuck Murphy incident. So, Tim Pool had on a weirdo known as Jack Murphy. Turns out that Jack Murphy is a cuck. I'd write a big article on being a cuck. And then when one of Tim Pool's super chats asked about Jack Murphy being a cuck, he lost his fucking mind, had a go at Tim and stormed out.
That was the second incident. The first one was when he went after Sidney Watson.
Oh yeah, that too.
Super chat. Yeah, and that's what started all this. And then Tim kept having him on for like another 2 weeks.
And then he's like, oh, I didn't have him on every week. No, just every second week that you then go on to admit, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
But again, no one had a problem with him having Jack Murphy on. Or him having Eliza Blue on. Until he started defending their bad behaviour. Because he runs the fucking panel show. All the panel shows on TV have had some dipshit on them. And we don't necessarily fucking hate them just because that's like sometimes you want your favourite panel show to bring on a dumbass so they can have a go at them.
Yeah. And you know
that's
what?
why I'm here.
And Crow.
What?
See, here I thought it was Tim, but maybe he might be the permanent comedy relief.
But you know,
hello, Plague. Welcome.
But here's the thing. You know, Tiny Tim was constantly, oh well, these are nobodies. These are nobodies. Well, you know what? Damn it, Tim. If you're having nobodies on your fucking show, when am I going to be on there? I can drive up. I can be up there in like 4 hours. Come on, man.
Well, that's it. Yeah. If you're not going to comment on them because they're nobodies, why the hell are they on your show?
Exactly. So I'm a nobody. I demand to be on a show where nobodies are interviewed.
Yeah.
I want to be on Tim Pool's show. That would be entertaining.
Hey guys, I have an announcement to make.
Is your mum a nurse?
Well, yes.
Are you a father?
No.
Are you going to be a father?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Are you going to be a mother?
No, because that would be ridiculous.
Is your mother going to be a father?
No.
Do you have...
No, I'm 25 now.
Oh.
Oh, you
Oh.
can rent a car
Happy-
without.
Happy birthday, you young bastard.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
how old is he?
25.
12.
What the hell with you? Get out of here, pup.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man.
Oh, yeah. Monkey says that the Cuck Murphy thing was the funniest case of the Streisand effect. If he hadn't snapped at
Oh,
Sydney
yeah.
like he did, nobody would have paid attention to that comment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was fucking. He really fucking like. I can't believe you did this. And I was like, well, why is he so upset? Now we know.
Earl wants to know why we're breaking child labor laws.
Yeah, yeah.
Even an
Well,
adult.
you know, sometimes, you know, when you get a child on, somebody has to stiff.
What
See,
the?
Bleach Demon has to actually use a voice changer to do that.
Kuro just has
I
a
wonder
meme button on meme. Meme on a button.
Well, no, I do actually have a button on me.
Oh god. Why is Steve Smith turning? What else do we have going on? Yes, Callum
Well, you know, the
says
thing.
Callum says that Lotus Eater's comments were the best part of the podcast, then they tipped.
Yes.
I think that was the
Absolutely, that was-
start of the decrease in at least the decrease in what I perceive as quality.
Yeah, that was the point at which I ended my silver membership and just I
Yeah,
think it was a month
fuck.
later I just gave up altogether.
Obviously, I'm not good enough for you.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Crow.
But
I'm
Crow,
hearing someone
Sorry,
else.
why would we pay money to listen to you there when we can just listen to you here for free?
Yeah, but to be fair, what you can now do is just put my voice through an AI generator and just paste the articles and that and done. Yeah, I'm waiting for the letters just to replace me with an AI. To be honest.
I could work on that a little more if you want.
No comment. I like my money.
Jonathan Crow.
Oh, no,
now
I'm-
reading 50 Shades of Grey.
I'm
Oh
thinking,
yeah, I'd be down for reading that legitimately, let alone having an AI do it.
I
Fuck
know,
it.
right?
I mean, I think the fun part for Crow is once it gets tweaked right, he just plugs the articles in, lets it go and self-generate, and then he sends it to him and cashes in.
Yeah, I'm like, oh yeah. I'm sorry, I'm really busy. Send me 300 articles, I'll get them all done. Like, how did you do this?
There you
I'm
go.
a god amongst men with a voice to boot.
No, that's Comlin. Comlin Thompson.
No.
Callum's like getting Crow to read smut be something.
Oh shit! If the Amazon reader thingy was in Australia yet, I'd absolutely be reading smut for money.
I was gonna say I should read the weird Sonic comics that are all like really perverse. Just do
Oh,
like
God.
a voiceover of them.
Yeah.
Have you not read those fan fiction comics before? Not comics. They were like writing, like Sonic getting pregnant and stuff.
Oh my.
Oh god.
Oh, that's even worse than I imagined.
You've never heard of them? Oh my god, they're fucking
Sounds like
hilarious.
Slash Fic or something.
No, the closest I've come to knowing about that is Stone Toss's comic where, like, there's all the furry smut and you have, like, Sonic bending over to take it up the ass.
Oh God.
Oh dear. So let's move on to what was going to be the first article of the other topic of the section on what the Lotus Eaters have been up to. And it was actually a bit an introductory topic to that introductory article to that topic, so it's going to fit in a little bit weirdly here, but it'll make sense as we go on.
Oh no, am I gonna have to whip out my 20-decade rosary to combat porn use?
I was gonna say 20 what? My 20-inch rosary.
Oh,
Yes.
you mean a thick priestly cock of terror?
Well, no, you might get Connor in here if you're not careful.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll pray my 20-decade rosary for Connor to come on.
Oh.
God.
Oh god, no.
I like this. I have a different term for these two first words. It's Coomer ID.
Yes. So, the lead-in article is porn passports which prove you're over 18 will be required to access sex websites in France and world first. Jean-Noel Barrett, France's digital minister, has introduced the new passports. Those wanting to access explicit material will download a government app. No, fuck off. Also,
I have to say, Bez, I love how you absolutely anglicized his last name to Barrett.
It's like a carrot.
Jean Barrett.
Look,
That was
I identify as
John
part
Noel
of the British
Barrett.
Empire,
I'm okay with that.
and they will be made, and they will be anglicised by force if necessary.
Yeah, we will invade France and we will liberate them with porn.
We will liberate them from French.
What we'll do is we'll start having planes fly over and drop care packages filled with porn mags. And it won't be that European shit where everybody's got a massive bush either.
Yeah.
See, you know what's fucked about this?
Digital
guides to shady
digital
your
ID for accessing the internet.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not opposed to this in principle, but I have two concerns. The first is a privacy concern. And I think that's the main reason why adults don't want to do this, is because it's like I don't want anyone fucking tracking what I'm beating my meat to. But
I have vehement disagreement with this as anything. I am vehemently against the
my
government having
primary
any kind
opposition to this is the slippery slope.
But here's the other issue. There's problems with that relating to privacy and the government tracking with people. I don't have any issue in principle with under 18s not being able to access porn, but there is the other.
Yeah, we'll actually go into depth in that in the next bit of this. But yes, I don't think anyone disagrees.
Yeah, but there is one other issue as well, I think, and it's like a pragmatic issue where it's like you can't get people away from beat your meat content even just by fucking banning porn for under 18-year-olds because of all the fucking we mentioned Sonic, the fucking Sonic smut. It's like,
it'll just go underground. That's all it will have.
Well, it won't even go underground. You'll just have haha fuck you, I'm wanking.ru.
Yeah, exactly. But that's kind of the other point, is that people are going to tilt into a lot more weird shit, like deep fake Sonic taking it up the ass from Mario or something, and get their sexual attitudes even more into like fucking animals and shit.
I've been talking to you about my fetishes.
So we'll have a look at this article, and then the next one. We've now got digital porn passports. Yeah. Now they're basically going, it'll be enforced by September in the latest round of a years-long struggle to protect minors on the internet. Hold on. Have you considered...
Protect... I'll shut up because this is also making me angry.
Yeah. Have you considered that parents should stop being fucking idiots and do their bloody jobs?
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's what they don't want to do.
Yeah, this isn't a years-long struggle to protect minors. This is a years-long struggle to take the responsibility for parenting out of the hands of their citizens.
And this coming from the country, as Bezic rightly pointed out, that brought us cuties.
Yes. Cuties came from France. So, these psychopaths, under their new proposal, those wanting to access explicit material will need to download a government phone app that provides them with the digital certificate and code. That doesn't sound familiar to anything else we've seen recently. The code will be needed to access a porn website under a system which will work a bit like the checks from your bank when you buy something online.
No.
Yeah, firstly, no, and one, no, two, fuck off, three, it won't work. Because he says 2023 will mark the end of our children accessing pornographic sites. No, it won't. So how many French porn sites with French domains based out of France are there compared to all the weird shit you can get from fucking Russia or China or the Middle East?
They're just no, this might actually be good because they're going to be barred from hairyarmpitladies.fr or whatever the thing is, and their attitudes are going to shift more towards traditional women who don't have
Oh,
hairy
I get
armpits.
it. If they're
that seems
if
kinda
they don't
transphobic
if
now.
you don't enter the code, you'll be redirected to an Islamic site for recruitment.
Oh, yes. Remove your neighbor's head.
Yes.
LawTaliban.com. .fr, sorry.
Yeah, so the idiots are basically just waffling about it, but it's not going to work. Not only is it disgustingly authoritarian, completely pointless, and just an admission that parents are weak, stupid, and spineless, it just won't fucking work. The kids will just go, oh, I can't get on my porn site. Go to Google, type in porn, and keep clicking links until you find something that isn't fucking blocked. Because it's that fucking easy.
Of course, they'll get all sorts of viruses on their computers doing that, no doubt, but still, it's like...
Well, here's the thing. Here's the crazy fucking thought. Maybe kids shouldn't be left unattended with internet-enabled devices.
Oops.
Look, here's the thing, though. If they do get computer viruses from looking up porn, is that technically a sexually transmitted disease?
I mean, if you... So is pregnancy.
No,
It's
none of
one
that.
of the only fatal STDs, actually, is pregnancy,
Yeah.
None of that
Yeah.
degenerate
no one strives it.
child murder fucking propaganda.
Yeah.
No, this is a Rob-free zone.
Yeah. So,
Oh, yes.
Lotus Eaters did a poll, because of course they did.
Oh, fuck off.
French officials have announced plans to introduce porn passports to prevent children from viewing explicit material. Is this, A, a good thing, children should not be able to access porn, or B, a bad thing, one step closer to what digital IDs? How about it's a bad thing, one step closer to digital IDs, and parents should stop their kids from getting access to porn?
Yep.
Just because parents are lazy and or stupid does not mean that adults need more government interference in their lives.
Okay, I have to say, in my parents' defense, they're fucking boomers.
Yeah, but most parental controls on stuff is so simple to implement these days that fucking boomers can implement them. They're designed for that very purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, one of the problems is that you're looking at the generation after the generation that was raised by television.
Yeah. I mean, I think parents now would be more savvy with that kind of thing, but I just want to point out I'm not putting hate on my parents for not being expert enough.
Oh no, but
this isn't an argument in favor of that legislation. I'm just defending my parents' honor.
Oh yeah, no one. I'm not seriously attacking parents. I'm just saying that just because your parents didn't know enough to stop you getting access to porn, we don't need the government to stick their dicks in.
It's the thing.
Additionally, it doesn't take a technical expert to stop a child from accessing porn when you can take their smartphone and put it in a fucking shredder.
This is something that really bothers me, though, because obviously the classical liberal position is that government should have very limited interference in anything to do with, typical home affairs, like, whether your kid is on the internet doing things they shouldn't be. But it seems to me that the Lotus Eaters has been pushing more and more and more lately for very authoritarian, very much controlled, very, very authoritarian Christian fucking positions of all things, which doesn't seem to be compatible, in my opinion, with this classical liberal position at all, in any way.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Here's the question, though. Like, is it the government doing something, or is it the digital ID factor of it? Because if it wasn't a digital ID and it was just similar to using an ID to access alcohol, for example, then I wouldn't see an issue in principle with that.
I don't think we even should have IDs for alcohol. I think that's an overstep, but that's me.
Okay, then that's fair. That's a consistent
position. We shouldn't.
I think in principle the two aren't really different, aside from the digital ID aspect of it and aside from the obvious, like...
Here's the thing. What... It in that case, okay, if it is just about comparing it to you needing alcohol to buy, sorry, needing ID to buy alcohol. Last time I checked,
you need alcohol.
Last
to get
time
an
I,
ID.
last time you need alcohol to put up with the government. Last time I checked though,
Sure.
when you go to the bottle shop and show ID to buy alcohol, they don't keep a record of it and send it to the government.
Yeah,
That's
a good point.
That's the problem with porn passes, even if it's not a digital ID. You now have a record of you accessing whatever website, and it's sent to the government. It's not their fucking business.
Yeah.
The other thing is, how are they implementing them? Are you able to buy a porn pass online? Because if you can, then people will be like, okay, whatever. If it's not tracking me and it's just a thing, they'll be like, okay, so I'm just giving them ID. Or if you have to input like an ID online, they have to implement some sort of system where you just upload a picture of your ID and it's checked by a bot, and then delete it again.
Well, that's the I'm not arguing against that, Bezek, right? Like I think the privacy thing is the major concern with this.
Yes, and like I don't want kids to have access to porn either, but I also don't want the government getting involved. It should be on the parents to determine when their children can be trusted to access the internet unsupervised, or they can or like the whole alcohol thing. It's a bit different in the States, but in most other countries, it is legal for a parent to give some alcohol to their child for consumption with that parent. Now, I'm not suggesting you do the same with porn, but if a parent can decide whether a child is emotionally and physically mature enough to have some alcohol, they can decide when that child is emotionally and physically mature enough to have unsupervised internet access. And if they never reach that point, well, the kid can wait until they're frigging 18 or 21 like the rest of us.
Yeah, no, that's legal in the U.S. as well, as the real Holtzonator points out.
Okay, cool. I assumed it might have been, but I couldn't say yes with any authority.
The whole digital ID thing that bothers me on so many levels. And I don't care what the topic is. It could be a driver's license, it could be a porn license in France, it could be blowing your nose license. I do not like that being readily accessible, not just by the government.
Well, I want driver's licenses to go. I want driver's licenses to go anyway. Like, clearly, don't prove you know how to fucking drive. Just get rid of the fucking things and let anyone operate a motor vehicle until they do something stupid and then arrest them.
I just want to say,
but my big point here is, I don't like the idea that you can have this stuff floating out there for identity thieves, because I think that's where it's really going to come down.
Oh, you mean like how it repeatedly happens that massive corporations like, say, Optus, one of the largest telecommunications providers in Australia, for some reason was keeping people's driver's license numbers for identity verification, and oopsie, we accidentally gave it all away.
Exactly. Because once that happens, everything in your life can be wrecked, especially when they're pushing towards digital currency and all this other digital bullshit. If someone can clone my information from a porn pass, going to buy alcohol, getting pulled over by a state trooper, and them running my license, and it's all digital in some data bank that can be accessed by anybody with the hacking skills of a 5-year-old, I can have all of my assets seized. I can have somebody pretending to me sign a quitclaim deed on my home and take it away. I'm not good with this. I am.
Yeah.
Granted, I mean, I don't even pay bills online. I still make companies forced to send me paper bills, so I write them a check because fuck you, I'm still paying for the service, and I want that layer of protection.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I mean, well, the funny thing is, speaking of the Christian morality thing, when it comes to like digital ID, digital currency that the government controls,
something mark of the beast.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's a legitimate concern because.
Well, it's not like it hasn't fucking happened before.
In Revelation sense, but
it's not like it hasn't happened before. Now, let's look at former presenter but still contributing author of The Lotus Eaters, Thomas Dumbfuck Dowling. This clinging to the slippery slope argument on every subject of intervention is exactly why our moral universe is eviscerating. Parents who are so apathetic over something posing a serious threat to their children's psychology is precisely when intervention is justified. Again, arguing that because parents are lazy and or stupid or just don't know, we require the government to get involved. How about go fuck yourself?
That's the thing, though. Even if that's true, we couldn't make that argument because that's the same argument the degenerate fucks are making about transitioning children.
Well, not only that, not only is it in this case is it so he is arguing that the slippery slope is a fallacy, and I'm now going, and as we go on, I'm going to demonstrate why just dismissing something as a slippery slope fallacy is a fallacy. It's the slippery slope fallacy. Sorry,
I mean, that's the thing. Christian moralists such as myself should have learned that the slippery slope is absolutely not a fallacy after watching the decades that followed the sexual revolution.
Yeah.
No. Agreed.
Let's see.
Yeah, this whole fucking Twitter thread really pissed me off in the end.
Yeah. I need an additional tweet for this because occasional guest and contributor here at the Lotus Eaters, Discordia, had something to say about this.
I like that Lord Nerevar was chiming on this as well.
Yes.
Did she send that tweet out after, like, in between power washing boats for crimes?
Yes. So, Dear Sky responded to that original tweet. Parents should be monitoring their children's internet viewing. There are many, many more harmful things than just porn on the internet. Like, say, trans indoctrination cults on Discord.
Yeah,
there's lots of snuff films.
Gore films as well, yeah. There's loads of that still on the internet.
Yes. So this guy said, we should not be relying on dirty government to step in and creep on freedoms because people can't parent responsibly.
God forbid that your children find Reddit, you know?
Yep.
No.
So then, of course, Dowling had to shit out. Parents are not an invincible force field. Even the best can only do so much when the internet is as invasive as it is. Actively doing nothing to protect their children from something as damaging as porn is not just laziness, it's negligence, and it should be punished as such. Right, two problems.
Okay.
If parents are not an invincible force field, what the fuck do you think a porn pass is?
I mean, this
Wait, what does Connor say on this below? Because I'm kind of curious.
I want to rant on this. The actively doing nothing to protect their children. I'm sorry. How the fuck is giving over the responsibility to the government actively doing something? This is just insane, moronic bullshit from someone who has a PhD in philosophy. I'm sorry. Your PhD, if you can't articulate a thought that is parents have the ultimate responsibility for their child, I'm going to go wipe my ass and get a PhD here in a few minutes. I mean, it's that level of bullshit.
Yeah. So, yes.
I mean,
Michael Retard Connor said, I'm not content to permit the widespread neurological damage of children because some parents are either too technically illiterate or deliberately negligent to sufficiently safeguard them. Instant access to addictive devices does not supersede protecting a child's innocence. It's not about the vice, you fucking idiot.
So Connor here is saying, I want daddy government to come and spank parents because I don't trust parents. So being the young man that he is, his, again, position is one of arrogance that thinks he knows what's good for everyone else above all. And frankly, it drives me fucking nuts every time I see him open his bloody gob.
There is an elephant in the room that I'm kind of curious about.
Thomas's molestation by a priest as a child?
I'm not that
fat. Well, no, but his ears are elephant ears, right? You know, they're pretty fucking
Go on.
But I don't disagree with anything that has been said on here. At the same time, there's a part of me that wonders if and I'm not just talking about here, I'm talking about the discussion on the whole, if there's something about porn which incites a reaction with that much emotional weight. Like, would everyone who's, I'm
Yeah.
not talking about just you guys, would everyone who's pissed be as pissed if it was like a situation with the same arguments but on like a different topic or material than porn?
Well, here's the
'Cause
thing:
I
we've
don't know,
actually
I just
had this
encountered that
argument on
people-
we've actually had this argument on different topics before.
Yeah.
This is
It's the
video
same
games.
argument as with
This is
alcohol.
video games
Yeah,
are satanic again. It's not even
Yeah,
alcohol.
it's
It's
also-
video
I'm
games
not
are satanic.
talking-
It is also alcohol. Like you know,
Yeah.
we are having controls on alcohol and cigarettes and even film content ratings and what is the parent doing if they take their kids.
Oh
to
yeah,
an
film
18 plus
content
film.
ratings.
I'm
How they
I'm
can
not
just refuse to
talking-
give something a rating and
Yeah.
de facto ban it in Australia.
I'm not talking about you guys specifically. I know how much of a anti-government boner that we all have, to the point where the government getting slashed or losing power is
I wouldn't
basically
say-
porn for us. Okay, like
I
I'm
wouldn't
not-
say it's an anti-government boner, but I think the government should be focusing on what
Yeah.
it's good at and not focusing
Yeah.
on the lives of individuals, which is not its...
I do agree with you a bit that I think a lot of people are reacting a little bit more emotionally because porn use is innately private.
Yeah, that's one of the things. It's like, I don't want to have to go and, if I want to watch porn, do I need a porn pass to watch porn I make on my own? I mean,
like I don't need we don't need our FBI monitor Tim given a free list of all the porn we watch.
I mean, he'll like big nose, big titty porn that I watch, but you know.
Oh, send me some of that. I have a Jewish friend with a massive nose. I'm sure he'd appreciate it.
But to me, this is the thing I get really hung up on with these arguments that Connor and Thomas are pushing, is they're making it about whether porn is inherently bad or damaging to kids, where I don't care what the topic is. It is about this overreach and abdication.
Well, and we'll actually look at that in the rest of these tweets.
It's the abdication of parents are the ultimate authority in a child's life, where they're like, oh, well, you know, we need a third party to step in. It's like, if a parent is going to raise a shit child, then yeah, society is going to suffer the consequences. But I would rather have those consequences because somebody's going to come along and correct that at some point, rather than put everyone through the mill of government compliance. You know, and you know, I am not a fan of porn. I mean, it's just one of those. It's like it's got a lot of negatives to it psychologically. I get that. I'm fundamentally like, yeah, it's not a great thing, but it should not be up to the government to decide our morals, because when governments dictate morals, we move to fascism.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think Connor is a fascist at heart. He just doesn't want to admit it. Now, if you want to fix porn being consumed by minors and society as a whole, you ostracize it on an individual level and try to get people working on themselves rather than
Yes.
ban it. Because when you ban it, you make it tempting.
It's what I've been saying for ages about just not good things in general. Like, a lot of things need to be socially and morally ousted without bringing in legislation.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I said in the chat that honor, obligation, and duty are words that have been removed from the lexicon.
And like, if
we
you
also need to bring back public fucking shaming.
If you
We have
actually
to be able
want
to look
to
at each other and go, "No, you're wrong."
Yeah, and if you actually want to help with this shit, government, how about you put together some resources for parents on how to block this shit from their kids? Make it easier for parents to do this. Hell, get together with some fucking company and make a router designed for this or some shit.
Well, you know, I saw somebody pointing out in chat, and they'll have to forgive me for getting their name at the moment. because we've had chat popping out quite a bit. But it's possible to block IPs and certain addresses in routers currently.
Yes. In
So,
fact, not
I
only
think-
can you do it currently, you've been able to do it as long as routers have existed.
Yeah.
God
And
forbid the Lotus Eaters ever finds out I did porn.
But what I would like to see, if they really want a good solution, and it was kicked around, I want to say a decade ago, where like porn sites have like a .XXX rather than a .com, and so that way it's easier for parents to go in and say, oh, .XXX, well, that's banned on my child.
Yeah, could literally be a checkbox. Block .XXX domain. Done.
Yep.
And guess what? Porn sites would probably be okay with going, sure, fuck it. We'll just have another domain. You're coming from England or France in this case. We'll just redirect you to the .XXX, and if your router blocks it, don't care.
Yeah. Because and it's one of those, parents can have ultimate control over this.
Yeah.
And we don't need these damn digital passes invading other people's experiences. And you make it so it's on computers, it's on phones, it's on tablets. It's on your telegraph system that's somehow connected to the internet. Who cares? As long as it's implemented. And this is a private business concern, because if there's a company, I can't remember the name of it, but they like edit videos so they're more like Christian friendly. Yeah, and it's like if they made a router and marketed it to parents, people would probably be buying that all the damn time.
Yep, hell, give them a discount or a rebate or some fucking thing.
Oh shit.
Do all sorts of things.
I just realized another problem with this legislation.
Yeah.
It's coming out of France, and that automatically makes me trust it and the motives behind it even less.
Well, hey, I guarantee they're not going to block Netflix. So,
Changeling, Connor is very much out of touch. He's too young. He doesn't understand that governance in everybody's head is tyrannical by nature. Or maybe he does and wishes to punch down at the degens. I mean, I think it's both. I can't see why it's not.
Well, as This Is Medger says, and Connor's next tweet will point out, is he's asking for the government to enact moral puritanism on the citizenry. So Connor's next tweet is, I'm talking about the principle of the matter. It should not be misapplied to expand the surveillance state. Okay, so that directly contradicts what you said previously, but we've already established you're a muppet. But a policy of age verification to access pornography is no more invasive than providing ID to buy alcohol online. One, I've brought alcohol online. Never had to give them my ID. You know why, dipshit? Because the delivery guy looks at me and goes, well, you're an old fuck. And if I wasn't an old fuck, then the delivery guy would ask to cite my ID. Do you notice the part where it's not recorded by some random fuckwit website?
And when I've gotten beer, it's delivered to the house. It's like they're like, yeah, can I see your ID? Here you go. Okay, sir. Thanks. Have a great day. That's all they needed to do.
Yeah.
Wait, question. How old is Connor?
He's
less.
24.
He's under 25.
Yeah, early mid-20s.
Yeah, he's younger than you, second.
Okay.
In so many ways.
Cool. So, I don't have to disavow anything that was said in chat then.
So Connor also said,
even if he was older, he has the mind of a 12-year-old.
Well. Also, here's another thing. Second, you have far more life experience than Connor does. He's an upper middle class brat who got privileged into university, and he has been sheltered from the real world ever since. And when he got out of university, what was his jobs? Working in politics. The man has never done a real job. Sorry, the boy has never done a real job.
So wait, he's basically Joe Biden in training?
Yes.
Yes. I think genuinely, yes.
Okay,
I think this is one of the reasons people find
Connor than that. Joe Biden is a pretty low blow.
Yeah.
I think this is why so many people are so resistant to his moralizing as well, because so many of us are much older, have much more life experience, have worked real jobs, have been out in the real world, and we're being told by a smarmy 25-year-old uni fucking grad that we're immoral because he is a Christian and he found God.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
And then
Like,
Connor's
simple.
like, or I suggest a compromise. Just ban all porn. No, fuck off.
That's not a compromise.
It's
That's
not a compromise. That's even more fascist.
No.
It's in the same, it's even worse than banning prostitution. And I think prostitution should be illegal, but shunned societally. Sorry, I don't know remember if I said it legal or legal. Prostitution should be legal and morally shunned. You know, and there's dozens of reasons why it should be legal, not least of which is two adults having sex legal? Yes or no? Why the fuck are you now adding conditions to it, Mr. Government? And just filming a legal act should not be a crime, Mr. Government.
Exactly.
Earl perfectly points out, how did banning drugs or alcohol turn out?
I think we can ask Al Capone that question.
Yeah.
Well, I can say in the U.S. that was part of a series of very, very bad amendments.
I mean,
let me find them real quick.
But like on that point, if you think about how underground the alcohol production became, you think porn is bad with the way it treats people as it is. Wait until it's going underground with no form of regulation because it's not vetted by any sort of government body or anything because it's completely illegal in every sense. So what the fuck?
Like if you watch a professionally produced, yeah, and actually if you look at a full porn film from the States, it literally starts with, we are required by legislation to keep the details of our actors. If you want to see them, this is who you mail. They are required by law to prove that their actors are of legal age. You ban porn, that goes under fucking ground, and then well, so we're already breaking the law. Who gives a shit if we ignore these record-keeping requirements?
Okay,
there's
guys.
Also the fact that if you absolutely ban porn, you make it illegal to talk about it.
The prohibition of alcohol was part of a bad series of amendments to the Constitution, starting with the 16th Amendment, which was bad for creating a federal income tax. The 17th Amendment, the direct election of senators. The 18th Amendment, prohibition, which was also bad. And the 19th Amendment, no, I'm not going to say that one.
I'll say it. We should have never enacted universal suffrage.
Service guarantee citizenship.
Yeah, I mean,
hell yeah, brother.
Argued on this many a time. It's like, you want somebody to be able to vote? Well, they ought to own some sort of property that's taxable.
Yep. So yeah, so in response to where Thomas is like, parents are an inevitable force field, Disco, of course, says, what part of my post suggested parents should be actively doing nothing? I'd say it should be parental responsibility to keep children off of places they shouldn't be on the internet. Correct. Including, it should not only should parents be keeping their kids away from porn, they should also be keeping them away from trans support chat groups.
TikTok in general.
Yes. Ban TikTok. Problem fucking solved. Anywhere where they might be indoctrinated into the trans lobby.
A quick salute for that incredible mother who deprogrammed her child.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
07 in the chats, boys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with this one.
I need to give a second. I think the Lotus Eaters covered it, but yeah, a woman basically just deprogrammed her kid from being trans. It was great.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. It's like she took away all the digital stuff. Yeah, force the kid to actually spend time with their parents, all that good kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, so, and Disco elaborated on her post, you can expect parents to safeguard their children without pushing an entire popular standard of digital IDs. Nightmarish Visions, who might be in our chat under a different name, says the issue is that he and the Lotus Eaters have worked themselves up into an anti-freedom position on this, because if you give people freedom, some of them will make choices you don't like. And that means that some kids are inevitably going to stumble upon porn before they should.
Yeah. The thing is, you cannot make laws based on the lowest common denominator and enforce them so everybody has to live by the worst, the standards of the worst. Because like, if you wanted to have that kind of nanny state, then you're definitely not a liberal podcast or a classic liberal as you initially had sort of started off as. You are literally the authoritarian podcast. Like, you might as well be left-wing Nazis at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I don't use this flippantly when I say this. I'm starting to view Comlin as a fascist. I really am. And
Well,
not
a fascist.
Yeah, so if you look at like the Carlist movement in the Spanish Civil War, that's kind of where he's going.
Oh, Holtznater is spitting facts. Holtznater has donated $5 and says, see, if you didn't let women vote, they might feel like they need a decent man because the welfare state won't be in the same state as now. Women, traitors to the last. Oh. That's a spicy meatball. It is delicious. So, Thomas said... Sorry, go on a second.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say I completely agree with them on the point of the moral degeneracy of porn, but, and this is a massive but, the whole primacy and sovereignty of the parent is obviously a much more important moral issue. And, like, even aside from the fact that it is a much more important, prevalent fucking battleground issue in our time right now on a number of topics.
Yeah, and you would think somebody who's got such a heavy dose of Catholicism in them would understand the value of a strong patriarchal structure.
Yes. But apparently, apparently they've forgotten what Jordan Peterson said about cleaning your own room first.
I also resent being moralized.
Things that make you not like them.
I also resent being moralized to by a Christian perspective, which has more deaths under its belt than communism itself. Yes. So, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Not to mention...
I'll agree with that aspect.
It's... My problem with it is the standard, God says porn is bad. Can you show me where he said that?
I never knew what porn was.
Here's the thing. If you want to talk about porn, I'm pretty sure porn predates writing.
I'm pretty sure the Sermon on the Mount kind of makes that an unavoidable conclusion.
Maybe.
And Jesus said, "Thou shalt not wank."
Thou shalt not wank, but thou shalt indeed fuck your daughters.
I think Song of Solomon is very clearly about looking at the titties.
Yes, it's actually one of the more interesting passages that got included because it's really talking about the good in relationships and all the benefits that come with a good, solid, godly relationship. But
not just a good, solid, godly relationship, just good, strong relationships in general. And guess what? You wouldn't need to get the government involved. You had a good, solid relationship with your kids, non-sexually.
So Kurt Moore asks, isn't there a line in the Old Testament about wasting your seed? Now, I am on board with natural law sexual ethics, but that specific line is about
wasn't he specifically ordered to fuck the woman and impregnate her? And then he disobeyed. Then he disobeyed the order.
Pulling out.
Yeah, wasn't that because it was his brother's widow or something?
Well,
yes, and
that's what it is at the time. But the guy who eventually impregnated her, that was part of Jesus's ancestry as well. Looking back on it.
Well, there you go. But yeah, in that specific case, God specifically told him, "Go lay with her." And there may have been some other details. And he then pulled out. And God's like, motherfucker, I told you. And let's be real, the Old Testament has a lot of God going, I fucking told you.
The Old Testament has a lot of God going, what the fuck did I say?
What the fuck are you guys
Did
doing?
I fucking stutter?
Oh, okay. So Callum Dayton says, "Didn't some bishop say before a massacre, God will know His own?" I don't know about that specifically, but I do know that the Catholic Church doesn't even claim that the Pope is morally impeccable. In fact, canonization, which is the confirmation that someone is in heaven, not even the majority of popes have been canonized. So
Yeah.
there's no the Catholic Church doesn't make a claim to the moral impeccability or moral state of its bishops.
Yeah. So
So
in that particular
that,
in that particular case, sorry,
Well-
just to answer it. So yes, that is a thing that was said by papal legate Arnaud, I don't know, it's vaguely French, Amalric, military commander of the Crusade in its initial phase. They were discussing what to do with the barons about the release of those in the sea who are deemed Catholics. When
this
other
was,
persons
the
of
sack
low rank and
Béziers.
yeah, correct, the sack of Béziers, and yeah. So basically, they were like, how do we know who to free and who to kill? And he essentially said, kill them all. The Lord knows His own.
Yeah, kill them all. God will sort them out.
Yes,
Pretty much, yeah.
basically.
Based.
Yeah.
Low key though, the Crusades were kind of based.
I mean, I'm not even gonna low key. That's high key.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even.
Yeah. Come on a second. You're talking to the collection of Christians that want to make Constantinople part of the Holy Roman Empire again.
You know, but yeah, I think the problem I see with Connor here specifically is he's hiding behind the moral authority of the church rather than appreciate the fact that people, in the secular world need to be included in this discussion. And we can talk about the morality, but we can't assault people's senses telling them that they're complete and utter degenerates because they don't apply to his high Catholic stances. And
yeah, he's moral fagging.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
Yeah,
even an
there's,
interpretation.
And yeah, when you're
Oh, go
turned
ahead.
around and go to an atheist, something's bad because the church says so. The atheist immediately goes, "Oh, you mean that bunch of pedophiles?"
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
church.
or you'll run into the educated atheist like me who'll go, yeah, but there's actually a section in the Bible where if you read it, Jesus clearly says that you don't need a church to be your authority.
Yeah.
In fact, it specifically says you should not be like, what is it, the Ephesians or something, who make a big show in public? Pharisees, thank you.
Pharisees.
Yeah.
You should not be like the Pharisees, and you should pray in silent because God will hear it, and you don't need anyone else to witness you being pious.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then there's the section about wherever two of you gather together in my name. So it basically denies the necessity of a church.
It especially denies the necessity of a priest. No. All you need is 2 Christians, and you've got yourself a church.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even back when I was in my pagan time, I would say, like, people would occasionally challenge me on it, Christians especially, would say things like, well, don't you miss being in church? And I would say things like, if I want to be in church, I just go outside.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I have a lot of, as a Christian, I have a lot of trouble with heavily organized and churches on heavy orthodoxy.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think they get too caught up in their orthodoxy rather than in the scripture.
Yeah.
And that's where I get kind of like
too focused on the protocols.
Also, this
I'm-
as Med just says, it's an exhortation to keep your faith at all times. You don't need, nor should you want window dressings to be faithful and just. And that kind of ties into another thing, I think, where if you live a good moral life, we'll discount point here, but if you live a moral life, you look after others, you do good whenever you can, well, that should get you access to that should get you rewarded, and if it doesn't, who cares?
Yeah.
If living a good moral life doesn't get you where you need to be, Bugger
See,
it.
I'm vehemently anti-religion. I despise most religion across the world in a general fashion. I don't despise people who are Christian or are believers in the faith.
I'm specifically anti-organized religion.
Yes,
I'm
that's the primary thing that I don't like.
I
Because
want
having faith in something is different to just being part of an institution in that sense, and that's one of the things that was a big turnoff for me when it came to ever going and joining churches. Because when I did join them, I couldn't see any reason why I would go to a priest to tell me the moral thing when I could read the book myself and make my own moral decisions.
That's also another thing. That what the hell do you need a church for when the Bible is the divine word of God? What the hell do I need some man's interpretation for?
Well, I will say
I think there's a part of that where it's like most people are fucking lazy. Now I'm the guy who's like reading fucking Aquinas in my spare time, but for me the function of church isn't for me to learn, it's for me to participate, and I do a lot of learning and reflection on my own time, but I don't know how to fucking. This is Medgar. Says you don't need nor should you want window dressings to be faithful and just. I wouldn't agree on the want part. I like if the church is Christ's bride, I view it sort of like a wedding. If two people want to get married and they're like fucking poor as fuck, no one's gonna fucking. It's not a fuck you for not having like an elaborate wedding ceremony, right? But at the same time, if two people love each other and want to get married and want to put in the effort to celebrate that with ceremony, the ceremony isn't the marriage, but it is like conduct ordered around the object of the marriage, which can hold a certain merit in itself.
Sure, but none of that requires
a certain symbolic value to having the ceremony in the church.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that is valid. You just don't need the fucking Catholic Church for any of that.
Well, to me, there's something I think that gets kind of swirled up in all this that's easy to overlook is the church. And I don't mean in the Catholic sense, but in whatever church you're attending or mosque or whatever. It's more a matter of one. I want to have someone I can talk with to clarify aspects of Scripture and get some other insight, and I might discard it and whatnot. But it's something to engage with somebody else about deeper questions that I'm having. But there's also a sense of community, which I think one of the problems with the church as it currently is constituted is they're focused on moralizing purity, kind of the Connor route of it's the absolute it has to be this kind of mentality, where the older churches were more community centers and ways to get people engaged in ways that weren't necessarily
that's it. Like 200 years ago, if you needed a space to organize an event, just move some fucking pews.
Yeah. And I'm not going to, because we all have our opinions, so I don't want to make this a grand debate where we're trying to one up each other on this, but I think it's very important to look at the church as a secular institution as well as a religious institution. And we've kind of, with the tax laws, have made it so atomized where you get people who want to go to church for the religious aspects and spiritual needs. You also get the ones, and they've always been there, that want to go because it's the social thing to do. It's a status symbol. And
It's also
I don't
it's
like
a
those
path to
people.
power,
Yes, exactly.
particularly the Catholic Church. You can tie a lot of atrocities to the Catholic Church seeking power. Also, you don't get that much gold by giving all your money away to do good deeds.
I do think it's worth saying in defense of the Catholic Church that they were right in the splits with the varying Orthodox churches on the point of Christological heresy. Diophysitism is based, Nestorianism isn't based,
Yeah,
monophysitism
none of
isn't
those words mean anything here.
Yeah. I've just got very obsessed with Christology recently.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of new.
Right. Getting back to what Thomas said. So he says, because you're ascribing more value to the idea of freedom as non-interference, proven to be a political justification for self-interest alone, than to the cultural variables that have been historically proven to positively cultivate future generations. Right, couple of problems with that, other than it's big word moralizing bullshit. One, the idea of freedom as non-interference. What, you fucking retard? That's literally what freedom is. Freedom is not being interfered with by other people, in particular the government. Secondly, proven to be a political justification for self-interest alone. Citation needed, bitch?
Yeah, it sounds a little moralizing.
Yes. Also, but political justification for self-interest alone. Freedom is non-interference. I would like to refer to you to the United States before 1970. What the fuck do you think that Second Amendment's for, Thomas? What do you think the actual fucking wording of the first is for? Congress shall make no law.
Yep.
Literally, freedom as non-interference. It's the entire fucking founding philosophy of the United States.
And you know, this gets to something where I have had a lot of philosophical problems with people because the founding principles of freedom is that it requires an educated, and that doesn't mean an erudite, pompous asshole. That just means people who have a foundation in kind of moral philosophy of the everyman.
Yes.
And maybe that's religiously based, maybe that's community based, but that is a requirement that will negate so many of these damn conscriptions of a porn pass and all these restrictions they want to impose with threat of force.
Yes.
Because a great example of the use of threat of force by a authoritarian Christian government is
Prohibition
Puritans under Cromwell.
That
no,
too.
No, Puritans under Cromwell.
Oh yeah, how even
because
theatre was banned because it was degenerate.
Theater was banned, Christmas was banned, all these other holidays and spiritual events were banned because it's being degenerated by man.
Yes.
They imposed window taxes where every little pane of glass. So if you've got a window and it's made up of 4-inch by 4-inch panes of glass, each one of those is getting taxed. That's why a lot of older English homes don't have closets; they have wardrobes because those were taxed as another room. So, when I look at Christian, moralist fascists like Thomas and Comlinson, I see echoes of Cromwell, and I don't think any of us want that shit.
No, absolutely not.
I also want to say to the point of, seeking power and stuff and a moral foundation, and I think the benefit of the church in a society like the United States is that it is somewhere that you can go for moralizing that is not as corrupted by a power incentive. There's still a power incentive there, but with the separation of church and state, it's going to be less prevalent than, say, getting, moral instruction from political actors or politicians who are openly seeking power, government bureaucrats, corporations.
That's exactly the thing. And that's where the good moral prescriptive forces come from. It comes from community, whether that community is based on Christ, or it's based on get those bloody drag queens away from our kids. Rather than getting the government involved and going, we're going to apply force to you if you try and access porn without a pass. It's going, porn is degenerate. Porn is bad, and you should not use porn because it is bad and it can make you bad. Those are completely different things. And moral prescriptivism is great if you keep the government out of it.
Yeah, there's a quote from Jordan Peterson that I think ties all this up really nicely. Ideologues assume the problems of the world are someone else's faults, or they assume that broad-scale systemic change is a prerequisite to utopia. A truly religious person tries to change him or herself, which is a more difficult and less grand task.
Indeed. So, getting back to the thing, Disco says, well, perhaps because I don't trust the government to use any power given to them, not only myself but my children with things like digital ID, in our interest. For the kids! I'd rather encourage parents to take more responsibilities for their kids than hand that power to often childless MPs.
Yeah.
This is one of the major issues with our education system, where we're basically giving our children to these educators who are indoctrinators, not educators.
Yeah, it's so perverse how educators make the free speech argument where it's like, motherfucker, you're not a private citizen. You were hired to do a job. You are a public institution that the taxpayer is paying for and that children are forced to go into, and their children.
Correct. Government actors don't have free speech.
They wouldn't make the same fucking argument if fucking Richard Spencer was running a classroom talking about those, like, kikes and fucking octoroons or whatever his deranged ramblings are.
Well, that's it. And it's exactly the thing. Teachers are public servants, and public servants don't get to have free speech. On the flip side,
they do, just
not in their capacity as a public servant. I assumed that you'd interpret it as on duty. In the line of their employment, public servants.
That's what I assumed, but like I said in chat, I got you. I'm just autistic, so I feel the need to clarify everything in obsessive, pedantic, and autistic detail.
But yes, public servants in their duty should not have free speech. Which, in theory, would mean that you could have someone with the same beliefs as Richard Spencer and, who's a deranged lefty?
AOC,
yeah.
Biden.
If public,
shall I go on?
Yeah, if public servants were properly restricted, as they should be, in the range.
We're going to use an example. It should be the top example, Trudeau.
Yeah. Oh, actually, it wasn't. Isn't Trudeau an actual failed teacher?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's.
Well, I don't know if he's a failed teacher so much as he was removed from his position under what could be fairly termed a cloud of suspicion.
Yeah. So yeah, if public servants remembered that they were servants of the public and had their free speech appropriately restricted, it wouldn't matter whether it was Trudeau or Richard Spencer teaching the class, because all they'd be able to teach is what's in the curriculum. And if you want your kids to learn something else, send them to a school that isn't paid for by the taxpayer. I've got no problem with Richard Spencer starting up a school for Nazis if he can get it funded entirely by the parents.
I mean, that's a fair point, because I think you should be able to teach anybody anything if you can privately fund it. And does it make it morally correct? No, absolutely not. But
it doesn't make it morally correct. It's just that it's morally incorrect for the government to stop you if you're not receiving money from them.
I think obviously though, and I know this isn't what you meant, but again, autistic pedantic detail, that's setting aside something where it's like incitement to violence or terrorism, like a fucking privately funded Islamic terrorism training fucking
Okay, in
element.
order for that argument to apply, those things would have to not be currently existing and getting away with it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, in the UK they're doing that with taxpayer funds.
Whoops.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh yeah, there are taxpayer funded Islamic schools that
I see.
are teaching naughty things.
Ah.
Now, another point that I wanted to... So going back to what Thomas had to say about him, a slippery slope. Where's that tweet again? Because it's like, this clinging to the slippery slope. Okay, couple of problems. So, putting aside the argument of whether porn is good or bad, and right, so...
It's bad.
Yeah, putting that aside...
I know, I'm just being a dick.
I need to put second in a shoebox, but... If he's a good boy, I'll poke the holes in the box before I put him inside.
Just don't put any of those chemicals that make the frogs gay. I want to have a wife.
No, don't worry about it. Alex Jones proved that the chemicals don't make the frogs gay. They make them trans.
Well, I don't want my dick lopped off either.
Well,
No, too late.
Yeah. So, putting aside all the porn sites that this will block him, it's not a stretch of the imagination for the government to go, oh, there's porn on Twitter and Reddit. Oh, better require the government wanking pass to have an account on Twitter and Reddit, and we totally promise we won't permanently link your Twitter account and your porn pass so we know exactly who you are in real life, and then we'll come investigate you for retweeting something offensive.
And your bank account.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's a good one. Yes, I can't imagine why we'd want to make it easier for Trudeau to find out what people's Twitter accounts are. But I can go one further. Thomas here is suggesting that, oh, you can't use the slippery slope argument. The government won't take something that they implemented for the welfare of the children and totally misapply it and use it inappropriately. Well,
Stonewall.
Worse. What about all
really?
those QR code all those COVID check-ins? Now, YouTube, we are not discussing anything to do with the check-ins themselves. We are discussing the misuse of that data. So, these QR codes that were used for check-ins at businesses so that they could be used by the health authorities to track cases. Government had never misused those, right? Right? Well, cause for police to be barred from snooping on QR code check-in data. There are concerns people may...
You're the Australian. You should be an expert at the government using technology for surveillance after Kung Flu.
Yep.
Xi Plague, you mean? Sorry, that remains my favorite name for it.
Yep. So, yes, there are concerns people may stop checking in after police searched QR code data that many thought only health authorities could access. Gee, really? You think that could possibly be a problem? No.
No.
So, Aaron, could you do a quick reading while I run to the bathroom real quick?
Yep, I got it. There are growing calls for police to be banned from snooping on Australians' QR code check-in data that most people are now using to aid in COVID-19 contact tracing. On multiple occasions, police have applied for and been granted access to check-in data that most people assumed was only being shared with health authorities. The privacy watchdog has said continued searching into individuals' check-in data by police may undermine an effective and efficient contact tracing system. Sydney Morning Herald reported that police forces in Western Australia and Queensland had managed to scrutinize check-in data. Victoria Police tried on 3 occasions but were denied access. And if I could see the link, I would continue reading.
It's alrighty, I'm back.
Okay, never mind. He's back
No,
anyway.
You know what's funny? Like, I didn't even know that this article had to do with Australia or COVID-19 before I made that comment.
Truth be told, I would have figured that this was Canada until I saw the word Australia.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it happened everywhere that implemented the same bullshit. So yes, police access QR code check-in data numerous times. So when bugger. You feel like doing some more reading on it?
Yep.
Hey, I do have to
QR.
go, though. I need to go shower, pray a rosary, gotta go full tradcath, and then go out for lunch with my parents and best friend, get some cake, go to church and get plastered with my friends.
Yes, you go off, have a good birthday. Don't hang around with us.
Yes,
go have fun.
What I'm hearing is you're not going to include us in the ASMR Scrub-a-Dub stream.
I mean, I would, but my phone is almost dead, so I can't take it in there with me.
Happy birthday, son.
Happy birthday, dude.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take it easy,
All right, have a nice day, lads.
Bye.
Shadilay.
Shadilay, my friend. Police access QR code check-in data numerous times. When the Western Australia SafeWA contact tracing app was made compulsory in December last year, Premier Sumnob promised personal data would only be used by health authorities, but Police Commissioner Some Other Knob said the terms and conditions allowed police to delve into the data if it was for a lawful reason, and its users should read the fine print. If any person is murdered, the police have a duty to collect the best possible evidence and put that before the court, he said in June after West Australia police used QR code information during an investigation into a murdered, I'm going to say that's Bikey. Don't expect me to do my job half-baked. I expect my officers to do everything possible to bring a murderer to justice and to bring a person who stabs another to justice. The police have only got information twice out of 240 million transactions, and they are exceptional circumstances, and it is lawful. In June, Queensland Police also got its hands on QR code check-in data after it applied for a search warrant as part of a case looking into the theft of a police firearm and taser in the Gladstone region.
Right, I'll stop you right there. I'll stop you right there.
Yep, that works.
That's an entire sentence is a lie.
Hmm.
Gun and taser weren't stolen.
Nice.
Dumbass fuckwit copper lost it.
Oh my god.
Queensland Police, so this article, officers stood down over incident that sparked check-in Queensland data access. Queensland Police have stood down an officer whose gun was thought to have been stolen, whose taser is still missing from a regional pub. The incident prompted police to access data from the check-in Queensland app, the role of which might be expanded further. Yes, that's right. In this incident, they wanted to get all the...
by government, so let's use it more.
Yeah.
Fuck's sakes.
But yeah, they're sitting here going, oh no, we need to investigate every person who was possibly in this area. Oh yes, because that won't possibly lead to any violations of rights, will it?
You don't have any rights. You're property of the state.
Yep.
So, carry on, sir, please.
Deputy Commissioner Another Knob has said police were concerned public confidence in the app was harmed by the data use, after the government promised it would only be used for contact tracing. A room at the Miriam Vale Hotel, about 450 kilometers north of Brisbane, was thought to have been broken into the night of the first State of Origin game, June 9th, and 8:30 a.m. the next day. In an initial police statement, an unloaded police-issued Glock and a taser were alleged to have been stolen, along with a number of personal items. Brisbane Times revealed police successfully sought a search warrant to access the check-in data in relation to, quote, a group of people reported to be acting suspiciously in the area, before officers found the unloaded gun during a, quote, more detailed search of the hotel on June 10th.
Okay, stop there for a second. Let's look at a couple of things. Firstly, government said it would only be used for contact tracing. Government said the digital ID would only be used to stop kids getting porn. See any similarities? Yeah. No. There's no evidence whatsoever that the government would possibly use the porn pass to maybe investigate people who said certain things in comments on certain websites, like, say, Twitter or Reddit. Because there's porn on those, so we gotta protect the kids. Gotta make sure we know who every Twitter user is.
Sorry, there's a comment in chat that I can't really read, but it might have to get saved for Rumble.
Are you talking about Changeling's comment?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a spicy one. Good job, Changeling. I'm proud of you.
That is really spicy. I like it, but yeah, that's probably not a YouTube one. So, the other thing on this article, the police successfully got a search warrant in relation to a group of people reported to be acting suspiciously in the area. How fucking vague and nebulous is that? Also, pub, big football game.
I was going to ask you actually what state of origin was, if that was a football or rugby thing or what.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bunch of
maybe it's cricket.
It's a bunch of weird gay dudes running around playing with balls, and apparently people give a shit for some reason.
Oh, so it's a pride parade.
Well, they do wear those armbands.
Codes then.
Yeah, but yeah. Acting suspiciously in the area. Right. A group of... something nebulous like a group of people acting suspiciously in an area. Right. Near a pub. Yep. On a big football night. After a gun's magically gone missing. So you then got all the data of everyone who is in the fucking vicinity. And you consider that not to be a massive invasion of privacy? Of course they don't, because they're fascists and they don't believe in such a thing. Also, then the cops found the gun during a more detailed search of the hotel. Yeah, so when someone who wasn't the original drunk cop who lost the bloody thing actually looked, they found it.
Like kicked under a couch or something.
Yeah, probably kicked under the bed in the hotel or something stupid.
Or they dropped it in the toilet while they were, futzing around drunk, blind off their ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, or they got in the shower and happened to accidentally bury it under a towel and it ended up in the laundry.
Well, given that... So, responding to a series of questions, a police spokesman said a senior constable from Operations Support Command was stood down over the incident with an ethical standards investigation underway. Detectives also said that the gun's ammunition and the taser cartridge stored separately in the room were not taken. Somebody was fucking a hooker.
I mean, either that or they had a certain now suspended officer from Tennessee come pay a professional visit.
Yes, it was a police strategy conference.
Yes, international relations went a little too far.
Yeah, and of course, on Friday, mandatory use of the app was extended with penalties for non-compliance. And then, of course, they decide they'd make it even broader. But yeah, no.
Holy shit, they really did go full on papers, please, huh?
Yes, they did.
Wow.
But YouTube, we are not discussing that. We are discussing the misuse of the data by the police. You hate the police, right, YouTube?
Yes, because ACAP.
To be fair, I'm yet to see...
Those innocent black Australians were being victimized.
You say that, but that was actually true.
Oh, fuck.
Remember, everything that the American police are falsely accused of Australian police are actually doing.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Monkey in the chat says he's watching men right now playing with their big Scottish balls.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a typical day for Monkey, though.
Yeah.
And I had to respond to Earl. Earl says, aren't all women basically hookers? They either cost you time, money, patience, also a ring equals money. Earl, I'm sorry, but as part of my personal mission, I intend to bring romance back into the world, and I really hate seeing people say things like that, because women, ladies, not hookers, not prostitutes, women, have far more value to a good man than simply what trophy aspects they can provide.
Oh, shut up, just because you found a good woman. Find one for the rest of us.
Find your own, goddammit.
I mean, how the hell am I meant to
Listen,
find a
I
good
had
woman
no-
in Australia?
Go hunt for immigrant women.
There you go.
Actually,
I'm sure there's
do we have any?
Ukrainian refugees.
I mean, we'll get to what the Ukrainian refugees have been up to, and maybe then I do need to go find one.
Oh dear.
Disco's popping. It's like, oi! It's okay, Disco. You're the man in the relationship, so it's fine.
I think she was about to be worried because I was going to reference how I had flirted with her once, and threatened to flirt with her once, and the next week she suddenly had a boyfriend.
Yeah, it's funny how that worked out.
I was like, Disco, you're different. You're a
mine is
tomboy.
a tomboy as well.
Yes,
Yeah,
they are superior.
Ellens that don't breed kids.
Marco's like, Beth, you need to find an American one. Yeah, they all left for some completely unknown reason 3 years ago.
Mm.
Don't worry, you can have some of the leftovers from here.
So yes, it's just a slippery slope argument. It's just slippery slope. They won't misuse it. Bullshit, they won't misuse it. They'll misuse it the first fucking chance they get. Oh, it's for the protection of the
Because they don't
kids.
see it as misuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's for the protection of the kids. Okay, let's allow it. We'll just have that Twitter account, please. Oh, it's for public health. Don't worry, we'll just use it to investigate one of our dumbass inbred fuckwits losing some shit.
The
And yes,
acceptable thing is,
this is what we were talking about with this whole slippery slope and why Christians should be really fucking careful.
Yep.
Yeah. As soon as you mentioned slippery slope, this meme came to mind, and I thought, yeah, I have to go find that.
It's become a Rumble stream now.
Not yet.
Not yet, but it's very fucking close.
It's always been close.
Yes, this is true.
We dance happily back and forth across the line.
Yeah, and of course we had another article from the University of New South Wales. Police access to check-in data is an affront to our privacy. We need stronger and more consistent rules in place. Yes, the government would never misuse data that they collect under the guise of public safety.
At least 6 occasions.
Yes,
Yes.
in one state. For investigation.
Oh, wow.
And over a course of this is published in September of 2021.
Yes.
So that was all fairly new.
Yep.
Mm.
I don't know if they go into anything worth talking about, but it's just worth pointing out this is from the University of New South Wales. This is actual academic. This is lefty academics pointing out the stupidity of this. Sorry, is there a point?
Have mercy.
Yeah. Lord have mercy, because we won't. So let's see, what else do we have? Oh god, there's so much degeneracy.
All the degeneracy.
Oh god,
yes.
This one.
Good question, Callum. I'm I had to stop and think about that, and I'm not convinced yet. He's like, is there, Bez, is there another form of academics at the moment that isn't lefty? Well, there doesn't seem to be any form.
Trades.
Well, that's not academics, but there doesn't seem to be any form of academics that isn't deranged and authoritarian. See, Connor
more, at least.
and Thomas.
Yeah, wow.
You mean Reichsmarshal Connor?
Yes.
Reichsmarshal Dowling.
Ah, yes, that's where this is supposed to leave. So speaking of a suspiciously concerning amount of authoritarianism coming out of the Light Cedars, and their ongoing moral Puritan crusade. So
I wonder if it's because of these university indoctrinated morons they keep hiring as presenters.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's definitely part of it.
It's part of Carl killing off Sargon and trying to rebrand himself as a philosopher academic. He's surrounding
Yeah, well,
himself.
he
He's
no
surrounding.
longer wants. He no longer wants to call himself a liberal. He's now got this sensible center idea that he wants
Yes.
to rebrand himself with,
For the
because he wants
record-
Yeah,
people to
For the
take him
record,
seriously.
for the record, new podcast with Nick Dixon.
Carl is no
Why
longer
Carl
a
is
liberal.
no longer a liberal? No, he's an authoritarian. We'll get into specifically how he's an authoritarian after we are done dealing with the poor and mad psychos.
The thing is, being
I
called a
have
liberal
question,
is such
though,
a slur to
related
him that he.
tweet. Go ahead, Carl.
Being a liberal is such a slur to the group now that he can't possibly associate with that because it's too much of a spicy meme to be called a liberal now.
Yeah, but sensible centrist. Yeah, we call that an idiot.
No,
The
we call
center-
that fence sitting.
The center is so far fucking removed from actual middle ground that if you're on the center, you're a leftist.
Yeah, essentially.
And that seems to be
And-
where he's fucking going.
Yeah.
Well,
my,
I mean,
my
he
question
is-
was, what the fuck is postmodern traditionalism? Is
Thank
that not seeing the children correctly according to history, or what?
Yeah.
It's trying to take the values of historical tradition and reinventing them for a modern day, which is basically just reinventing the wheel, if you ask me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's have a look at this one. So this is Contemplations number 97, The Psychology and Morality of Pornography. And this is where Connor really started laying into the bloody audience, which is unacceptable.
Oh, God. Wait until you guys read the new article from Thomas Dowling, then, if you think that's bad.
Oh, good. Now that you've mentioned it, it means I can talk about it.
Yay!
Because
Let's do this little video first with Connor, and then we'll show how they're also doing it. Huh?
Yeah. And just to clarify that random outburst, it's not out yet, so I don't want to bring it up and get Crow into trouble. But since Crow's brought it up and got himself into trouble, that frees me.
Yeah. I'm always in trouble with somebody.
Yeah. So, again, this is a massively long video, so it's not worth going into. But let's have a look at some of the comments. Like, Connor, it's not about risking rejection. It's about not risking getting Me Too. Because, of course, Connor's like, you just go out and get a girlfriend. Men aren't asking women out because they're afraid of getting rejection. No, motherfucker. Men have been afraid of getting rejected for all of human history. It's only in the last 20 years where we'll go to jail for it.
Yeah. And I mean, I've got to say, I've been trying to get myself a girlfriend for damn near 30 years, it seems. Well, no.
Wow.
Let's call it 25 years. When I was about 15. And it's like, it is not the easiest thing in the world for some men. It just isn't. And it's like, it's timing, it's trying to find compatibility with the right individual.
There's absolutely an element of luck.
Well, let's let's use me as an example. If I wanted to find a woman, putting aside the fact that I'm a fat fuck, putting that aside, in order to have a successful long-term relationship with somebody, you need to agree on core values. So please explain where Bezic finds a right-wing, gun-loving woman with traditional values who isn't also a die-hard Christian.
Luck with that.
Gun club?
Yeah,
Basically.
I will say my biggest, one of my biggest roadblocks has been I keep running into women who are, just hard into the whole Christianity thing, and I'm like, I'm not going to go to your church every Sunday just to wait a couple years of a relationship, just to get married, just to have sex. It's like,
yeah,
I do not have the capacity anymore to wait that long.
No.
And that's not saying I'm just in it for sex. It's like, no, that can wait. That can wait a while. But I don't want to find out that I'm fundamentally misaligned with someone after making the biggest commitment of my life, marriage. I kind of want to get a hint of that in like 4 or 5 months in.
It's like Do you want to have children? 10 years into the relationship, like, oh, actually, no, I don't want children. Or yes, I do want children. And you've never, like, it would just be a bad fucking move.
Yeah. Well, that's it. From my point of view, I'm trying to find a woman who is okay with with having both children and guns in the house.
Yeah. I would struggle with my partner to convince them to have guns, but I think if they saw how safe they would be, then I think she'd probably agree eventually.
Yes. Well, also because I'm a good, responsible gun owner, if I'm not in direct control of my firearms, they are appropriately secured. And
that doesn't sound very Texan of you.
Well, I have a liberal definition of my control. For example, if I lived alone, anywhere in the house, including the coffee table, would be in my control.
Yeah, anywhere the cat couldn't pull a trigger.
Yes.
I don't know if you train the cat properly.
Have you spoken to your cat
self-defense
about gun
animal
control?
But
dear.
you know, it's like big. You know, I will give Comlin a compliment here. He's not an unattractive man, so it's much easier for him to go.
Somebody
out
needs
and
to pin
pick
his
up
ears
women.
back, though.
Well, that goes without saying. It's like he probably gets elephants hitting on him.
My mum used to wrap my head with a towel and make sure my ears were trapped, so I didn't end up growing up with ears that stuck out like that. Fortunately, it crushed my brain at the same time, so I didn't really get it.
So there was a negative side effect there.
Yeah.
But you know, it's like this pretending that, you know, and I think the unfortunate thing is there's so many men out there now more than before because online dating, where it has the benefit of you can get out of your comfort zone and look, where maybe you're not moving in the right orbits to run into a lot of single women, but it also means there's such a flood of the market that unless you somehow like put your bank statement on, you're just not going to attract enough quality women. And you know, dating's a numbers game. I think Ardent said that a little while back with the luck. So,
well, I mean, we've got the data. These dating apps have released the data.
Yeah, and I mean, the very first thing that Stormy and I talked about was our core values. Like we really, and I made it very clear in my profile that sex is important to me. It's not the only reason I wanted to be in a relationship, but it is absolutely essential that intimacy be available.
Yeah, and because I think once you go past about the age of 30, it's much more important to have sexual compatibility than just, you know, having it not on the table at all, because it's a basic human core function. You know, it is.
Well, it's completely fundamental to the way relationships work between people anyway. Like, not everybody is going to be a sexual
bonding.
Yeah. Like, some people have high sex drives, and if you have someone with a high sex drive and a low sex drive, it causes a huge clash. It's
Absolutely.
Like, it's such a fundamental thing to find someone that fits with you. And I know it's cliche to say, but like two puzzle pieces fitting together.
Yeah, it's a good cliche for a reason. Yeah. But yeah, you know, it's like, and I think
also, real Holsonator, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Crow, you're wrong. I know a lot of people who can't be around guns because they have such an emotional reaction.
I believe we call them idiots.
No, we call them
what, Bez?
I'm talking about that my partner wouldn't have a fucking emotional reaction. It's just a gun. She just doesn't like the idea of them in the house. That's all.
Well, yeah, a lot of women don't like the idea
that's completely
of having
irrelevant
guns
to
in the home.
emotional reactions.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Also, Holtz like Bezek, in order to have a successful relationship with someone, you have to respect them. That's why you haven't got a girlfriend. I don't like where you're going with that.
Touche.
You're not necessarily wrong.
There is a lot of. I have heard feedback from my partner actually that it's like Bezek's like really a misogynist at times. He really fucking hates women.
To be fair, look at his examples of womanhood. He's got. I mean, he's in far too close proximity to Jacinda Ardern.
I reckon with the right woman, Bezek wouldn't stop but put her on a pedestal and just be like, oh yes, she is the definition of what woman should be. Glorious woman that I have found.
I also think that there's a bit of a misunderstanding with putting on a persona for the show to an extent.
Yeah, of course. And then there's the autism that we have to account for as well, where you get really deep into your rants and you really go fucking full ham with them and double down on them.
Also, show me where I'm wrong.
Well, and that's the thing. Yeah, this is a entertainment podcast in a lot of ways. We cover news, but if we take ourselves too damn seriously, we'll just end up burning out like morons.
And I'm not going to waste everyone's time to go, oh, I don't think all these... No, fuck off, who cares?
Yeah.
None of you people, none of you people were gonna fuck me anyway. I don't have to justify myself here.
Monkey, are you volunteering?
I mean, Cry Monkey and I still have to do a Twitch Hot Tubs stream, but that's beside the point.
Well, I mean, we might arrange something. We'll see.
just to get yeeted off of Twitch.
Yeah.
It's not about the hot tub stream. It's about sending a message.
I don't know. If we claim to be trans, I'm sure we'd get away with it, and then Twitch would have this whole debacle about, oh, well, we can't. Oh, we can't be mean to trans people.
You say that, but I did see an article today come out that a trans woman got yeeted off Twitch for titty streaming.
Oh,
yeah, I saw that.
I don't think that guy is actually trans. He just dresses as a woman for the sake of a meme, basically.
Well,
he would do...
Fair enough, but
I've seen his content before. And what he would do is he would go on things like, what was it? Omegle or whatever. Pretend to be a woman talking a feminine voice, then suddenly go, hi, and talking a male voice and stuff, and freak people out. And he used to just do that as trolling, but obviously it's profitable to pretend to be an attractive woman for some unbeknown reason that we can't
lots of
figure
women
out.
pretend to do that. Be that.
Yeah.
Right. So the question for chat.
Imperative to that.
The question for chat is, what color bikini top do you want to see on Monkey, Crow, and Bezic?
Oh, dear God.
I will have a blood red bikini.
No, Crow, you'd have no say in this. Because
I would have a blood red bikini, and Monkey would be in blue, representing both England and Scotland. So fuck you.
No, that's for the two of you.
Bleach, my opinion is that if Crow does do this, he needs, in fact, to wear an itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini.
Oh, dear God.
The Beatles, who are his countrymen.
Dear Lord. Okay. Maybe we should move away from this before it gets us banned off YouTube.
We'll just invite Bezic to join us for the hot tub stream, and he can wear that bikini.
I think Bezic needs to wear a big rainbow bikini.
I think the real question is, would Connor? The real question is, what would Connor do if he saw the stream?
He probably
would
sub.
He would probably coom and then hate himself and you.
Yes.
Also,
actually,
brings up a good point. Banana hammocks.
Actually, something else about Connor that I legitimately want to know. He's so anti-porn. Yes, he's not married. I want to know if he's ever fucked his girlfriend.
I reckon he has.
So he's committing a sin.
Yes. Yep. That would be my argument.
I reckon that he's the kind of person that is hyper-Christian publicly, but doesn't necessarily follow his own principles behind closed doors.
A raging hypocrite.
That's what I feel.
Never would have guessed.
My guess is he goes out dogging on a regular basis.
God.
Callum was like, does he have a girlfriend? Well, he keeps fucking talking about her. Because he's...
Maybe it's really a priest.
Or maybe she's... Well, anyway. Inflatable.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, going back to this video, so... This is yet another video where Connor was arguing in favour of porn IDs, and basically chat was having a go at him. And again, this seems to be part of the ongoing problem with the Lotus Eaters and their connection to the audience. So, like, someone in the comments is saying, so many things are wrong with Connor's argument. No liquor store wrote down my address and recorded what I bought. Correct. And that is one of the primary issues.
There's a rebuttal. Well, not if you used a card though. It's like that's not the point.
Again, they don't keep a record of it attached to your ID. I don't give a shit if they keep a record of my card. Though I'd much rather they didn't either. Also, I'm buying it online. How the fuck do you think I paid them?
and the thing with like using a card is, in theory, you could have another legal name that you have that under.
Or
done.
Hear me out. Prepaid credit card, gift card.
Yep.
But again,
I can't remember.
I've never seen any bottle shop, never even heard of one that keeps a record of your ID.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I just googled Connor Tomlinson and it comes up as a football player, but then it has a picture of Connor.
Nice.
And then some other person that isn't him, but they look very, very similar. That's fucking weird. I'm gonna snapshot this. Jesus.
This is manager. Apparently lives in a fascist hellhole and says, I have my driver's license scanned when I go to a provincial liquor store now because the police don't do anything about rampant theft until a clerk got knocked the fuck out. Yeah, that's also a problem with the government owning liquor stores like they do in some places in the States.
Oh, I've got a better one for you. Did you see my video on Friday about the gambling droids? You actually have to show your fucking driver's license to a machine in order to buy a lottery ticket from these things.
Disgusting.
Yeah, yes. I have no problem with gambling, but I hate casinos and I hate these skill games as they're branded.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I would rather have the local brewery here have a room where you could go play poker and win, lose, and what have you that's legal, rather than go to a fucking casino.
Yeah, I hear you.
Also, I am pretty sure that I've seen him, or at least the person I believe to be his partner, Connor, this is. I believe I saw the partner say about them being together, but it was a while ago, so they might not technically be together these days. So it's very, very difficult to say.
I swear he keeps talking about his girlfriend every time he's on. Because again, he's just trying to talk about himself. No one cares, Connor.
Yeah.
We didn't like you when you first showed up. You're not helping the situation.
I think we need to send Connor a Tim Pool brand beanie.
And a Cuck Murphy brand fake beard.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
What else have we got in the comments? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's just one of these. It's if he wasn't such a smug little bastard, I could probably take what he's saying much less harshly. But smug people and I do not get along very well, and I'm sure that's such a shock to chat and everyone here.
I don't think any of us take kindly to smug twats.
I mean, you guys like me, so.
No, you're not smug. You're just
you're not smug. You're just no. Never mind.
No. He's not a smug twat. He's a smug cloaca.
Oh. That's for you and your cloacas, Luke.
But I'm always in the cloacas.
I didn't bring it up this time. It's always bleach at this point.
Yes.
It is. Yeah. It is always bleach at this point.
Hey,
yes.
I mean, what's a single guy to do other than stare into the cloaca because it's stared back at me?
Oh, God.
Yeah. There you go. This is Maju. He just talked to us about having his driver's license scanned. Says he started buying booze from different locations when they started doing the driver's license thing. I have to go there for hard liquors, so I'm pooched there. I could drink less. Nah. Oh, gee, I can't see any parallels between that and this fucking porn ID situation at all. Or this site requires that. Screw you. I'm going to, I don't know, what is it? Legbeards.ru.
Big-eared-posh-porn.com.
Yep. And like, we've got these comments here. By hook or by crook, this is about introducing digital IDs for everyone. They will take any and every path to justify this. Bingo.
Yeah. And Connor is on that side. He's on the side of digital IDs, which is weird.
Yep. Yeah, what the hell happened? Where did the classical liberals go? Oh, wait.
They became sensible centrists.
Sargon of Akkad is dead and Cole Benjamin killed him.
The sensible slippery slopers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Another comment by a guy called Abdul Al-Haz says, to be fair, part of the problem is also the high risk to low reward ratio associated with many modern girls. At my lowest point, I finally decided that it was better for me to live alone with porn than put up with an abusive girlfriend forever. Fortunately, you see, as a healthy relationship was available, that's where I went.
Yeah, I do watch porn now and again, but it's quite rare because I have a partner. But like, there are times where you can't always be together. But in like, and that's pretty much the only time porn ever becomes used. But like, in the absence of having the real thing, porn is kind of like a crutch in many ways. And I think that's what a lot of people use it for. When you have the real thing, why the fuck do you want to watch someone else do it when you could be partaking? I mean, it's ridiculous.
I've got a friend who says he'd rather make porn than watch porn.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Yep. Disco wants to know about Crow's fapping habits.
No, what?
Oh, sorry. She says she doesn't need to know
her.
about those.
I had to read it because I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I think Disco would rather gouge out my eyes.
Oh, Holtznader makes a really
Disco would rather gouge out her eyes.
Holtz makes a really interesting point that none of us have brought up yet. You know, watching porn is easier than rape. If Connor was smart, he wouldn't want that to change.
Touche, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Also,
there's a
I
lot
like,
of guys
Maureen Peters.
that would apply to.
Yeah, I like Maureen Peters' response. Excuse me? No, he is not attractive. The way he presents himself is repulsive, and his looks are...
Yes.
Who's that referring to?
Betty Steve. Crow doesn't flap, he flaps.
Oh, dear.
God.
Flapping habits.
Mm-hmm.
Well, every winter I migrate, you see.
Fresh eggs to fertilize.
Up next, I get not liking porn. Shaker Silver says, I get not liking porn and kids absolutely should be kept from porn and the internet at large, ding ding ding. But Connor seemed incensed when I suggested that his good intentions would be twisted by those in power to implement things like digital IDs. Asking for more state to fix the problem of bad parenting is never a good idea. Yeah, is this the guy that Connor went off at after a fucking comment?
Oh, probably.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any doubt.
And he's been there since
I mean, he's one of the OG.
He's, yeah. He was there before I was, and I was there, I think it was 9 months into the Lotus Eaters when I finally had the money to actually pony up a membership.
I joined right at the beginning, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. Jalara Savak suggests that considering what modern women are like, porn is an absolute necessity. It is in fact the smart alternative. Not to mention these anti-porn laws only seem to be enforced against males. Most of the time, girls pass along nudes, and how often do they get in trouble for it? Not very often.
True. We just had a teacher here, actually, who was accused of noncing one of her students, and she was found not guilty. But it looked very suspicious on the surface of it, from what the news was reporting.
Absolutely. What else do we have? No, it shouldn't be illegal to send nudes to another adult just because it's across state lines. State lines!
Quite funny, I like that.
That's utterly ridiculous. If you want to argue that just asking if you're 18 is not enough, fine. I still maintain that having a reasonable belief that someone is 18 should be an affirmative defense, as in you have to prove it in court. Not one of these
How do you
just
prove
raised...
that you believe someone was 18?
Well, this ties into what I often talk about where a guy can get trapped by a girl with a fake ID in a club.
Hey, I've got a fake ID, or you get a text message saying, oh yeah, I'm over 18 when you're actually chatting with this person.
Yeah, like this ties into what I generally talk about with the fact that a guy can go to a nightclub specifically, because you can get into pubs without IDs, but a nightclub, a guy can go to a nightclub, get approached by a woman, take her home, fuck her, and then go to jail because she got into the club with a fake ID and she's 17 and 364 days, or whatever it is. Bit fucking much. It should be acceptable for him to be able to go. to have to go, hold on a second, I had a reasonable belief that they were 18 because nightclub.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm curious, actually. Is there any precedent of that actually happening? Guys who pick up girls in nightclubs and
Yes.
they turn out to be underage and ending up charged?
There's,
Yeah?
Yes.
There's been numerous cases.
There's been
I've seen
several.
of that kind of stuff.
I don't know how numerous it is, but I've seen at least 2 or 3 different cases.
And they've all been ruled rape, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fucking idiot judges.
Well, it's just how stupidly written the law is. There's no exemption for a reasonable mistake of fact. And I kind of get why you don't include that, but it's just like everything in law is supposed to, at least it should be based on the reasonable person standard. Would a reasonable person have believed that this person was 18? If yes, what the fuck was he meant to do?
Yep.
But
also, the idea that porn is an evil vice, I kind of don't agree with that. I think porn is an inevitability.
It is.
You
Also,
look at monkeys,
porn,
and they
again,
sit and watch each other fuck sometimes, you know? Like,
monkeys will go in the wild. Monkeys will go masturbate if they've lost a fight.
That's true.
But people want to talk about porn. There are cave drawings of big-titted women that predate fucking everything. That predate agriculture.
Sorry, I'm just hung up on the big-titted women part. So yeah,
I've just noticed that Maureen is now talking about polka dot yellow, only foam, hot tub sprims and stuff. So I'm guessing she's watching this in delay.
Maybe.
I mean, so Maureen, what I'm hearing is you're volunteering to wear polka dots and foam.
Yes.
So it definitely works for me.
I mean, if anyone's going to pull it off, it'll be her.
Yeah. No, let's not go there. So, yeah, I take it you're referring to this Noah guy, Crow. Porn may be an evil vice, but I don't think you could just ban it for 2 reasons. One, I can't think of a way the government could possibly enforce a ban that wouldn't be immediately arming them with tools for all manner of tyrannical abuse.
Yep.
And 2, the issue is love, morality, and virtue. Things parents should be responsible for teaching, not things the government should be responsible for enforcing. I don't see a world where inviting the government to parent your children for you ends well.
Yep. And I'd like to kind of see some of the responses to that.
I really like that. Brit wants license. Shocking.
Another one. Normally I agree with Connor, but in this, absolutely not. This is an individual responsibility, much like faith. It's not morality if it's forced.
Yeah.
Society was far better when your ancestors had to try harder to see boobs. Oh, Connor, you poor dumb bastard. Connor pretending that strippers haven't existed for all of human history. Sorry.
And prostitutes and
Yeah. As
yes.
Second oldest profession.
Yeah, quite literally. Like, sex work has been around since the beginning of time, basically.
Yes.
Yep.
And in fact, it's the one thing that's gone less bad, because science.
And regulations and hygiene.
Yes.
Funny that.
And it's also an insight into banning things versus regulating them. In Australia, prostitution is illegal but heavily regulated. So guess what prostitutes have? Monthly STD checks. What?
It'd be better if it was weekly, but
I agree. I don't know how regular it is. I don't know because I'm not going to pay for sex. Bonus to porn existing, Connor.
But you know, it's one of these things where me personally, not something I want for myself, but some of these like really desperate young men who get all worked up about, being virgins, if they had the option and they were that convinced that would make them feel better, then it should be a legal option. It should be, that's just one of those. It's a sad fact of reality. Some people just need that kind of validation.
Holtz. And you're talking about me not respecting women. Newsflash, Bezic, if you're having sex, you're paying for it. That's why what Monkey said earlier is correct. You don't pay, you pay prostitutes for sex, you pay them to fuck off afterwards. So, anyway, now that we're officially the most misogynist podcast on YouTube.
I don't know. I think if Connor had his own, he probably would go further than us. He'd just sound a lot more posh about it.
He's like, I love that, Steely. At this point, I think that one's fallen into the public domain, so all good.
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
Oh, what is this clickbait bullshit? The Lotus Eaters get arrested featuring Harry Miller? You question mark whatchamacallit rule breaking cunt.
Yeah, no. What was the other stuff you wanted to bring up? Because we can't just read all the comments disagreeing.
Yeah.
We all know that they disagree.
Ah, yes. It was this particular article.
Yes.
Yes. So, in recent segments on the
why are you on light mode, you sick fuck?
Because fucking...
Oh, that's much better. Oh, my eyes are readjusting.
Because the cookies don't bloody stick, because the website's a piece of crap.
They really need to hire a developer. Then again, I'm not sure at this point there's even much that a developer could do to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a
build it fresh is what they need.
Yes. So, in recent segments, Harry and I kicked the digital's hornet's nest by condemning illustrated child pornography. Lola Kahneman, blah 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 blah. Talking about fucking Nabokov's book is defended as just a drawing and therefore not hurting anyone. Well, of course it's defended that way because that's inherently true, Connor. Please point to the victim of this crime.
Connor.
Yes. I'd suggest that if your hobby shares its namesake with the Leader Express, you're doing something reprehensible. Oh, congratulations. Well done. You've just compared half your fucking audience to Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, even if it was just 1% compared, that's just a very bad position to take. Because it's like... It's divisive from the outset and intended to drive people away.
Yeah, and then he says the same. Sorry, go on.
And this is just like Tiny Tim Pool. It's like when you start attacking the audience rather than explaining why maybe this is not a good thing to engage in, you're putting people on the defensive automatically. And whether they agreed with you in principle or not, now that they're in a defensive position, they're done with the argument. They're just going to say, no, fuck you, I'm moving on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you keep badgering them, they're going to just be like, all right, I'm going to make bad faith arguments, not because I necessarily feel it, but because I'm tired of being degraded by someone who thinks they're better than me.
Speaking of bad faith arguments, he says, the same deflections that provoke my critique of the porn industry has been based on the reciprocal exploitation of traumatized drug-addicted performers and the neurologically damaged addicts who consume the material at the expense of earning wholesome relationships. Congratulations, you've just insulted the audience again. Secondly, I can think of several porn performers that are definitely not traumatized.
Or necessarily drug-addicted. See, this is a framing device that automatically, no matter what anybody argues with, it's like the old thing. Well, the old question of, well, when did you stop beating your wife?
Indeed.
It's like,
but like the title of the thing is "Consent is not a moral standard." Excuse me. Firstly, that's inherently wrong. Kind of the whole point of rape laws, Connor.
Mm-hmm.
So then he waffles on and on and on, being a pretentious twat, and says consent is one moral foundation.
Yeah, basically, that's an ad hominem fallacy anyway, to assume that they're all neurologically defunct beforehand.
Yes, ad hominem attacks on the audience.
Well, what I really dislike is that line of, but while my argument seems obvious to many, it's like, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But framing it this way,
that's an argument. What is it? That's actually a fallacy. In fact, it's like
Yeah.
3 fallacies. One of which
Which
is the
one?
argument from authority, which is really bad when you're claiming yourself as the authority.
What was the section so I can have a look?
My argument
It-
seems
it's-
obvious to many.
So third
Point to this
paragraph.
many. Are they in the room with us?
Where did you touch this mini?
Yes.
Connor?
Modern consent-based harm mitigation morality has numbed some to moral intuition. Okay, that's not necessarily wrong, but do you need to be a twat about it? Obviously, yes, but...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there we go. Appeal to majority. Thank you, Kurt.
Yeah, it's called a bandwagon fallacy. Yeah, appealing
Yeah.
to the popularity or the fact that many people do something as an attempted form of validation.
Yes. Worse still, this disarmament of their ability to assert and enforce disgust, sensitivity... Oh, fuck's sake, it's so pretentious! Allows predators to publicly indulge in their perverse paraphilias while castigating normal people for judging them because nobody's getting hurt. You deluded twat. Also, define paraphilia. Are you going to suggest that vanilla missionary porn is the same as that weird foot fetish stuff? Or furry stuff? Well, God forbid we talk about animated things, because Connor's a fucking deluded child.
Yeah. And I think this is something that I've kind of noticed is nobody really pushes back and argues against Connor. It's more...
Well, they all agree with
maybe a semantical disagreement at best, and he just talks right over them. There's no room for him being able to learn. And I don't care if his position changes or not, but he has such a moralistically fixed position from which he's arguing. He reminds me of some of these left-wing talking heads where it's all preconceived notions. Everybody's a fascist, everybody's a Nazi, yada yada yada. Where it's like,
yeah, in this case, it's everybody's a heathen. Listen to this. Taboos are not arbitrary, per C.S. Lewis. Man is the archaeologist, not architect of morality. The telos or purpose of sex is reproduction, and to deepen intimacy to create a bond capable of raising a family. Indulging in desires that cuckold or castrate you pervert the wholesome purpose of the act.
Okay, well then you know what, Connor? You need to...
Twat munchie.
He needs to stop fucking his girlfriend right now, because if it's not for sex as reproduction...
Yeah.
And
you'd better not be using bloody condoms, Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Every sperm is sacred.
That really does seem to be that way. Furthermore, what consenting adults do behind closed doors does affect you. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing this. It affects...
Okay, what?
It affects how you interact with others. If your desires are stigmatized, some appropriately so, you may feel shame, which decreases your confidence and self-assurance. You may either avoid... Blah, 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 blah. What? What consent...
Okay.
What can others...
You may either avoid admitting your shameful tastes or lie about them. Or you may actively realize, hey, maybe this is the wrong thing to be doing. This is why I'm saying public shaming is not necessarily a bad thing.
That's another form of fallacy called a black and white fallacy. He's presenting only 2 alternative states as the only possibilities, but there are plenty of more possibilities that can happen. I'm sorry, but that's also a logical fallacy quite easily there. Black and white thinking is something I'm quite I find common with myself because of my BPD. It's one of the traits that happens, so I have to be really fucking vigilant with it.
Here's another disingenuous one. Blah, 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 compulsion to indulge. Oh, he's just leftist dialectic and normalization. Okay, so you're comparing the audience to leftists with phrases like, where's the harm? Or what I do in private is none of your business. Then the push for equitable consideration. We are valid, or you're just a backward moralist for opposing this. Finally, affirmation and normalization. This is why men in leather, dope costumes, and pride parades are celebrated as an education and inclusivity for impressing more children. Right. Well, that's an actual slippery slope fallacy.
Yeah. Also, Callum Dayton in chat. I'm sorry, I've sort of tuned out of all of this. All this talking of Connor is just, yeah.
Yeah.
Trust us. We'll follow this up with a nice fun segment, don't worry.
Also, Connor. Men in leather dog costumes at pride parades are not in private, and the children that see it aren't consenting.
Yeah, he's backing up his earlier argument with something. He's basically doing an apples and oranges fucking fallacy there. False comparison or false equivalency. Sorry.
Yeah. The addictive, and he's talking about lollies again. The addictive substances and degenerate desires create a perverse incentive to pollute civilization. Do they? Can I have a citation?
Oh God.
Misery loves company. What? Even attempting to moderate one's perverse desire by using gesture drawing eliminates the prohibition against the desire itself, but acknowledges there's
so he's
evil
talking
in
about
practice. Yes. Okay, couple of things. One, lolly does not automatically equate to human female child. If you look at an anime drawing that exhibits childlike features and immediately go, wanna fuck a kid, Connor, maybe you're the pervert. But attempting to moderate one's possessed desire by using gesture drawing. No, Connor, you a disingenuous type. That's not even remotely what people who like that are arguing. They're arguing that you shouldn't be using government force against them for a victimless crime. Because that's what you are suggesting, Connor. You are suggesting that the government enacts force upon a person for a drawing. And when does a drawing become lolly, Connor? Tell me about it. Tell me. If I draw a stick figure, if I draw 2 stick figures and write 18 under one of them and 17 under the other one, do I go to jail, Connor? Where is your line here? We have a really fucking clear line if we go real child.
Yeah. And it's like, addicts don't want to stop what's bad for them, so they wage a war of position to abolish the stigma and command normal people to suppress the institutions that tell them what they're doing is wrong. That is such a bullshit blanket statement, because there are addicts out there that are like, no, this is wrong for me, but they have an addiction because it's a either biological or chemical addiction, and they keep going for it. Does that mean that they're trying to knock down everything? I've known alcoholics who are like, yeah, no, I don't want to have other people around me who are drinking, or I don't want to encourage other people to drink because I know it will lead down a bad road. Now, they themselves are like, well, I've not had a drink in like 2-3 years. I'm still an alcoholic. There's a difference between that and what he's saying is like, oh yeah, you're just trying to normalize everything. It's like, he's just...
Well, that's funnily enough another thing called a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, which is cherry-picking data clusters to suit an argument or finding a pattern to fit a presumption. And what he's done is looked at a very small group of people, like people who are pro Lolita drawing and stuff like that.
Or how
and he's
about...
used that to make the crux of his argument.
Yeah, how about his next example? One example from Louise Perry's The Case Against the Sexual Revolution is porn actress Casey Jordan, whose appearance made her roles in teen scenes before she live-streamed her suicide attempt on YouTube. Yeah, that's a Texas sharpshooter again. Also, Connor. How about all the kids that committed suicide because they were raped by priests? You want to talk about those, Connor? Like, fuck's sake, Connor, we can play this game all day.
Ban Christianity? Ban
Same fucking logic.
And Catholics.
Where's the line?
There is a stronger argument for banning Catholics than there is for banning fucking porn. Because I can point to the bloody victims of Catholics.
There's been literal wars in the name of Catholics, not in the name of porn, as far as I'm aware.
What about all the priests, bishops, cardinals that have been arrested for noncing on kids?
Don't you remember the porn crusades?
Yes. In the late 9th century, the great porn crusaders with their giant cocks upon their shields striking across the wastelands of, you know.
You will obey my waifu. She is the best.
The many
Wielding their
cries of
giant
penis vault.
dildos. No,
The many
dildo
cries
vault.
of penis vault. Dildo vault.
Oh, here we go. How we now get to, because he's still on his
Nominee coitus.
consensual adults, because he's like talking about the consensual cannibal, where both he and his victim suffered a history of child abuse, and then he waffles on about bullshit. Should one man be permitted to eat another because both consented? Well, you can't consent to murder, you idiot. Should we permit mentally ill adults to chemically castrate and surgically mutilate themselves in pursuit of trans identity despite tests? Connor, you do understand that in these cases you can point to the physical harm. Additionally, I would not recommend that a Catholic talk about chemical castration. Who was it who was castrating the gay people chemically, Connor? Additionally, you want to talk about gender mutilation, Connor? Oh boy, we can have a talk with the Christians about that. Tell me about circumcision, Connor. Does the baby consent to the circumcision? Is it moral because the parents consented to the circumcision? Come on, Connor.
I think he'd probably argue that circumcision is more of a Jewish thing than the Christian thing, but that's not strictly
Take
true.
that up with Americans.
Yeah. I mean, in European sort of Christianity, it's not so common.
No. But again...
It's very common here as well for a very long time.
Yeah. What? Hold on. The government's approach is one of harm reduction, providing clean meals to reduce the risk of contracting diseases and decriminalizing rough sleeping. Those are different problems. Are we not acting like the priest and Levite in the parable of the Good Samaritan here? You pretentious fucking mong. One, don't make me have to go research additional shit to understand what you're saying. Two, don't recall Sargon's fan base being full of Christians.
Yeah, that was something I was going to point out. Like, how could you know your audience so little?
Well, I think
and
that's the big
so
problem.
much crap.
The problem isn't that he doesn't know his audience at all. It's that he's trying to distance himself from his audience.
Yeah. Yeah. 'Cause, you know, I just get this solid impression as time goes on is the audience that got Carl and the Lotus Eaters off the ground is now kind of morally repugnant to these people. And I think that's the big foul. That's why Comlin Tonnerson has been brought on board, because he is a wedge to drive between the right audience and the audience that brought them to the position that they're currently at. And I really hate this model of business and commentary, because it's all about basically creating a feedback loop of people who will just laud you for whatever you say.
Well, you say that, Bleach, but Thomas Dowling's next article is just straight up an hit piece on Sargon of Akkad's audience.
I'm going to be right back.
Ah, damn it, he leaves just as when I'm about to ask him how much he's okay with me sharing.
I need like a support pile of food for this one.
Okay, we'll get to that when he shows back.
Crow requires cake.
Yes. There's some safe for work audio that's now there for you.
What the
if
fuck
you want to have a little fun with that.
What the fuck is this? Gratitude de-ego-centrizes our lived experience, reframing the abandonment of vice not as a struggle that requires willpower, but as freedom to be thankful for. What? Has he ever met a human before?
That is, I swear, I'm starting to think that Connor is really just some sort of like, what are the the VTuber. Yeah, he's like some really high-powered VTuber AI, and it's just like picking out the biggest words in a dictionary that it can find.
Yep. Yeah. Like, look at this crap. Consent-based morality is a means by which subversives can dismantle standards which impede socialist revolution.
What?
Okay, so you're comparing the audience to socialists.
Could you say
Well
that
done.
in fucking English, please?
No, he couldn't. That would require him to remove the stick from his arse.
I mean, that's never going to happen. He's
Stick, which is
got it.
apparently wrapped around a lexicon.
I have some cashews now, so I feel better.
Look at this crap.
Oh god, nope. I'm gonna stop myself from making a comment about putting nuts in his mouth, making him feel better. Oh wait.
Yeah. Look at this crap.
This is Crow, not Connor.
The chain of moral
fair.
causality does not end with your consent. No one's suggesting that, you fuckhead. That's a straw man. In supporting an industry like pornography via direct subscriptions or being a statistic to be sold to prospective advertisers, you become an agent of agendas which we otherwise find abhorrent, but on which the industry relies. The abortion industry and the widespread availability of contraception, which is depleting Western sperm counts. Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, but
No.
contraception is not depleting Western sperm counts.
No, that's
No,
Where the
it's-
fuck
it's
is he
Western
getting this
eating.
crap?
chemicals in the water.
It's Western eating with
Oh,
hyper-processed,
look.
ultra-processed
He's
food.
he's linking his article with the weird bitch that I just was not remotely interested in watching Connor and some deranged lunatic. Oh, an actual witch. Depleting Western sperm counts, though. I don't think that's what allows.
Isn't it a bit weird to, link to your own article as a source in your own article as evidence of what you're saying being true?
Well, he's done that several times. Or like, you theoretically had the source, just give us the source. Allow porn to avoid the annoyance of inevitable unwanted babies.
They're probably doing it to improve Google search results.
Possibly. The industry shows similar callous indifference to children who manage to survive gestation, factoring in the exposure reminders to their content into their perspectives. There's also what? Okay, so this is a different claim. Factoring exposure of minors to their content into the projected profits and marketing strategies. You got a citation for me? Because he's got a citation in the sentence previous to it and the sentence after that, but where's the citation here? There's also the implicit inability to verify the consent. Oh, for fuck's sake, he's referencing himself. You pretend. Impossible to verify the consent of participants. So that FBI record keeping, Connor.
So
also,
he's accusing the porn industry of basing their expectation of profit on whether or not they commit an illegal act.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention, he's also waffling on the implicit inability to verify the consent of the participants. Well, fuck me. Good thing there's no such thing as... We might as well do away with rape laws, Connor, because there's no way to implicitly... We're implicitly unable to verify the consent of the participants there, Connor.
I thought they had contracts. You normally get contracts when you do acting, even if it is pornographic.
Yeah, but his argument is going to be, oh, we don't know how they were forced before the camera started rolling. Oh, we don't know if they were forced... Shut up! This is the exact kind of bullshit argument that has men going, do I need a lawyer, 2 witnesses, and a fucking contract before I have sex with a woman? That's the exact same bullshit.
There was she had a YouTube channel is like Redhead Redemption. Your woman named Paige. She'd done porn for a couple years. She'd been like some executive in New York. Fuck New York, and it's like she talked about it very openly, and she's like, yeah, she had her contract where she could refuse doing certain acts with certain actors. Yeah, she'd get pressured into it because, oh, well, we'll pay you more. But it's like, she could say no. She
still consented. She got pressured into it, but she said yes.
Yeah.
And this is the same argument as it's the same argument as the Me Too bullshit. Oh, I got pressured into it. Did you... No. Just shut up. Like, look at this shit. Call me conspiratorial, but I suspect some algorithmically manufactured consent on behalf of the depopulation of obsessed elites concerning the most popular porn categories. Incestuous, interracial, transgender, and lolly content just so happen to serve the progressive push for low birth rates and racial homogeneity. Right? That's not even
I'm just
what...
going to say Christianity, children, priests. That's all I think needs to be said there.
Yes. Also... we know why incest porn is so popular, because all it requires is taking two actors and giving them one fucking line and then continuing with the plot. Congratulations, you've added taboo for the price of 2 words. Yeah.
What are you doing, Step Connor?
Yeah,
God,
and that's
good.
That's
Sorry,
not...
couldn't help it.
The stupidest thing is, that's not even incestuous, and it's in fact legal in just about every country I'm aware of. I don't know any country where it is illegal to fuck your step-siblings. In fact, thanks to good old manga and anime, I know it is implicitly legal for you to marry a step-sibling in Japan.
Yeah, technically it's not incest, so it's kind of a weird one a bit of a hill to die on, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's many an anthill that Connor is found to die on.
Yes.
And I'm also stealing Step Connor for evil uses later.
Yeah.
By all means.
Oh, look at this crap.
Oh God, I know.
This is why lollies.
Look,
this one's got to get everyone. This is why lollies' comparison to violent video games is not valid. Excuse me, bitch.
What?
The telos of cultivating violence is not shameful in inappropriate contexts, whereas sex with a child is always evil. Connor. Not, putting aside the fact that you still don't know what lolly is because you haven't bothered to educate yourself for 5 seconds, it's the content of the art that matters and debases the consumer. However, the comparison to video games exposes all users' intent to become more immersed in the medium than they would if they were just passively consuming a novel or movie. No, it doesn't, you deluded fuck, chuckle. Connor's exactly the kind of idiot that supports the government of Australia banning A-cup actresses in porn because someone might mistake them from a child. Just because you're a sick, twisted pervert that thinks of a child when you see a woman with small tits, Connor, doesn't mean that any sane person thinks that.
Technically, the original term comes from Lolita, which was meant to be an underage girl that was sexually active. So that's where he's getting the idea, but it's kind of evolved from that to just being someone who looks
well,
young.
he literally just, he started off by going, oh, the word comes from Vladimir Nabokov's book. Yes, well done, you retard. Also, it's changed drastically since then. It's also a fashion subculture, you inbred fuckwit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a 30-year-old woman. She's like, I'm wearing my lolly stuff to this, and I'm like, I don't get it, but whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, whereas sex with a child is always evil, do we need to talk about the Catholic Church again, Connor? Don't make me tap on the church.
Tap on the church. I have my slabs with the commandments on them. I'll tap on them again. Don't make me add to them.
Yep.
I mean, that sounds like a challenge for chat.
Yeah, look at this shit. Their desire to be close to a sexualized child is their fantasy. Don't think so. Citation needed. Thus it discredits their effort to excuse the reprehensible desires with "it's not real, I'm not hurting anyone." You wish it was real, you shouldn't, it's bad for you, it's bad for the real life equivalent of the subject, and it's bad for civilization, stop it. And you say it's not comparable to video games, Connor. Oh, you wish it was real, you wish you were in Afghanistan shooting brown people. Oh, you wish you were beating up hookers in GTA.
Yeah, that is exactly where I was going to go. Yeah. Just because it's suddenly about sex. There's plenty of games that are about sex, for fuck's sake. Are they suddenly also taboo? Because they're sex-based and rather than blowing up people who you don't, who aren't real?
I mean, to Comlin Thomerson, yes.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just... Are we going to have pre-crime now where we punish people for the thought of a criminal act?
Yes. That's exactly what Connor wants. And, look, he goes on about it. It should be known that appealing to consent for Lolicon is oxymoronic, as the childlike characters would be incapable of providing consent if they were as real as their consumers wish them to be. That's disingenuous. Also, do we need to point to when the lefties were losing their shit over the made up, not real, just a fucking picture college student with big tits who just happened to be slightly shorter than the average Japanese woman? Connor. And then a porn star with the exact body type came out and went, fuck you.
I can point to a woman, she was like 35 that I dated, and she was like 4'11". And I mean, I actually asked her for her ID, and I'm like, okay, well, you're as old as you say you are. Okay, cool.
On that same
Also,
note, if
he's
that
talking
ID
about-
had been fake, Bleach would have gone to jail.
He's also
Yeah.
talking about a picture having the ability to consent or not.
It's still a picture, Connor.
So I mean,
Why is he personifying it?
Because he's deranged.
It's like
No.
telling me that I can't shoot people like the prostitutes in GTA 5 because they haven't consented to it. Okay?
And here's the thing, because he's got so myopic and what do we call it? Western centric, that he knows nothing about Japanese subcultures. Connor,
Also,
do you know how many porn games there are with goddamn office workers?
I don't even care if he just doesn't like Loli and thinks it's degenerate. Fine, but this
That's
argument's
fine.
just a weak, bad argument.
Yeah, it's just a shit argument.
Yeah.
If you think it's fine to think it's degenerate and bad, in fact, please do.
Yeah.
But the moment you turn around and demand that the government enact force upon somebody for wanking in the general direction of a piece of paper, it's a bit of a problem, Connor.
I just absolutely hate his closing sentence.
Listen to your gut. Consent alone is not enough.
What, do I need a
Well,
contract?
What fucking
Do I
more?
need to-
Yeah. What more
I
than
tr-
consent do I need for a sexual relationship with anybody, Connor?
What I should do is I should draw a Lolita character, but she's going to be drawn writing down a contract, and then I'll get her to sign the contract in another drawing, and then I'll sign the contract. Yeah, then it's all right, yeah? Because I got contract, so it's all consenting.
Also,
I mean, it's fucking
Connor
ridiculous.
doesn't seem to understand the difference. It's a drawing. You can draw a big titted MILF and go, she's 12. And then you can draw a lolly and go, she's 3,000 years old and a vampire. Do you know?
People draw like fucking like serial killers with like their tops off and sexualize them, and like you're not sitting there saying serial killers are sexy or like that you want a fucking actual person who's trying to cut you up or anything like that. It's just that they're expressing some sort of deeper sort of interest of some kind. Like it's expression of a character, expression of an artistic idea, all sorts of different things. It's so much more complicated than he's trying to swing it as just, oh, these people have bad fetishes and are thus bad people.
No, I think Step Connor here. He's just so fixated on the veneer of it, where it's like, I mean, I'm not into that sort of thing because it's like, man, this is a little weird. This is beyond me. But I'm at least like, all right, if it's not really harming anyone beyond the individual going through this, I don't really want to find out more.
Yeah,
it's just a big turnoff to me to delve down some of these rabbit holes. But Connor is the type who will wade into the depths of hell to slap Satan upside the head. It's like, I think you're doing something naughty today. It's like, the devil's just like, I'm just being me, bro. And it's like, no, yeah. It's like, Connor is the kind of guy who's looking for fights so he can grandstand morally rather than going.
Well,
and
he's not
trying to
after
find out
fights.
that, you know,
He's not even after fights, because he never has these conversations with anyone who disagrees with him or anyone he can't just talk over. All he's interested is standing on his soapbox of fucking lies and telling people how they're bad for wanking to cartoon pictures.
Yeah.
Actually, another question. What's Connor's argument against hentai of legal age characters who look legal aged. How do you verify their consent, Connor?
Belle Delphine.
There you go.
The fuck?
Oh, I bet he's got a big collection of bathwater.
Oh, God. No. It'll be holy bathwater. Get it right.
True.
Hang on. You cannot bless Belle Delphine's bathwater. That shit will immediately incinerate itself.
We're talking like dark matter here.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I just finished reading the conclusion that Connor comes to here, and oh my god.
It's just insufferable. And all he's doing is arguing from his own moral authority.
I'm now getting to the point where I'm bored of hearing about Connor.
Well, good. Let's talk about Carl.
Bitching about him.
Let's talk about Carl. Actually, no. Hold on. Let me have a look at what Cry sent to me.
Wait, hold on. I think if you're doing a transition, there's a good safe for work version.
What?
I didn't stab her. I'm just in a knife play. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear. So let's talk about Carl. So, first we've got that tweet from Nick Dixon again, where Carl is no longer a liberal. Yeah, we noticed, Carl. Kind of came out when you turned out to be in favour of stop and frisk.
Yeah.
Okay, Carl. Tell you what, why don't you, Mr. Saigon of a Cad, I wouldn't even rape her, go on a walk in one of these stop and frisk areas and see how you like getting stopped and frisked. Better yet, send your kids through one of these areas. What's that, Carl? It's fine as long as it's not in your backyard. Okay, let's set up a stop and frisk zone in Swindon. See how that works out. Oh, dear.
You know, this is, back to my previous rant. I really hate this appeal to the center mentality because
that's actually a logical fallacy in itself as well.
Yeah. I look at it strictly from an electoral cycle view in the United States. It's like, oh, well, we've really got to go after the independents. It's like, no, what you do is you find a better way to couch your principles that are more widely appealing. Don't change your principles. And I feel like Carl here is modifying his principles without going through the evolutions of why. It's just like, no, I'm rebranding. It's like you've got an established audience who were excited about This Week in Stupid. That kind of level of let's meme about the stupidity a little bit. We can have a serious discussion in here, but let's not get weighted down with the bullshit. Unfortunately, I think we're at this level of Carl's been huffing his own farts long enough where he thinks he's smarter than he is. I mean, he's a clever guy, don't get me wrong. But what his appeal to when I started listening to him was the fact that he was able to take these very high-minded intellectual arguments and frame them in such a way that the everyman could grasp it, enjoy, engage with it, and feel like they got something out of it without feeling like they're being talked down upon. And
that's not the content that's being delivered. You get moralizing religious twats who are speaking down to the audience. And you can see it time and time again. Every podcast episode with Coomer, every article Coomer writes, it's denigrating, insulting, and just talking down to everyone. He's making full use of his big vocabulary to sound far smarter than he actually is.
And,
yes, there's others we know of that.
Me personally, I love playing around with words. It's like I'll pick out a new, word of the week kind of thing for my regular dialogue. But I don't try to do it with the intention of, going out with the $20 words, sounding, smarter than I am, and throwing out words like tautology and all this other shit. It's like I'm trying to communicate with people who I think are smart enough to be able to figure out the higher ideas behind what I'm saying, rather than, oh, let me prove how fucking stupid you are by using these words where you're having to take a pause, look it up, and I'm it's very unappealing. It's very unappealing, and I just don't like using the words of philosophers to make petty little political points.
Look at this. I was just going through his Twitter to see if I could find anything particularly ridiculous. Mentioned in this segment here on how music may be entrancing us to indulge in degenerate vice. Fuck me dead, we're back in the 60s and rock is satanic.
What? Is Connor the reincarnation of the fictional pastor from Footloose?
Yes.
Footloose.
Ear loose, actually.
Ear
Ear loose. Big flapping in the breeze, motherfucker.
Swear to God, if he was thrown off a high place in Saudi Arabia, he'd probably float to Greece.
Connor does seem to be the incarnation of one of those weirdos who kept yelling about how rock was satanic.
We've all seen the Disney
he's
movie
Tipper Gore in a
Dumbo.
suit.
It's trans-tipperism.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
But is he wrong? Yes, he's wrong.
Still don't know who this
The
weird
better question
Dominique
is,
was.
Is he right? Dominique Samuels?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I definitely didn't bother to read that.
She might be a lovely lady and have very good ideas. I just had no interest in watching her with jug ears.
I do find myself less inclined to watch the podcast with certain hosts, that's for sure.
Especially hosts that call all the French porn passport a good policy we should copy.
Yes. Generally, I don't agree with much of what is said in that regard.
So Dominique is 23, born and bred in Manchester, but living in London. So there's a big knock on her for once. She's a conservative political commentator who draws on her knowledge from her degree in politics with international relations to inform her analysis and opinions.
What the fuck does a degree in politics tell you about anything at all?
Not a damn thing. She's appeared on mainstream media, including the BBC, ITV, Channel 4, Sky News, regular appearances on GB News and Good Morning Britain.
Oh, she's one of Connor's special friends.
Yep.
Yes, one of these the ones. Oh, look, I worked with GB News for ages. I have lots of presenter friends. I'm a presenter. Look how popular I am. Or we're all really cliquey. You know, I've heard that Connor even has his own little Twitter group message thing where he has only the people he wants to work with, in a little private message group so they can share information for him. That's what I've heard from someone who is involved in that. Hooray! Yes. Sounds just like him. He's very cliquey.
But yeah, to come off Connor himself.
Yeah, we it's like an addiction. It's like cocaine. You snort Connor up, and then you come back for more.
The reason we're so
I tried snorting him, but his ears get stuck in my nose.
The reason I think that we are so obsessed with this is the ongoing issue that in the right in general and media as a whole in betraying your bloody audience. I think everybody here was a fan of Sargon of Akkad before the Lotus Eater started. We were promised we were promised Sargon of Akkad doing a podcast.
Yeah. And now it's no longer that. It's and there's this huge betrayal of the audience going on, and even demonization of the audience, which we'll probably get back into at some point in the future and talk about that, because it happens over and over again. And we had really good presenters like John Wheatley who would come in, and when someone came up with these bullshit fucking arguments, people like John Wheatley would turn around and be like, hey, you know what? Actually, you're arguing from this position, and then that's an incorrect way to argue. And they would have to be like, oh shit, you're right. I'm actually making a fallacy argument here. And he would keep people on their place.
Because it was give and take, and it was honest.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
right on that.
The few times I've watched Connor and really paid attention to his manner, I'm just like, this kid is so pretentious and so smug and arrogant in his own position.
And he assumes he has the right answer.
Jack shit.
He assumes he always has the right answer. He assumes he can do no wrong, and he assumes that everybody is already on board with what he's saying, so he doesn't need to make the argument for or against.
Absolutely.
And there's also the fact that he falls directly back to the authority of the Bible if he is challenged.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now hold on a sec.
Sorry, Baz. Go ahead.
On what Ardit was saying, Holt Snyder has donated $5, thank you, sir, and says, obfuscation via verbosity is antithetical to the teleology of the lexicon, semantics, and syntax. Which is to say, A, things fucking clearly and communicate a damn point so others can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, as opposed to seeming like you're trying to impress your professor with your word count and verbosity again.
Yes, and that is a perfect example of using language to relay a point in Holtz's comment.
Yeah, very good, actually.
And I gotta say, since we brought up John Wheatley, I would really like to know what that man's doing now, because he was one of those presenters that they brought on, and I went from, who is this guy, to, oh, I like when, it's like, I was actually looking more forward to seeing John on than Carl for a while.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what he's up to at the moment, but I do get in contact with him now and again. He's been a bit quiet since he was doing his own Substack articles and stuff for a while, but he's kind of petered off. I think he's focusing on like life in general. So if I get a chance to catch up with him, I'll try and. It'd be kind of good to see if we could get him on here at some point, but I don't know if he'd have time or whether he'd be willing or not. But it would be good.
Yeah, another problem
if
is
nothing else.
With the hosts they've got on is, how often do we see Carl on his bloody podcast? I didn't sign up for the Connor being pretentious twat show. I signed up for the Carl show. Additionally, why the fuck is Connor on 2 or 3 times a week?
Because he's got all the connections with all the GB News lot.
Which I think is ultimately.
I mean, it's networking. I don't blame him for networking. Fine, fair enough.
But maybe don't network at the expense of your paying audience.
Well, the argument would be that you don't pay for the podcast.
That would be the argument, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's a fucking lie.
No, pretty sure people pay for Carl. And if you're not getting Carl, why are you paying?
Yeah. And I saw in our chat, it's like, Changeling. Yeah, back when premium comments were gold. I remember.
Hey, look at
there
this.
Were some really fantastic video comments.
Look at these viewership numbers. 7,000. 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Oh, look, Carl and Callum, 11,000.
I'll just be straight up. Yeah, I checked the numbers, and there was like some big gap of like a couple thousand between when Connor is on versus anybody else.
Has Connor and the Gunt pun been on together? I wonder what the viewing number is for that one.
Probably.
I would actually love that, because they would probably murder each other on set.
Oh God, that'd be something I'd be willing to pay to see.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think we're all wound up about this because we liked the content when things started, and it's been drifting downhill ever since, and it's just not. I was hoping for something that was intellectually stimulating with fun and some memeing in it, because
and Carl occasionally showing up.
Yeah.
I've always maintained that it should be like Louder with Crowder, where he's always on the show, He doesn't have to always be in the office writing or doing things, because if he's just on the show, he can have the support from the other hosts or experts in particular fields that he needs, whatever. But being on the show is the major draw for him. He is the personality. He is the one with the fame.
Yes,
that
that's
people are
the
there for.
Crowder in the Louder with Crowder.
Yeah.
And this is essentially podcast with Sargon. Where the fuck is Sargon? Because Sargon is not in the building even when Carl's in the podcast.
And it stopped being Sargon and the Lotus Eaters, and it's Lotus Eaters with the occasional guest Sargon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
According to Callum, the Scottish knob and the Catholic knob haven't been on together, apparently, or even in the same week. And Maureen Peters doesn't think those two are a good match. Really, I think it'd be a great match, because I'm pretty sure the tall Scotsman would probably punch the other one really hard.
Which would be
I don't
glorious.
think so. He'd just make jokes about him at his expense for a while. I think that's all that would happen.
Bad jokes.
On camera, yeah.
But they would actually be good jokes in this
Well,
case.
no.
That's the funny
Then
part.
again, maybe they might get distracted by both of them yelling at the audience.
Also,
For making comments that disagree with them.
They do have commonality.
Yeah.
Yes, hating the audience.
Yeah, unable to take criticism.
Yeah.
Even when it's tongue in cheek and just friendly bants. Like, come on.
Yep. But this all kind of ties back into the right wing commentary space. I think is hobbled by one thing more than anything else, and it's actually what gave it legs to grow, but it's adhering to YouTube formats. Because I think what they need to do is take a really strong, more like talk radio approach, or maybe more podcasting approach. They're very similar in format, where rather than rely on the graphics and imagery, and this will be difficult for some people. Rather than rely on graphics and imagery, they try to paint the topic at hand with words, and that takes a bit of eloquence without the pomposity in order to get that across to the viewing audience. Well, the listening audience, because the viewing audience, it's nice to see the pictures and the graphs and all that shit, but when you don't explain it, you're kind of wandering off into the fields of, well, it's really upon the audience to do the hard work of looking at these things in detail, rather than, hey, here's the point I'm trying to make, here's the data, here's what the numbers are, and
I'm going to toot our horn. I think we do a better job of that.
yeah. We do. That's and I would say everybody on here that does their own thing has a better job of presenting things that are not heavily reliant on eyes on when we're talking, when any of us are talking about our own separate little things. I know I'm probably the worst of us, one, because I don't.
Hopefully he's referring to that exact statement, but Holtznayer says we do. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Holt says he never watches YouTube. He's always listening while playing a game or something.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that when I first started watching the Lotus Eaters podcast, with the way back in the good old days, I suppose we can call it now, it was not uncommon for me simply to put the phone down and game, and almost never have to actually turn my head and look at the screen.
Yeah. And I think that's what people look for in long form content. They quite often
would tune in. Sorry, I would tune in the past every time at 1 o'clock without fail to watch it. I'd be playing games, watching the podcast, and I would be busy for that time period just for a few hours just to enjoy it. Now I'd probably go back after the end of the week as it finished, maybe catch up on the podcast parts that interest me and nothing else, because nothing that is being produced is interesting me in the same way.
Well, that's it. I might watch a Carl and Callum, and God forbid they get Josh on. I like Josh. Callum and a Josh is always nice.
Yep.
Stormy points out she listens to us while she cleans.
Yeah, that's good.
She's actually not here today, so.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be
But she
quite
listened to us
concerned.
while making a sandwich.
I'd be quite concerned if
She's done
someone
that too.
was only listening
She's a
to
good
us. What else other comments do we have? Like, This Is Med just says, more Carl in his own show would be nice. And also, I thought would be more tongue-in-cheek and a bit of edge, more freewheeling and less stage managed. And then Maureen says, Carl's trying to make himself be some behind-the-scenes demigod. He writes some articles and tries to distance himself from his former audience. I don't like it just doesn't work.
Yeah, and her next comment is really good too. I miss the video comments, even the cringy ones. I mean, I loved that whole cscooper.com.au thing for the longest time because it was just absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, there were a lot of great content creators in that. Because, especially when it was actually getting read out, rather than just picking one or two that whoever feels like and just sticking the rest on the page. A lot of the gold tier people who were paying gold tier money to participate in the podcast, to actually get on board, because obviously we run very differently. We have we have a lot of chat interaction throughout the entire show. Lotus Eaters doesn't. It had some comments off the page and the gold tier comments. So if you wanted to actually participate in the podcast, you would often go gold tier, here's something I want to talk about, or I want to speak directly to Carl. If you're not, which was very different, and when Carl was actually on the bloody podcast.
Yeah, early on, when I made a couple of comments in chat, they actually did read them. And as time went on, it was rarer and rarer and rarer that they'd even pay attention to the chat. Disco says something about what makes the Sultans so successful is they have Mai on the host side of the mic.
They have me on the host side of the mic. Disco saying that we're so successful is because we have Disco. We didn't stick Disco in a corner.
Yeah, Disco, I would have thought would be quite good as a host in Lotus Eaters, to be honest.
I'm honestly surprised she never did end up on there.
Actually, that's the other thing. Like, their hiring decisions have been very interesting because, like, one of the things I apparently, according to what I was told, was second fiddle to one of the guys they hired as an editor at one point. So I didn't get the job in the end. But they hired him on the basis that he had After Effects experience I don't have. But I have yet to see them actively utilize the After Effects experience that this guy has for any of their content. They haven't made any new animations. They haven't made anything that's more complicated than editing.
The only time I've seen an animation, Disco did it.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I'm like, okay, you're talking about having these. Yes, you have the skill set because you've hired this person, and I'm not disparaging this person because I don't know them at all. But the fact that they are there in the office, able to do these things, but nothing is actually being utilized. I'm like, utilize the talents of the people you have. Why aren't you? That worries me when I see a business that is almost sidelining some of the talents that they have there.
Not to mention, with what they do have, their editing, it's literally clip 20 to 30 minutes of an episode, stick a name under each presenter, throw in the pre-recorded from like a year plus ago bit of Callum at the end, publish. If I could teach Trim to do it in an afternoon, it does not count as editing.
Most of my editing is really quite simple. In fact, things like my green screen is just a preset I drop on. Like, it's really easy to do that kind of editing. They're not doing lots of complicated cuts or L cuts or different kinds of transitions, and it's mostly a straight conversation because it's a podcast.
Yes.
So it's very simplistic editing, and it feels kind of like they aren't, again, like I said, utilizing the skills that they have there. They have a guy called Rory who does a lot of the editing. And I remember having to ask for his help to help me try and set up my mic the way they wanted it so I could do the audio work. Because he's actually got a degree in audio stuff. Basically, he's like an audio technician in terms of his uni qualifications. And I was like, well, he's a uni qualified guy. And on the live streams and on podcasts, they still have this white noise that's going on, or at least last time I paid attention to it, they did. because they have the wrong, they have an underpowered preamp for their mics. And I'm just kind of like, well, surely there you could use the skills of an actual audio technician who's qualified to identify that problem and remove it. They could have done that months and months ago. So again, there's like, you've got the people with the skills there, but why aren't they being used for what they're good at?
Yes, that's a good point. Please try not to have lower audio quality than we do.
Especially when trim's on.
Yes.
Oh god.
I mean, it's taken much beating to get Ardent using his good mic, but we are set now.
Also, Disco, good luck with animating for Barch.
I can't wait to see Disco animating for Barch, because she's pulled off some excellent work.
Warhammer?
Yeah, it's Barch Warhammer. He's our kind of degenerate.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, this is just something, and talking of Disco has really made this stick out, and all the other characters. It's like, it seems to me as a viewer that the rigid format of the podcast does not allow them to really exploit the intellect and talents of everyone on the Lotus Eaters. It's just very in the box, formulaic, kind of like watching the evening news. And there are times when I would really have liked to see, and everybody's got their opinions of Leo, but it's like if they had brought him on and reduced it to like 1 or 2 segments on something that he actually had some knowledge of, and recorded that, or if they wanted, if like some breaking news was happening, and he was already scheduled to come in, what they could have done is, hey, standard rate, whatever the arrangement was, but we're only going to have you on for 2 segments because this other thing is vital and breaking, or do some extra podcast work in there. I think they would have revolutionized how they were doing things. They would have made it germane and relevant to.
Well, they could have had some excellent weekend content if they'd gone,
oh yeah,
hey, Punt Cunt, come here, record a couple of things about, I don't know, comedy and media or something.
This is one of the things I end up referring back to the Louder with the Crowder quite a lot for it, but like, have Carl host things and bring on specific people who are experts in a specific field. When you're talking about a certain situation, you bring on someone like Josh with his psychology, so he can talk about that in depth. You bring on Dan with his economic knowledge, and you bring on the comedian to talk about things that are funny and focus on their area of expertise, so they can present parts of the content of your show in a way that basically it takes advantage of where these people's strengths are and where their skill set where they spent the time developing their skill set. It's just like, you don't want to have a comedian talking about psychology. You don't want a psychologist trying to be a comedian. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
No.
And just I read some more comments. Sorry to interrupt. What do we have? Callum said, also, you guys talk honestly and interact with each other. You're not a bunch of unis. Thank you, sir. And Elle said,
I've never been to uni, and I doubt I'll ever be.
Yeah. If I ever go back, it'll be to get a law degree so I can fuck with the government efficiently.
I mean, I've got mine, and I've been actually contemplating going back to get a master's degree, but it's like,
that'd be cool.
It's
kind of like,
kind of a waste.
I've got a point where my entire understanding of a degree is that it's a piece of paper to wipe your employer's ass on, and after that point, I'm like, well, I'm my employer. Why do I need to wipe my own ass?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what employers are for.
For myself, I've actually considered and actually been kind of encouraged to by a few individuals in my real life to go back and become either a therapist or counselor. Just, and it's like, oh, okay, just because I will shut up and let people talk unless I'm on this podcast. Okay.
And also, Disco makes a good point. She's been to uni, but she actually did a STEM subject, not some gender study degree.
A real, not some stupid politics degree.
Yeah,
like some utter twat would do.
Disco has skills.
Yes,
and she knows how to use them.
Yes. She also
got
has
skills.
cats, and they know how to kill.
And knows how to use
Yeah.
them.
Crow.
Sorry, little
God.
ZZ Top.
Crow, when you said that they were making interesting hiring choices, Holtz is like, interesting. That's one way to put it. Yeah. I've got another comment about that, but I'll read another comment. I think one in our chat. Earl says, you're a bunch of scully wankers. You guys are real world common cloth wankers. Aw, how sweet.
Just remember to wipe up.
Yep. Let me get your towel.
Exactly. Yes, I'd like to think that all of us here try to hold to our principles and not lie. We might about anything. We'll pretend to be anything
Unless
we're
it's
not.
like doxing information, then we're lying our asses off.
Mm-hmm.
I
But that's
don't
for different
lie
reasons.
on. I can suddenly. When it comes to lying, I don't actively try to, but sometimes, obviously, you can say things that you might be What the fuck is the word?
Disingenuous?
No, something that
Deceptive?
you say one thing, you like maybe change your opinion, and you said one thing in the past, and you say something different in the future because your opinions change, and it can come off like hypocritical. But like it's most of the time when it comes to things like lying is a very intentional thing to lie, and I don't think any of us intentionally want to mislead what we're saying about things.
And I
No,
think
none of us are dishonest intent.
Yeah. And I think all of us, even Trim, are very, very careful when we try to explain something complicated. To do our best to be accurate without being pretentious.
Well, you know, and that's the thing. I know for myself, I dealt with the basically interacting with the public and teaching history for a long time, still kind of do. But I had to figure out how to couch things in a way that were both accessible and not insulting. And I keep trying to do that here, and I know everybody else here seems to do the same thing. You know,
You make such an excellent point. This is one of the other things that's wrong with Connor. He's not trying to argue properly because arguments are need to be persuasive. They need to take your audience and convince them that their opinion is wrong, not make them hate you. And that's why his arrogance is not benefiting
Well,
him.
Connor's just a crap writer. And for some reason, Carl seems to have hired a lot of shit writers.
All right, this is going to be a little bit extreme, but because I've kind of been dealing with this on a little side project that I'm sure some people have been exposed to. Connor's writing style is very, very similar to Adolf Hitler's in Mein Kampf. I mean, I don't mean that to be like a direct slam, but there's just something about the writing style, the framing devices, the tone and tenor of everything, where I mean, so some of the guys here have listened to some of the stuff that I've monkeyed around with, and I'll ask you all, did you know where I was getting some of that information and modifying it?
To be honest, I was too focused on the bits that I could remember verbatim from the articles we've looked at today.
That's still really interesting to know.
But yeah, no, I mean, most of that stuff that I was modifying was directly quotes out of Mein Kampf that I changed to change some of the words, but the tone was the exact same as the article of going after porn.
Oh, that's fucking amazing. I hadn't realized.
Shit, I've got to go back and see
Kampf.
that now. Yes.
Yeah. Mein Kampf.
Yes, trying to avoid talking about the particular ear man, though, when...
Yeah, we're trying to get off the topic.
Looking at some of the other commentators, they just a lot of them seem to have struggled just with the concept of writing an article in general. Like, I'm by no means a great writer, but I know crap when I see it.
The thing is, they are trying to keep all of their topics very topical. They're trying to make sure that you're hitting those latest trending topics on Google and all sorts of things. So when you're writing an article, it's very difficult to write a very specific kind of article, especially persuasive arguing, because you have to make some certain assumptions about what your audience already thinks. You have to make the arguments about why your point of view is the correct one, and you have to be persuasive and nice about what you're saying in order to convince the person to join your side and not insult them at the same time, which is a difficult combination of things to do.
Yeah.
But then if you're also teaming that up with, also, this is relevant to our current situation, X, Y, and Z, you get lost in the whole, oh, how do I make this relevant? How do I make it modern relevant? And not think about the actual writing itself. You get this two parts of the writing that you're trying to achieve at the same time. And that's one of the biggest problems with trying to write an article for the sake of literally trying to persuade someone, and also to try and hit like demographics of certain trending topics and other things like that. You're writing for two different purposes, and because of the split purpose, it ruins the writing essentially.
Yeah. Because if you go through and read some of the articles, the older articles tended to be of two types. You know, they were germane topically, or they were kind of philosophical.
Yeah.
And now it's just a mess.
Well, I was quite disappointed because I did end up writing an article for the Lotus Eaters ages ago, but when I submitted it, I was told that I had to rewrite it in a way that made it more topical for the current time, and it ended up being that the ideas I suggested about, for example, subversion, making because it was an article about Stoicism, and I was told I suggested maybe I could make it about the subversion of the West kind of thing, and I was told, no, that's not topical now. We've got lots of articles on that, and I was like, okay, fine, I'm not going to waste my time. That ended up being published by John Wheatley instead on his own Substack, which is actually how I met Maureen, of all things, because she had a nice argument with me on there. What was really frustrating, though, is that the topic about Stoicism is always pretty much relevant because it's about how you deal with everyday problems and everyday issues. So I didn't think I needed to make it about some current affair or some current topic in the news or anything like that. I thought it was an article all about an introduction as to what Stoicism is, and that was it. It was meant to introduce some of the basic principles to try and say, hey, this is a positive way of looking at life, considering all the fucking shit that's going on.
Yeah.
And maybe it wasn't a great article. I'm not going to say it was, but it was kind of a shame that in the end, we've kind of moved away from that idea of being able to talk about philosophy and good ideas, and we've had to have this kind of, oh, well, this is a trending topic that we have to talk about, and why this is this. I find that detracts from the articles far more than people realize, I think.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, because when you have a timeless concept, say Stoicism in this case.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but Maureen makes a fucking excellent point in response to me already. She said, yeah, but the generic articles are boring, Crow. They should write what they like about what they like. That show what they are passionate about, and that's what people like to read. And I absolutely agree, because if they're just talking about the latest topic because that's what they're trying to keep trending, it's just kind of like they're not really passionate about it, and it shows in the writing itself.
Yeah.
And yeah, anyway, carry on, please. Sorry.
No. It's one of these things where I like to have a podcast where it does cover kind of the topic of the day, but I also like having some philosophical background being thrown in, but I don't like them tied together, because a timeless concept and a timely concept really should have nothing to do with each other.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, hang on. Isn't that what they brought out that other damn Twitter account from, for dispatches from the Lotus Eaters? What the hell happened to that?
It still exists, doesn't it?
Hell, I don't know.
I know.
Why can I not find it on their bloody website?
Is that surprising?
No, not really. One last thing on their choice in hosts before we move away from it, because we've been banging on about for ages, is poor Stelios. Why the hell did they do that to the poor man? I'm sure Stelios is...
I've liked what he talks about, but I don't like the format.
Yeah. No, that's kind of what I'm about to get to. Is I'm sure Stelios is really, really lovely and really, really smart. Problem is, you cannot take someone with that lower level of English skill and stick them into a real-time format like that? Fucking hell. Give the man a pre-recorded slot and I'm sure he'd do vastly better, but the poor bastard has just been picked on and shoved into a live fucking format with such mediocre English skills. The poor bastard suffers. He can't even get a thought out, especially with people like Connor.
In all fairness to Stelios, I see him have much less criticism than Connor on live streams. I mean, Maureen has specifically sent me screenshot after screenshot of people complaining about Connor, and I've not heard a thing when I've looked at live chat about Stelios at all.
Well, I don't think anyone dislikes Stelios, personally. I think they just don't think he's a good fit for the format. Like, I would love to see Stelios do something pre-recorded. Give him the opportunity.
Just let him speak in his native language and just get an interpreter.
I mean, give him the opportunity to write himself a script for a pre-recorded format, and I think he'd do fantastically. But
well, this is what I'm hoping to see when they make the new studios, if they ever get around to building new studios.
I mean, that could be actually fantastic. If
yeah,
done right.
Everyone in chat wants Callum and Stelios to just do all the episodes together. Because neither of them can read.
Stelios has trouble with English and Callum can't read. That's just...
I mean, I would actually really like that episode. Especially when it came to the comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those, because I've read some of his written stuff, and it's really well thought out. It's well portrayed.
Yeah.
It's not as given to the arrogant sophistry of he who shall not be named, but it's like it's like you get him on there and he's searching for words because he's want to express himself.
Yeah. And because
clearly.
the other host is not being cooperative, especially if it's it who must not be named, he doesn't get the opportunity to formulate a thought. He's trying to formulate a thought on one thing that's just been said, and then he just gets steamrolled over.
Yeah.
When he finally gets the chance to actually say something he's been able to think about appropriately, he's great. It just... I don't know, as... if Maureen points out that as a foreigner, she doesn't really mind his level of English. It's not something, but he has some clever points. Yeah, he's got some really clever points, if he's allowed to get them out.
Earl Testiculi says he likes Stelios. He puts the effort in and tries way more than the others. And that definitely shows in the way he... you can see he's listening to the conversation and actively trying to make sure he's understanding what is being said and then coming up with replies. But I do agree that the format of being on a live show is very, very difficult in that situation because... it's a very timely thing, having a live show. You can't stop and say, actually, I want to say this point and then cut that in as it's necessary so he can actually really get his word in.
Like the poor guy where it has to hear what's being said, translate it, understand it, formulate a response, translate it back. And I think that's the definition of the difference between speaking a language and being fluent in a language. It's whether you can think and respond in the language without an internal translation. And poor Stelios just isn't quite there yet.
No, and I can see him getting better because he has improved from his initial, outings. But
I mean, he was paired with some fucking awful people, with the awful person for his initial outings.
That's the other thing.
And they had to learn to let him talk. As well.
And I'll also say, as a Yank, and when I was traveling in England, I had to adjust my brain to every accent I encountered. And when you've got, the super posh pants, and then you've got from the North Erie, and then you get Callum and Carl on there, it's like it's a different set of things you have to engage so you pick up the accent correctly. And then having the language barrier there, that is honestly a shame upon the Lotus Eaters that they haven't tried to engage with that more and try to figure out better ways of letting Stelios shine through like the brilliant man that he is.
Yeah, Stelios seems like a good person and a really bright man. But we don't get to see how bright he is if he's constantly being interrupted and or talked over. It just makes the poor guy look unfairly slow.
Yeah.
And like, I have a lot of respect for someone who can speak more than one language. I'd fucking love to be able to speak multiple languages. But I also would not be comfortable going on a live podcast as a host if I wasn't fluent in the language. Like, if it was an interview, sure, that'd be another matter entirely, but as a host, there's an expectation of being able to do counterplay and rapid interpretation.
Yeah. And Monkey also points out, he also thinks Stelios is quite nervous. Yeah, I think so too, because I think this is a space that Stelios wants to be in, and I think could actually excel at quite a bit if given some, time. But yeah, I don't know. I get very frustrated with the Lotus Eaters' use of the talent that they have.
Yeah, it seems to be under or inappropriately utilized. So yes, there you have the changes in the Lotus Eaters as observed by the Sultans of Shadilay. And oh boy. I would like to say that we won't talk about this again, but
we will.
If another article comes out that insults the audience, which I think we all think we're part of, we'll probably have to bring that up on the next episode.
I'm sure it won't be long.
Yeah.
I mean, Monday's coming.
Yep. So let's try and crack out another quick article before Arden has to go be, useful in real life.
All I'm hearing is that Bez... Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
All I'm hearing... sorry, Disco said, all I'm hearing is that Bez thinks I should be the main host. And I agree. Should have been the Disco show.
Well, I've said from day dot that Disco should have run the company.
Yeah.
And the podcast.
And, Disco, you could pop on here, if you weren't being...
Yeah, she doesn't want to be with our stinky boys. That would be gay.
As opposed to being with her other stinky boy.
Yeah.
And being extra gay.
I have a feeling that Disco might be more likely to pop on when she has officially moved and changed jobs and has that extra free time. We might be able to bully her and possibly guest star George.
I hope that all goes well.
I'm not going to stop bullying her now, so why should that change in future?
Earl in chat says he wants to see the King George and Disco show, and suddenly I have this image of an animated show of a tiny Scottish woman and a giant Bengal.
Now, well, here's something. Let me show Disco's channel some more.
I was going to say like Clifford the Big Red Dog, but there we go.
When a dirty Norwegian boatman shows up and starts working again, he has been conscripted to do some member-only emotes for Disco's channel. And I've heard reliable rumours, that some of the member-only content may in fact be George videos.
Ooh.
So let's jump onto the next segment before Arden has to go. And oh boy,
you're gonna make me suffer, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh, okay, excellent, sweet. No nonsense watch for me today.
But you're gonna miss my segment. Oh,
yes.
You can watch it later.
So
I'm involved on it on Twitter anyway, so I'm monitoring there.
Yeah. So this is why eggs are cheaper than you think. An opinion piece from the Washington Post. Would someone like
right off it's shit.
Would someone like to have a quick read of the relevant pieces, please?
Everyone in we're both doing it.
Go for it.
Everyone in the US seems obsessed with eggs right now. My British editor told me. It's so bizarre. Indeed, we are. The soaring price of eggs has given rise to internet memes and a fair amount of conspiracizing, including from a US senator. about monopolistic egg producers colluding to raid the pockets of hard-working, egg-loving Americans. The truth is that the US egg production is still recovering from a bout of avian flu that has devastated flocks in the United States and Europe. And while activists and senators are puzzled by how a 29% decline in egg production can lead to a much larger increase in the price of eggs, agricultural economist Jason Lusk says that's exactly what you would expect with a product for which demand is relatively insensitive to price changes. God, that was a bit of an awkward sentence. Americans do love eggs. We consume an average of 277 per person per year. And unfortunately, eggs don't have a lot of close substitutes. If the price of meat rises, you can downgrade from steak to ground round. But when the price of eggs goes up, well, most people don't want to make do with a yogurt omelette or toss a block of tofu into their cake in lieu of egg whites.
I mean, how the fuck is that going to work chemically, throwing tofu into a cake? I mean, it just doesn't work.
How the fuck do you make a yogurt omelet?
I'm getting a little bit worried about this talk of avian flu, you know.
This article is just insane, but they keep waffling.
Yeah, they do.
Today, by contrast, a pound of eggs, about 9 eggs, it costs you roughly $3.21 at my grocery. Yes, well done. You've discovered inflation.
Yeah.
And like, look, they're talking about like, oh, in 1901, the average family spent 42.5% of its budget on food. Yes, because everything else wasn't extortionate. Blah, 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 blah. Which brings us to the relative price shift. Almost all food items have gone much cheaper relative to our incomes than they were a century ago, but some food prices fell faster than others, and chicken and eggs were among those that saw the greatest improvements. Sorry, what? Blah, 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 blah.
So basically, she's blaming science and egg production as, oh, well, yeah, there are these terrible things where it became easier to
here's how what our argument boils down to. If you can't help cringing when you see the cashier ring up eggs that cost twice as much as they did a year ago, it might help to remember that however poor you feel, your ancestors would have taken one look at your grocery cart and declared you rich beyond their dreams. You stupid cunt.
Fuck off.
You disingenuous initiative cunt. Also, you stupid bitch, our ancestors didn't spend 60% of their fucking income on housing.
I mean, how far back do you want to go? Do you want to go back to medieval times?
Well,
maybe I would agree with you slightly.
She does seem to be more concerned with the fucking Great Depression.
Yep. Which, I mean...
That's a very, very select period of time. I'm sorry, that's a weird thing to compare.
And very select. And
inflation
was rampant.
Adjusted for inflation, eggs were cheaper a year ago than they were 100 years ago. Well done, you retard. But they're still more expensive now. Oh, 100 years ago. No, bitch. Our ancestors aren't relevant for the price of fucking food. A year ago
100 years ago, we didn't have massive fucking farms that could produce eggs that are burning down.
100 years ago...
Or being hit by planes.
100 years ago, we didn't have antibiotics for chickens.
Yeah.
100 years ago, we weren't buying fucking food from China.
Yes.
Well, this is the thing that bothers me, and maybe because it's been a while since I've looked at this article. But are they counting for inflation, or are they just going with the single price?
I think they're poorly counting for inflation, because the price of eggs went down faster than inflation brought them up, and now they're going that because of that it's fine that they've doubled in price.
Yeah,
it's a weird argument to be making, yeah.
As Billy points out,
an...
we shouldn't be going backwards. Things are meant to get better.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it's,
on that
it's
point,
like
guys,
with...
I have to go before things get worse. So,
but wait,
you guys. Oh no! I'm out of here. You guys have a good day.
Cheerio and keep safe.
Hasta.
See you, man.
Have fun.
Hasta la vista.
Yes.
But
Not a Bobcat says this whole article is just to muddy the waters. A dozen eggs were $1.79 before the honking, and now they're $6. This is just a microcosm that regular people are pointing out, and they don't like it. Yes, these idiots use some price index of certain things to determine how bad inflation actually is. And when people are going, okay, but you say inflation's only this much, but the price of eggs has gone up by 100%.
You know, and this is something else that I really have a problem with, is they're talking about 1901, 1905.
Yep.
The number of family farms are significantly higher at that time period than now.
Well, that's another thing. Yeah, how many people actually had to buy eggs compared to how many people had half a dozen chickens?
Yeah, it's a statistic that one will never really be able to find out, and just picking up a price from, well, and here's another thing. All right, so they've got this price, and is it a national average in 1905, or is it a local average? You know, and yeah, it's getting into data collection, which is kind of pointless with an article like this. But the point I'm trying to get to is, are they talking about places where buying eggs was kind of the only way you could get it in certain areas, but then you had free eggs basically because people were, raising their own chickens, versus now where, say back in 1905, it was 50% of the population, which was a much smaller population, was growing their own, versus now where maybe 5% of people have their own eggs, 15 maybe, but it doesn't, their argument doesn't add up because it makes no sense. It just
no.
And
even then they're like, oh, this inelasticity explains why the price of eggs has spiked so much from $1.79 in December 2021 to $4.25 a year later. Who cares why? It's still a fucking problem.
Yeah.
Where the you deluded fuckheads. But that's middle class twats for you, isn't it? Speaking of middle class twats, did you see the article from Vox?
No.
I try to avoid them where I can. Oh, fuck off, Fox. Oh, I'm an elitist. Eggs should be expensive because I can afford them, but I don't want the poor to be able to have them. Fuck you.
Does seem to be their argument.
So what? Just eat the boogs?
Yes. That does seem to be their argument. Absolutely fucking deluded.
They need to just fuck right off. Fuck right off the deep end.
Yeah, it's fucking unbelievable.
What? Oh, interesting. Prime Night is telling us that they renamed the article.
Oh, how convenient. Oh, really, Vox? You deceptive twat. Eggs are expensive for all the wrong reasons. If we assume eggs must be cheap, we can't address the twin crises of factory farming and bird flu. Is bird flu really a crisis? Or are you just trying to come up with... No, can't say that on YouTube.
Yeah, let's make sure the chickens are extra healthy. Yeah, they might suffer from a coincidence or two.
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't like factory farming either. I believe that we have a duty to the animals we raise for food to give them as humane a life as possible. But also, fuck you. Or maybe we wouldn't have these problems if disingenuous middle-class hoity-toity scum didn't get on the bloody councils and make it illegal to keep chickens.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is Mediger, I agree.
Did you know, Lefty, that eggs are free if you have chickens?
Not technically, they're not free. You still have to pay for feed, but close to free.
Well, the beauty of chickens is they eat kitchen scraps. But yes, obviously you do need additional feed and calcium and blah, 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 blah. But it's a lot bloody cheaper when you don't need to go to the shop.
Yeah.
Although, obviously, there's been those feeds that seem to be doing damage where they shouldn't be doing damage.
Yes. But that's not possible. The FDA never gets anything wrong. Wait, what? Never mind. Ignore that. Yes, Holtzner says factory farming greater than mass starvation. Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Do you know what else is better than mass starvation? Not banning farms because of nebulous bullshit like nitrogen.
You know,
yeah.
What is 60% of the atmosphere?
Mm.
yeah. I mean, this is going to sound rather grim and probably taken the wrong way, but having this much peace, free from massive wars and whatnot, it's like they always complain about population control. Well, back in the day when empires were struggling over land
Yeah.
to keep.
I do wonder whether a big fucking war, like, America losing or beginning to lose a major war would start changing attitudes in society somewhat.
It does.
Yeah,
It does seem that what's essentially 80 years at this point of peace for the Western world has done a lot of that good times creating weak men.
Indeed. And I don't like to say we should have a big war because, war is bad. But, yeah, I don't know. I see a lot of people not realizing what values they were, their ancestors fought for, and therefore maybe they should be forced to fight for some, of their own.
Yeah.
Maybe they would value things more.
And this is why I'm actually a proponent of imperialism, because sometimes going out to some other place to take somebody else over, it kind of makes you distill what your values are in a much firmer way. Now, is that justification to go out and conquer things? Not really, but it's just an interesting philosophical concept.
Yeah. Holt says that's a silly argument. Basically, the whole reason that fertilizer is important is because capturing nitrogen from the atmosphere is hard. Yeah, but I'm not suggesting that they can just get the nitrogen from the air easily. I'm suggesting that they're sitting there wanking that we need to get rid of all the farms because it's putting nitrogen in the air. That's stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know what the solution to it is, but feeding people boogs is not it.
This is Mediger. I mean, it is kind of a sad truth now. Oh, come on. They stormed Normandy for Drag Queen Story Hour and trans rights.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's totally what I was getting at.
Alrighty. I'm just seeing if there's any other articles we want to cover on the YouTubes before we switch to the Rumble exclusive segments of Non-SWAT and the thing that Susan says must not be mentioned. So just having a quick look.
Let's see. Yeah, although I will say, Callum, about chicken shit as fertilizer, it's actually very intense for a lot of plants. So it has to either be spread significantly thinner and mixed in with something, or very specific plants, because too much nitrogen tends to burn roots.
Yeah. Holstein says, agreed, but I thought it was going into the water supply. It is doing that in some places, and it is a legitimate problem, having nitrogen in the water, because all the bacteria and algae and things go glomp, and then all of a sudden you've got fucking algal blooms and shit, and everything's dying. That is a significant problem. It's in fact one of the major reasons we need to keep wastewater, untreated wastewater out of the rivers. But I think it was Denmark, where they were shutting down the farms, it wasn't because of nitrogen in the water, it was because of nitrogen being released into the atmosphere. Like if they were shutting down farms that refused to manage nitrogen going into the water, that'd be one thing. But they're shutting the farms down because the nitrogen is going into the air, which is daft.
Yeah, no, this whole argument that we need to basically hobble farming for the sake of the environment, it just makes me want to.
They want to hobble farming for the sake of the environment while also having massive factories producing loads of pollution.
Yeah. I mean, because honestly, what it sounds like is kind of the premise of Soylent Green of, well, you just have these not the Soylent Green is people. But you have food that is made and processed, and there's really mostly like just created for the vitamin factor rather than what humanity craves, which is taste and fillingness.
Well, the big problem seems to be that, in the interest of appeasing the environmentally retarded, all the Western nations are just shipping their emissions to China. Oh no, we can't produce it locally because of emissions, so we'll just buy it from China. And then all of a sudden it's like, shock Pikachu face. China's getting rich for some completely unknown reason.
I also just personally loathe the whole just in time economy that we're at, because it's never in time, it's always late, and the supply chains just get so fucked up that even the simplest hiccup, we could end up with people starving to death.
Indeed. And on that terrible downer note, we shall start moving over to Rumble for the remaining segments. I think this is as good a time as any to switch. I'm going to grab the link and pop it in chat.
And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel while you're still here.
Yes.
Or else.
Yes, or else we'll send you pictures of monkey and candles.
Or maybe even worse, we're going to Photoshop some big-eared dude over monkey.
Either that, or we'll send you photos of monkey without candles.
I don't know. Some of them might like that.
Mostly Maureen.
Yeah,
well,
I wasn't going. I wasn't going to say it. All right, so I am going to end the stream here on YouTube. I'm going to go to the loo again because I'm just full of it, and then we will be back for some nice, enjoyable segments hosted by Crow.
Yay!
So we'll hopefully see everyone shortly on the Rumble tubes.
Oh yeah, I need to leave a like on the podcast. There we go.